Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, the 26th of May, near the end of the month, bank holiday weekend. Weather definitely getting better. Although yesterday, it clouded over at one point. I thought, oh, here we go again. And I just walked into the hospital. Unfortunately, they've now changed the entrance. So I go to the old entrance, and I was running a little bit late. You know when you get on the bus, and I was going to Teddington, because I thought there's no point in driving up there, it's not really worth it, and they're going to put drops in and you're not supposed to drive anyway. So I got the bus. What do I get? Every time I get on a bus, it gets as far as Sixth Cross Road or whatever it is, and they have to change drivers. So you sit there while they have a little chit. I felt like going downstairs and going, excuse me, do you think you could actually shut your trap and just drive the blooming thing? And they all do it, don't they? You know, all the drive, they chat away to each other and all that kind of stuff. And I'm looking at the clock going, I'm going to be late. As it turned out, I was absolutely bang on the money. Got my eyes tested. We've got a few little problems, few little things to do with the diabetes, but that's okay. And then this morning, I'm waiting outside. I always wait outside because I'm early for my car. Whatever time I book the car for, and I'm on a regular booking, and then sometimes I change the car and I do it a little bit earlier. And this morning it was back to my late time. And I'm sort of standing there, and the only people that you see on the streets at that time of the morning, foxes. I don't see any, or pigeons. And yesterday, we have a pigeon nesting in our car park. In fact, we have two pigeons nesting in the car park, and this one's nesting on top of a light. And it's quite high up, otherwise we'd have climbed up a ladder and got rid of it. It's made a nest and it's put eggs in there. And I'm standing there sort of thinking, how do I get rid of these bloody pigeons? Because pigeons go back to the place that they were born. And they nest there, and the mess they make is disgusting. They really are filthy vermin. Anyway, leave that to one side. And as I'm standing there, it was almost like sort of a scene out of a Harry Potter thing. This huge crow came and sat on top of the light. The pigeon had flown off by this time, obviously to go and get something to eat, the takeaway. And it picked out one of the eggs and it flew off with it. And I remember thinking, well, I've never seen that before. I didn't know that they ate eggs, but obviously they do. Unless, of course, it's got an embryo inside of it, in which case it sounded quite disgusting. But yeah, it flew off. And I said to Lynn, I've just watched this crow flying off with the eggs. She said the pigeon will come back and sit on what it thinks are the eggs. But and it did blow me down. It came back and sat on nothing. It is a bit sad. Yeah, but we don't want any more pigeons. Thank you very much indeed. And then this morning I'm standing outside there, and all of a sudden we got blue flashing lights everywhere, and an ambulance had gone through. I hate it when they put the siren on, because you think, shh, people are sleeping. Except me. I'm the only one standing out there like an idiot. And then a police car came, and then there was a woman who crossed the road, and then they went into Nando's. We have a Nino Nando, which is a tiny Nando, so it doesn't do the complete menu, it does the smaller menu. It's the first one in the country, I believe. You never heard of Nino Nando? You've heard of Nando's, though? I thought it was rubbish. I must be the only person in the entire world who goes in there and goes, you're charging how much for chicken? I know, but it's the most expensive chicken you can get. It's cheaper to go to Kentucky Fried Chicken. And they do. I know it's not healthy, but it's delicious. I'm more concerned about what stuff tastes like. So we've got a blue flashing light with the police car, which then parks at the traffic lights. And I'm sort of watching, because I'm fascinated by anything that's going on. Because sometimes you get a few drunks wandering up the road in the morning, and they decide they're going to use the car park as a toilet. In which case, so at times like that, you wish you had a taser, but, kind of everything. And I'm sort of watching it, and then they go inside the Nando's, and I'm sort of this, so I wander up the road, thinking, I'll see if anything's going on. And then another police car arrived, and obviously saw the first police car was there, and so they then turned, and then they disappeared. And then they turned round at the lights, and they came back, and they stopped opposite me. So I'm sort of standing there, and I'm thinking, oh, have I done something wrong? No, they're going to ask me, oh, what are you doing? I've had this before, where sort of police officers are pulled up in the car and said, what are you waiting for? And I always have to go, I'm waiting for my car to arrive. And so the policeman said to me, the driver, there were two of them, and he said, have you seen anything? Because they apparently had two calls in a space of a short space. I said, well, actually, no. Normally I would know because a lot of the people are going to the gym, because we have a Pure gym which is open 24 hours. So some people like going in the early hours of the morning. There was a bloke who'd wheeled a bicycle. I said, no, there's not been anybody. I haven't noticed anything. I would notice if it had been something unusual because I'm fairly observant. And then the driver said to me, he said, be listening to you later. I thought, oh, God, honestly, how embarrassing. The embarrassment. The local police officers, thank goodness. We love the local police officers. They must be on the shift that finishes at probably about 6 o'clock in the morning or something like that. What are you looking at? The chocolate. Those you won't like those. Belgian Thins. Chocolate with almonds and coconut. Yeah, they call you, but yeah. But they don't call you thin. They absolutely don't call you thin at all. Try one. Tell me if you like it. I bought them and I got them in the boot of the car this morning. And I thought, I'll take those in there. Are they nice? I thought you'd like them, yeah. Yeah. They're vegan, yeah. Yeah. I lied to Jake. I said, there aren't any calories in them. And they went, really? And I went, no, I lied. Yeah, it's just he was about to take a bite. But he liked it. In fact, he couldn't stop. He had the automatic hand that was sort of mouth, packet. That's all it was. It was like an automatic thing that you get. But anyway, so all the police officers working, finishing shift this morning, probably around, I don't know what time the shift starts in the morning. Is it 6 o'clock or something like that? Whatever it is, you must be absolutely knackered at the end of a night. But I quite like to drive around in a police car. I get no end of police officers listening to this programme. I don't know how they manage this one with the police. Have I ever been in a police car? No. We were down the Mall a few years ago when they had the Queen's, whatever they call it, people were having sandwiches and everything else, a picnic kind of thing. And a police officer came over to the LBC thing. We were broadcasting live from there. And he said to somebody, is Steve Allen going to be here? And he was a dog handler. Dog and firearms. The dog was trained to sniff firearms, and so we had some pictures taken. And he was really nice. I've met actually quite a number of police officers. I remember standing there one day waiting for the car in the early hours of the morning, and two WPCs pulled up, and they got out of the car, and I thought, oh, here we go. I'm going to be in trouble now. And so she said, how are you? I thought the next question is going to be, and what are you doing here? And so she said, can we have a picture taken, Steve? Oh, God. At that time of the morning, it was like ridiculous hour of the morning. You get no end of people listening. And then my driver this morning I'd not had for ages and ages. And I was filling him in on all my little bits and pieces and where I'd been and what I'd done and all that kind of stuff. And he's, because, a lot of the drivers for the private hire companies, they've had it really bad. Some of the drivers I've had, they started work at sort of 9 o'clock at night, picking me up at 2 in the morning. I'm their first job. And you can't survive on that. It's really, really difficult. But anyway, so yesterday I went out, had to go to the hospital in Teddington to get the eyes tested, which is fine. They have to put drops in. They sort of check all your details and everything else. And I seem to be under two hospitals because I've got another appointment coming up in April, May, June at Kingston Hospital because they did my cataracts. Honestly, I feel like I'm spare part blooming surgery at the moment. And so the man said to me, are you seeing somebody else? And I said, well, I'm at Kingston Hospital as well. I don't know how it all works. But anyway, so I've got to go back there. I'm in the oncology department. I don't know, whatever it is. And so that's actually quite good. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And then Friday, I've got my specialist, and he will then run through the CT scan, all the little bits and pieces, which is very nice. And my friend Jordan says, did you buy the boys their garlic mayo? Oh, of course I did. I don't forget things. Yeah. You're excited? Yeah. I went in and I did it yesterday morning at 8 o'clock. I went to Iceland, yeah. I didn't just buy the garlic mayo. I bought you the complete range. The complete range. So you've got, wait a minute, garlic mayo, spicy mayo, garlic and herb, chili and garlic, and yogurt and mint. How cool is that? You are going to be the size of two houses. They're the size of a small council estate. So there you go. So you get 1, 2, 3. So five bottles. You've got. You're very welcome. It's just that carrying them in this morning. I mean, they weigh a ton. These things. They weigh a ton, and I bought them for Jake, but I've told him I'm not giving them to him, just to make him work a bit harder. Yeah, I saw them yesterday. They're very reasonable, but they're only £1 a bottle. So I thought that was quite good. So that was a waste of £10. I'll never get back again. Tax deductible, of course, as you can well imagine. And so that was yesterday. By the time I got back from the hospital, and my eyes were still, I had to keep my sunglasses on indoors because it's they put these drops in which open your eyes and your pupils and all the rest of it. And it's so bright when you walk outside, you nearly walk into everything. And I went to the wrong place, and luckily somebody was coming out of the door, and I nipped in very quickly because I should have walked round the front. But, they keep changing the entrances for the hospitals, and I'm rubbish at remembering these kind of things. So I went in there, but there was a very foul-mouthed woman in there. I've seen programmes on the television recently about people being abused, not just the police. I've seen more. I saw interceptors the other day, people spitting at them, people in hospitals spitting at the police. I mean, really disgusting. Why you'd want to, for that money, put up with that kind of crap really annoys me. But this woman, I've been waiting here for this long. Why have I not been seen? And then she came out with a torrent of 4-letter words. Really disgusting. I felt like saying to her, can you watch your language, please? We don't want to listen to your foul mouth, thank you very much, baby. You know what these people are like. What have we got? Oh, yeah, there's some walkers on a beach. Not crisp packets, just walkers. And they're on the beach. And what do they discover? Lots of sort of carrier bags and everything else like that. And it turns out they had discovered cocaine washed up on the beach. Obviously, a ship had it on there, and either the ship sank or the police were out there, the Coast Guards, and so they then dumped it. How much was it worth? This cocaine on the beach. All the packets were in there. It was all perfect. And it was 960 kilos, which was worth, street value, £80 million. £80 million. And they phoned the police. They don't know where it came from. They have no idea. They have no idea where it came from. £80 million worth of cocaine. Thank God Arge wasn't down there. That's all I can say. He turned up on that dreadful Stephanie programme, that sort of lunchtime rubbish, which has got the irritating Tony Beak, Anton Dubek on there, who really is just awful and creepy and a bit smarmy, a bit like an oil slick. And Arge is on there talking about his sort of weight loss, but of course he didn't have any weight loss. They gave him a gastric. Henry gets earlier and earlier. Have you noticed? Every time he comes in here, he must have taken his mother a food parcel or something like that in the place she's residing at the moment, which is quite sad. I think he lives in Global Tower. I think he just comes from another floor above us. But anyway, so Arge is on this programme, sort of laughing about, I've lost all this weight and all the rest of it. So they then bring his surgeon on, so that was the plug, because presumably Arge got it for free or some huge discount. And but the one thing I noticed about him, his hair needed a cut. He looked dishevelled. Also, he kept laughing all the time. I didn't actually see that it was very funny going into rehab, for cocaine addiction. And then when I checked him out on Wikipedia, what is his occupation? Television personality. I'm sorry, not a personality at all. A very stupid little boy. And so he's had this sort of, he wants to lose 1 stone a month, but he's never done anything for it apart from having a gastric band fitted and having this gastric, whatever they call it, it's a gastric something. But also the one thing I noticed is that the jumper he was wearing was obviously one he had when he was really fat because he hadn't been out and bought new clothes. If you lose weight, you go and buy clothes that make you look a bit flat. He obviously doesn't care about what he looks like, which made me worry somewhat. And he's sitting there looking all dishevelled. His hair was dirty and messy, and he just kept laughing about, because I got good people round me and all the rest of it and all this kind of thing. I thought, yeah, but you don't have a job. You need to get away from this stupid celebrity lifestyle, which is non-existent. I've heard it from other people. I mean, I'm getting really quite fuddy-duddy. I'm getting quite Victor Meldrew as I get older. Because, you see these people and they go, I had to go into rehab for cocaine addiction. You think, what are you, stupid? And completely screw your mind up, completely screw everything up You know, people who sit there and go... They had to apologise the other day. I think Susanna Reid was doing an interview with somebody who said, oh, I smoke weed every day. And then, of course, obviously somebody in her earpiece went, apologise. We don't want to be seen to be, you know, saying to people it's okay to take weed. So she had to apologise. And you think to yourself, it seems to be more common. You know, one of the biggest places where they take cocaine in the world? Here, the United Kingdom. It's so easy. No, put it this way, 80 million quid's worth washes up on a beach. If that had actually got into the public domain, that would be a lot of people. You know, people take it, they work in the city, people in show business take it, people in the media take it. It's quite common. I've never done it, mainly because I'm too mean to spend money, and also I've got a very addictive personality, so I wouldn't be interested in doing that. I can do a programme basically on a packet of Smarties. You know, I'm as good as it gets, because being diabetic, you know, sugar rush means that you go like that. You sort of speak like a machine gun. But, you know, when I saw Arj on there and they had him down as a TV personality, I thought, you ain't no personality, pal. You're a very stupid 33-year-old bloke, you know, who should have learnt a long time ago. And he went, oh, yeah, because I've got all my mates and all the rest of it. I thought, well, they didn't help you. And if they didn't realise you were on coke, they need their heads examining. But it seems to be like the big thing now. Oh, yeah, I've taken cocaine. I told you, a friend of mine years ago, he phoned me and he said, I've just taken cocaine for the first time. And he said, oh, it's fantastic, Steve, it's this and that. And I remember thinking, no, I just don't think it is. Anyway, he then changed his lifestyle. His friends changed. You know, he then started hanging around with people who also took cocaine. And I sort of worry about it. I mean, now he's off it, but he ended up spending an awful lot of money. You know, people lose their houses, their jobs, their property. They lose everything, and you can see them. I remember talking to a celebrity on a programme once, and they were off their faces. And I remember thinking, how sad. Your life is that tragic that you really think that you're very good and that, you know, your life has changed for the better. Sadly, it changes for the worse. And you only had to look at that shambling figure that was Arj Argent, who spent most of his so-called career, in rehab. And you think, you know, and now sort of friends go, oh, yeah, we're going to look after you. Well, why didn't they spot this before? You know, we've had situations where people have done drugs, they've been on reality shows and everything else because they can't handle the fame, they can't handle all of those sort of things. And you just think to yourself, you shouldn't have taken it in the first place. But nobody likes to tell people the honest truth, do they? They don't like to say to people, you know, you shouldn't do this because it's going to screw you up. So luckily you're listening to somebody who's never done it. Sanctimonious little so-and-so I am. It's embarrassing, isn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. There you go, there's one for you.
Thank you.
Okay. And one for the, you got one as well. Okay, you know what it is, don't you? Yeah. It's all the bottles of garlic mayonnaise and tomato relish and mint and something. You're welcome. Just leave the money on the desk as you walk out the door. So there you go. It weighs a ton. Seriously, I mean, I'm surprised I managed to come in one piece. So you've got 5 bottles. So if you're having kebabs, or you could probably use it with anything, can't you, I should imagine? Yeah, with chip. Yeah, exactly. You can put it with sort of... You can have chips, are you? Don't fancy talk about chips at this time of the morning. Who eats chips at this time of the morning? Me. I could eat chips at this time of the morning. But they're quite good, aren't they? Always useful to keep in the cupboard. The garlic mayos and all the other bits and bits. You'll be, time you stagger home today, you have one arm longer than the other one, which is nice. Oh, no, I forgot the other things I've got for you. Dear me, honestly, look. Haribo Star Mix. Woo! Oh, I'll tell you, are we cooking with gas this morning, or are we cooking with gas? Oh, and one each. How lucky is that? They're so lucky, these boys, seriously. You have to buy their affections on the programme, which is OK. Mike says, imagine if you had to have your scans in Hounslow with all that Indian coronavirus variant. Well, you know why it's Hounslow. It's because a lot of the people who live in Hounslow, and I mean a lot of the people, work at the airport. They work at the airport. They work on the flights. They do all sorts of things. There's cleaners up there, people who work in the shops, people who work for the airlines, people who work in the duty freeze and everything. So that's why Hounslow... I wasn't at all surprised to find that Hounslow was on the list. I would have expected to be there. I used to live down the road from Hounslow. It was very good for going to get Indian takeaways. There were lots of shops that used to do samosas, and I absolutely love samosas. I've got a thing about it. I used to go to the market at Kempton Park, and there used to be a place there, and she used to do samosas. She would make them and then fry them, and I could eat lamb. I can't eat lamb now, which is a bit odd, isn't it? Really makes me ill. But I used to love lamb samosas. They were absolutely delicious. Absolutely. Oh, have we opened up the emails this morning? Have we opened up the emails? Are they open already? Oh, right. Isn't it funny how some days they stay open and other days they don't? So my friend Jordan, who's FaceTiming me today, I'm in his diary for 12:30. I've got to go to the chemist to pick up my prescription because I've now got no medication at all. And then I'm going to have... I don't know what to have for lunch today. I really don't know what to have for lunch. I need to go out and get some plants because I've decided that this weekend I'm going to start planting everything up. Because it's going to be nice weather, so I might as well start putting stuff in there, which is a good idea. Brian May believes cycling has saved his life. I keep trying to force myself to buy a bicycle, and then I think, oh, sod it. I can't really be bothered to do it. But I quite fancy an electric bike. But they're like £1,000, and the rest of it. Do I always use the same baskets for my flowers? I've got terracotta pots. So what I do is I fill them all up with earth every year, fresh earth. I buy it. So I've got 8 big bags, 40 litres of earth in each one, and fill up all the pots, plant everything out. Because what happens is the plants that you put in there, they use up all the goodness in the earth by the time the season's finished. So you just lift the plants out, the whole lot comes out, and then we clean the pots, and then they're all ready. They've all been emptied. I think we filled up about 15 bin liners full of old earth and stuff like that, because you have to put new earth in, and I bought a couple of new things this year to put them in, a big sort of wooden trough, which only cost me about 22 quid, which I thought was quite good value. Get an exercise. No, I don't fancy an exercise. My mother used to have an exercise bike, and she'd be on it when she was watching the television, and I thought, I want one of those things that vibrates your feet. You know, you see Eamon Holmes advertising, and there's loads on all the shopping channels, and you can just sit there, because my poor feet have got no feeling in at all. I have to be very careful when I cut my toenails, and that in itself is a bit of an achievement, I promise you. You have to be careful that you don't cut the skin as opposed to the nail, because you don't know you're doing it. You bleed for the world because I've got no feeling in my feet, but that's part of the diabetes. What else we got? A rare phone box goes on sale for £45,000. You can get it much cheaper than that. You can get these phone boxes. There's a company that advertise in Country Life who sell phone boxes. Police have warned they're not Ghostbusters after they got a 999 call from a person who claimed to have been spooked by a spirit. There's some really stupid people out there. Do you remember they did a programme on the television, and they had people phoning up. One of them phoned up, and of course all the calls are recorded, so you can find out how stupid these people really are. I mean, honestly, it must be all they can do to keep their composure. And the person was going, I'm sorry, I'm just like to, can you sort out, please, my takeaway's late. They'd ordered a takeaway from the local Chinese, and it hadn't arrived on time. And you feel like going, why don't you grow up and get a life? You know, there's some people who are just total time wasters. A burglar caught on camera demanding money from a pensioner. Quite a few people went in there and literally demanded money, walked free from court. They don't jail. I'd have had that person in the nick straight away. Must be so frustrating for police officers. Sorry, we're doing police officers a lot this morning, but I mean, it must be so frustrating. You go all the way through that process of getting somebody into court, and then the judge goes, no, we'll let you know, you're on sort of prison, but it's suspended for 2 years. And you think, what's the point? What is it? Let's go build new prisons. James Corden says he could never bear it all on a nudist beach. I mean, given the choice, I don't think my boys would be prepared to go and sit on a nudist beach. No. You would. Well, we know you would. You could hide yours under a pebble. But, I mean, Luke wouldn't. He wouldn't. That's not the sort of thing Luke would do at all. Heavens above. I mean, he'd rather stick pins in his eyes than go and sit on a nudist beach. Also, James Corden would never go to a gym and stand in the shower afterwards. We used to have boys, when I went to school many, many years ago, used to get boys who would wear their swimming trunks in the showers, and the master would make them take them off. I don't know why. I suppose because it was a hygiene thing, wasn't it? They do that, I think, in some places in France. Nick Knowles can apparently carry on advertising breakfast cereal. Well, the breakfast cereal company must be so ecstatic. Not only do they get all this free publicity, but he can carry on doing it. The BBC, of course, being the utter bozos in this. It's all right to employ a paedophile and a man who has underhand tactics to get interviews with a member of the royal family. But, God forbid you should advertise Shreddies on the blooming television. And so, luckily, he's able to carry on doing it. So now, Shreddies are obviously breakfast cereal. And now they're absolutely delighted. And Nick Knowles says, I'm very happy to be because he's been working there for years and years. I mean, who would that idiot be who goes, oh, we can't have that? And yet they're more than happy to employ a paedophile like Jimmy Savile. I don't quite understand how they work. Perhaps there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians there. That's the way it works at the BBC. But I mean, to actually criticise Nick Knowles for all the good he does on these programmes, for that House programme, where, people who've, fallen over backwards for this country or children who are ill, nobody can do that programme like Nick Knowles. He does it very well. I find it terribly emotional. You get all these people coming together and they will, redo a house. They'll add a floor on. They'll put special bathrooms in. And you think, now that's a good programme. The BBC would be thick as bricks to axe anything like that. Honestly, who do they think they are?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Keir Starmer apparently, as you know, did an interview with Piers Morgan, part of his life stories. He was asked 14 times whether he'd taken drugs. 14 times. I mean, how many times do you have to ask somebody? Why don't people just answer honestly? What is the point with being honest? I've heard people on the television. I can always tell if they're lying. They hesitate over the question. And so Keir Starmer stonewalled Piers 14 times. Have you taken drugs? And what they do, politicians are very clever, although they're not really that clever. They just go round the houses and go, listen, listen, it's a straight yes or no. It's not anything else. Banned driver, 120 miles an hour trying to evade the police. And it's snail wars in the garden. I don't know where they come from. Seriously, you can guarantee snails just appear. You can be up 3 million miles in the air and snails will find you. In space, there must be snails everywhere. Do you know where the best snails come from? This country. I thought they would come from France. But no, apparently there's a company over here that breed snails. And they're apparently the best tasting snail. I've never eaten a one. I tell you, I had one. Hated it. I've had snails and I've had frog's legs. Ooh, I don't like so. Yeah, the oysters. Yeah, no, I've not. No, it's supposed to be an aphrodisiac. I was too busy throwing up to realise that it was supposed to be to help you having sex, but I didn't know. The only thing that helps you having sex is about half a bottle of Prosecco. To be honest with you, you don't need any of these aphrodisiacs. I've had aphrodisiacs before. They don't, you have asparagus, supposed to be an aphrodisiac. It just makes your wee smell. What's the point of that? But snails are supposed to be an aphrodisiac, and frog's legs and all of this kind of stuff, and oysters. Ugh. I couldn't get into stuff like that at all. Yeah, everything the French. But yet, I think they actually put garlic with just about everything. I think they were the people who originated garlic. It just goes on everything. And I've seen people having snails cooked, and they seem all right. I just don't want to eat them. I did a programme once from a restaurant and they did snails and brought frog's legs out and everything else. They just tasted rubbery. I don't like anything like that. I'm not very good at prawns when they're whole. If they're sort of just little prawns in some Mary Rose sauce or something like that, it didn't taste slimy, no. Sorry? I don't like king prawns. I remember going to a place once and they had the prawn cocktail on the salad with the Mary Rose sauce, that sort of orange stuff, which looks like it's phosphorescent. And then the prawn hanging over the side of the glass. No, thank you. I just ignored it completely. I tried to sort of do away with it. No, I went out actually with the boys from here, from Nick Ferrari's breakfast show. We went out for a lobster place, Lobster and Burgers, I think it's called, in Soho. And I thought I would like lobster. It just smells of fish. And I've seen them doing it on YouTube, where you go to the markets and they take a lobster and they just sort of cut it in half. This thing's still moving, and then it's just not my sort of thing at all. I tried it and I just ate the chips. I didn't like it at all. I was happier with the burger, and yet I've eaten crab, not actual crab, but crab paste, which is quite nice. But we used to have that years and years ago. But I couldn't eat fresh crab. where they go, oh, it's lovely, look, here's soft shell crab. Oh, no, thank you. There's certain things which I'm not eating, and that would be it. One who says, Stevie, I've been listening to yesterday's podcast, says Chris, of your show, as I missed some of it. All your talk of food was making me hungry. I would recommend a croissant, lightly buttered, with cheese and Wiltshire ham. Delicious. Do you know, I went to Marks and Spencer's to buy some ham yesterday, and I ended up putting 4 of them back because it looks lovely in the packet, and I turned it over, and it's got those words at the top, made from pre-formed. And what they've done is basically this is manufactured ham. It's not a ham that they've sliced. It's pre-formed. The same with their chicken, their sliced chicken. It was pre-formed. So if it's got pre-formed on it, don't touch it with a barge pole. Seriously, if you can have it, get the proper stuff. Steve, earlier this year, BT was selling the old red phone boxes for £1 each, says Donny. Yeah, I mean, they weigh a ton. There's somebody down at Hampton Court Palace, very near Hampton Court Palace, literally within spitting distance, and they've got a phone box in their garden. But you can buy them, and you can get the mail boxes and stuff like that. No, they don't work. You're just buying the box. They're all restored. They're about £3,500–4,000, and then you pay extra because they're solid. They're iron. You've got to have it delivered by lorry with crane on it and everything else. But they're quite. I mean, you could, in theory, put a phone in it. You could do something like that. That'd be quite. But who wants to sit in a phone box in your garden in the middle of winter? That would be a bit silly. Apparently, it's a full moon. Then Mercury goes retrograde, says Sue-Ann. Woo! I've had snails, black slime and garlic. Disgusting. When you have them in a restaurant, they put the snail into the shell. That shell. So in other words, when you've eaten it, you get a little fork type thing, and you dig it out and pop it in your mouth, and they then wash the shells out and use them again. Did you not know that? Yeah, they put them in there, then they put the garlic butter over the top, and then pop them in the oven. And they come on a special tray, which is indentations on it for putting snails on. I mean, I'm with Les Dawson, the comedian Les Dawson, who's not with us anymore, talking about frog's legs. He said, I went frog's legs the other day. And he said, what happens to the rest of it? Is the poor frog doomed to spend the rest of its life going around the kitchen on casters because they've taken its legs away? I mean, who ever thought about just eating the legs of a frog? I mean, really? There are certain things. Have you tried the plant kitchen range from M&S? Delicious but expensive. No, I've seen it. It doesn't interest me, actually. Chris is enjoying a croissant with Nutella chocolate spread. Oh, they'd eat that here. Nutella. I don't do Nutella. I'm not really into spreads. I like a little bit of Marmite, but only very, very thin. And I like peanut butter, crunchy. And that's about it. Oh, and Rose's lime marmalade, and only Rose's lime marmalade. Quite delicious. Steve, another one here, which said, I've just lost it actually. Where's he got? Oh, that's right. From Donny, who says, have you tried whale meat? That was Vera Lynn's favourite, wasn't it? Whale meat again, don't know where, don't know when. Thank you. The old ones are the better. I tried some out in Norway a few years ago. Doesn't it? I don't want a whale to lose its life so that I could have something to eat. I really don't. It's odd, isn't it, really? Shane says snails, frogs' legs, oysters. I think I'd gag on them. Yeah, you would. You absolutely would. And Steve, why would you want to eat anything that lives on the bottom of the ocean? Have you ever seen lobsters in the ocean? They all cling on to each other as they go across the floor. You'll get about 30 or 40 of them. David Attenborough did it some years ago. They were filming them. Lobsters going along the ocean floor, all hanging on to the one in front. It was quite sweet to watch. Thinking that somebody was going to be sort of carving them up and throwing them in boiling water. By the way, they don't scream in agony. It's the air coming out of the shell that you hear. But, yeah, David Attenborough did it, and all these lobsters are going across the ocean floor, hanging on to the one in front. Which I thought, are you finding it? No. Oh, sorry, you're looking at something else. You can't find it. Well, it's there. It's there. Probably because you've eaten too much chocolate. It was, yeah, well, I mean, but put this way, lobsters going across the ocean floor, try that one. Or something. There's got to be something to do with that. And they all cling on to each other. You know, and I couldn't even pick one up. There you go. Colourful lobsters walk across the ocean floor. But there's loads of them. There you go. Incredible march of the spiny lobsters. Is that it? It's got to be it, isn't it? See it? Incredible March of the Spiny Lobsters. We'll have to wait for ages on this thing. The thing is so slow at the moment. And they all just... Oh, here we go. Before you actually get to it, you have to go through all the adverts. Which is good. But they were sort of... Spiny lobsters, I don't know... Oh, unless this is different. The Incredible March of the Spiny Lobsters. Oh, dear. There's some stuff under the ocean I'm never too sure about. I don't know. No, I mean, these ones you can actually see. They all literally cling onto the one in front. They do look like... Well, it's a spiny lobster. That's why it would look... I mean, some of the big ones are enormous. Absolutely enormous. They are quite scary. I mean, put it this way, if you actually put your finger in those claws, they could take your finger off quite easily. They're very, very sharp. I don't know how they mate. Carefully, I should imagine. I don't know what I'm thinking about that at this time of the morning. Something to worry about, isn't it? Other people worrying about, have we got any bread in? Can we have some toast? And then people go right up to the lobsters. I wonder if they can see you clearly. You know, or do they, you know, like some animals, just see you in black and white? Look at them. I mean, I wonder if lobsters could attack. I suppose they could. This was taken here from a Jacques Cousteau programme. I used to love Jacques Cousteau and his good ship Calypso. And he would go down and see all of these things. And he was amazing. They're very good, aren't they, lobsters? But they just look frightening. I've never done scuba diving, no. I can barely go under the water in the bath, let alone scuba diving. But there's something nice about lobsters. You know, they look as though they've been in the oceans for hundreds and hundreds of years. And but it's like snakes, isn't it? I've got listeners who have got snakes at home in their vivariums. And I always think to myself, oh, God, I've seen them before where they sort of rear up back and then they go, pfft, and they spit at you. And you think, oh, no. I've seen all these people like Steve Backshall and things like that. This is three walking together. But when I saw them walking before, they were literally one behind the other. And there were loads of them. Because I'm assuming they all... I mean, I don't know whether they're like whales and they talk to each other. Because there must be some sort of communication, mustn't there? I mean, otherwise, how would they know they're a lobster? They might want to think they were an orca, you know, which makes them sound very exciting. I always remember, thinking that, orca whales, it makes them sound lovely. Whereas to give them their correct title, killer whales, that's when you realise just how dreadful they are. But they go, oh, look, the orcas are here. You go, oh, aren't they lovely? No, they're killer whales. They would kill you. They kill other baby whales. They separate them from their mothers and drown them and then eat them. That's so awful. Will says, I used to enjoy calamari at my local wine bar some years ago before I became vegetarian. Oh, right. See, calamari is it squid or is it octopus? I don't like that. I wouldn't eat that either. Tentacles all over the place. No, thank you very much indeed. Steve, you had me there for a second with the Vera Lynn and her whale meet again. Don't know. Somebody says, do you realise what a great influencer you are? Probably yes, because I'm on the radio. That's probably it. I've just bought lime juice and now need Rose's lemon and lime marmalade, says Rachel. Oh, Rose's lime. It's the only one that tastes like... It's like... I know it sounds stupid and people say, oh, no, you must try this. It's like Heinz tomato soup. Nothing tastes like Heinz tomato. There are other soups available, as you can imagine. It's like fish fingers. Bird's eye fish fingers are the best ones. Young's do the nice ones with the crispy batter on. There are certain foods that can only be done by certain companies. And so, I would have Rose's lime juice. I've tried other ones, believe you me, they don't taste the same. And Rose's lime marmalade is the only one that tastes like Rose's lime marmalade. I know there are others available. But, so that's why I'm an influencer as well. If you like Marmite, Steve, you will like Bovril spread. No, I don't do Bovril. When I was very poor... yesterday. When I was I didn't have any. I could open the fridge, and in my fridge there would be bottles of milk. That was the only thing I had because I just didn't have them. I don't know how I survived actually. I was, in those days we didn't seem to eat anything. A packet of chips at the chip shop was considered, you could survive for about 2 or 3 days on that. But I didn't have anything to eat in the fridge apart from milk, which I got from the milkman. Then I used to have to hide on the Friday because he'd be round to get his money, and I'd sort of try and stretch it out. And then I discovered that the milkman, when I moved to Staines, did bacon, bread, butter. So when I used to get in the morning, he'd go, "All right, Steve," because he used to listen to the programme. And I go, "Oh, can I have a loaf of bread, 2 packets of bacon and some butter?" And then I'd have to hide for the next 2 weeks because I didn't have the money. And so it was quite... But I did that, and I didn't have anything to eat. So I used to have an OXO cube crushed up and with some boiling water on it and drank that, which was very unexciting.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Jane in Sydney says, "I like bird's eye fish fingers on 2 pieces of bread." Yeah, you're right. You have a fish finger sandwich. Delicious. A lot of people telling me about Marmite roast potatoes. I've heard about that actually. I've never done it because I don't cook, as you know. Joe says there's a burger place in Soho called Truffle. Best burger I've ever tasted. I don't know it. Ruthie says, "Don't forget about sandwich spread. I had to go and buy some yesterday. Ate it with thick, crusty bread and butter. Oh, how lovely." I'll tell you what it's really nice with, Ruthie. Go and get a baguette, extra length. And just break bits off, put butter on, and then some sandwich spread. Delicious. Mind you, if you shove it in the oven to start with, slightly warm bread is particularly nice. A Young's fish finger sandwich, says Mark. I'll tell you what Young's do. They do fish fingers, but in chip shop batter. Delicious. Delicious. You can eat a whole packet. There's about 14 in a packet. I've eaten a whole packet before. Doesn't do me any favours, does it? Doesn't do me any favours at all. Steve, some years ago, whilst on holiday in the Maldives, there were a group of people who would walk out to the coral and eat live sea cucumbers. Yeah, I wouldn't eat them. I'm not very good with stuff in the sea. Mind you, not very good with stuff on the land either, but, I do me better. But I wouldn't eat sea cucumbers or anything like that. If I actually, given the choice of fish, I'd rather just eat vegetables. Make me so much happier. So much happier. You're absolutely right about Heinz tomato soup. Steve says, "Peter, it's the same with rice pudding." Is it? Didn't know Heinz did rice pudding. Steve, why, oh why, of all the creatures great and small, would anybody want to keep a snake, says Lawrence. Well, people like them. People like them. Me, I'm terrified. Terrified of stuff like that. I'm so wussy. I don't like anything like that sort of looks like it could do me harm. And snakes, I think, could do me harm. And yet, a friend of mine from years ago used to walk around the hippodrome with a big snake round his neck. And I mean a big snake. This thing was huge. It was about sort of 10 feet long and about big. I mean, it was absolutely thick. But of course, because they're deaf, it didn't make any difference at all. Snakes are deaf, yes. That's why they poke their tongue out. They're testing the atmosphere so they can tell. They can see, not very well, but they're deaf. So it didn't make it. Have you seen snakes with ears on? Hello? They don't have ears or eardrums. So they don't tend to respond to sounds. But they do produce, they can, they showed a thing on the television. I felt a bit sorry for it, actually. And it was, what they do is animals at night in the forest follow the same tracks. They go the same route. It's like in this country, foxes do the same route every night looking for food. Our ones in Twickenham will go up one side of the road, cross the road, go back down the other side. They'll do exactly the same route. They don't deviate from that route. And so I've seen them in Leicester Square. I've seen a couple actually who've had, I was going to say COVID. What do animals get when they go round the bend? No, it's not rabies. It's something like, anyway, whatever it is, mange or something like that, where all the fur falls out and they look a bit scary. And I've seen them in daylight walking into Leicester Square. And you think you don't go anywhere near, you're never going to be friendly. Or some people go friendly, don't they? But, and this particular snake would watch this rat and it would walk this thing. It would sort of run along to go and do feeding, and the snake would be sitting there just by the side of this thing, and the snake would run along. And then at one point, when it obviously gets to that stage where it thinks, right, the moment the rat stopped moving, it was looking around, the snake went, and this rat leaps like 3 foot in the air, and that's when the poison starts taking effect. And all the snake does is just sits there for a few minutes, reads a book, Enid Blyton or something like that, the Bronte sisters, and then just follows the track. And at the end of the track, there's the rat which has died. So there you go. Steve, Katie Price is on the Steph show. Will you be watching? No, she's got nothing to contribute to anything. Totally boring waste of space. Absolutely, totally boring. You know, all she does is talk about herself, and you know how boring that is. The failed businesswoman. Every business gone into liquidation. Bankrupt, banned from driving. She's a total waste of space. I couldn't care less if she gets married, lives on the planet Zog. I really couldn't care less. Very dreary, boring person. As I say, this will be another marriage that will be finished in about 6 months. The moment she tires of somebody, she gets rid of them. She'll build up an image in her mind, because she's a bit screwy like that, about, you know, he's cheating on her or something like that. And then, and the moment she builds that into a scenario, she'll then finish with them. Then she has to find somebody else, because it's the only way she can make a living. It's like I was reading, you know, when you actually read that Arj, you know, his claim to fame is he's a TV personality. Well, he's not working very much. So he's got no money. Like Bobby Cole Norris. What does Bobby Cole Norris do for a living? Nothing. Nothing at all. Used to be, guess what he used to be? A hairdresser. Obviously not very successful hairdresser. He's another one. I told the producer earlier on. It said, when you check him out on the internet, they always put down how much is so-and-so worth. You know, so they put down how much is Joey Essex worth. In Bobby Cole Norris's case, it says on the internet, how much is Bobby Cole Norris worth? It says £31,000. In other words, that's called a failure. Steve, my neighbour has a snake. He feeds it baby mice that he stores with the burgers in the freezer. Yes, you can buy frozen mice or something like that, and they feed that. That's why I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that. I think that's a bit sad. I've seen it on YouTube where somebody feeds a live mouse. Of course, it doesn't know what's going to happen to it, and the snake's going, hello. Something's moving about in this vivarium, and then it strikes at it, and then it eats it. Mind you, I've seen snakes eat everything. Some of the big snakes you get, you know, in different countries, they can eat antelope and stuff like that. They dislocate the bottom of their jaw. Stella says, when you say you can't eat anything from the sea, I'm now craving fresh oysters. Oh, Lord, no. Seriously, if somebody said to me, fresh oysters, or you're going to have to eat sort of grass for the rest of your life, grass would be on the menu. It would be as simple as that. Simple as that. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news. We've done an hour already. Small wonder this programme goes by so quickly, even on a Wednesday. And I like a Wednesday. I might treat myself, actually, this morning. I might treat myself to a bacon baguette. Extra bacon. I like to push the boat out a little bit, because we got paid yesterday. I feel I can afford it. So I was going to check with my friend Rich, who actually got the advice note that he'd been paid, but then he couldn't find where the money had gone to. And I was going to check with him this morning, but I'd so many bits and pieces to do. In the next part of the programme, we go through the papers, we take your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Brian Cox says we could all be holograms. Dawn Neeson should definitely be jailed. And you'll find out the true story behind that one. And a man who had a stroke and now volunteers at the Mary Rose Museum. He says his life has changed.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. We love Wednesday. Why? Because it's ever nearer the bank holiday weekend. It's ever even Warren's going to be out planting things because the weather's going to turn, I think, today. And I think that's going to be quite nice. So it means you can start planting stuff out. Bit early still for hanging baskets. You can buy hanging baskets all over the place, but I still think it's a little bit early. But you can put in some of your hardy plants. Mine have been hardening off outside, and for that reason, I bought them a while ago. Left them outside. They've been watered by the rain. God knows we've had enough rain to sink the Titanic. And so they're hardened off, so now they can be planted out, and then they can go, hooray, we're free, we can grow. And I've put antirrhinums in, but mainly this year, geraniums. You know why? Cheap and cheerful, and they'll last you up until Christmas. Seriously, they just go forever. They're very hardy, and as long as you deadhead, they will keep growing and keep spreading and keep colouring. So I'm going to go and I bought 15... trailing geraniums the other day, and I've got about 10, probably less, normal geraniums. I'm going to get some more with variegated leaves. I like the variegated leaves because they sort of add a little bit to it, and the trailing ones we'll sort of put in every other pot, so that should be quite easy. And then I'll start watering. 6 hanging baskets this year. I've cut back. Last year I think I had 10 Tang hanging baskets. But believe you me, the watering side of it is a little bit tedious because I just have to plug the hose in and then go out there and water everything, which is quite nice. And do not forget to feed. Luckily, my brother managed to get me last year some Tomorite. It was on special offer at his local garden centre, so I got loads of that. So I've got about 8 bottles of Tomorite. A good dollop of that in a watering can, and your plants will grow even bigger. You can buy Miracle Grow and things like that. You know, it's good. Steve, after watching many nice old classic cars sold on Bangers and Cash, I've decided to go to their next sale, which is June the 5th. I'm doing something June the 5th. What am I doing? I'm doing something. June the 5th rings a bell. I can't remember what it is. It'll be something exciting. Something exciting. Listening to you on my way into the gym, says Jake. My dad is listening to this morning at home in bed. He says, I'm loving the show. Glad to hear it live as I listen to the podcast in the afternoon. 2 podcasts. I have 2 podcasts. 2 podcasts. I have Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. You can wipe that smile off your face. And Steve Allen's The Whole Show. I think that's what they call it, isn't it? Yeah, and we take out we take out the news, we take out the travel, we take out the advertising, and you just get to the programme. Sorry? 7,000 of them. Yeah, 7,000 podcasts. If you downloaded one every day, there's 18 years worth of podcasts and a half. So I still get more downloads than Nick Abbott. He's very upset about that. We try not to mention it. There's no point in upsetting him. Try not. I think the only other person who eclipses me on the downloads is James O'Brien's little programme. I've never heard of it, but anyway. Steve, 3 weeks ago, I had a mild heart attack and had only 1 stent fitted. Now on a tough diet, walking 4 kilometres a day, and all I hear is sandwich spread, and I want some on crusty bread. Well, you can have that, Dean. You can have that. Don't think that because you've had a mild heart attack and you've got a stent fitted that you can't eat food. It's like I'm diabetic. Doesn't mean to say I don't eat. You can have things, but you just have stuff in moderation. So if, once a month you want to have some sandwich spread on crusty bread, you can have sandwich spread on crusty bread. It's not going to make any difference at all. You've just got to be sensible about it. But I mean, only 1 stent. Pfft, amateur. I've got 8 stents. And if I'm having sandwich spread on crusty bread, it's got to be okay, hasn't it? Mind you. Steve, did you hear the amazing find when the latest dive team went inside the wreck of the Titanic, says Bob? The swimming pools were still full of water. Well, now, 2 things wrong about that. Firstly, you won't get any divers going down to it. It's 2.5 miles down. They'd have exploded. And, of course, the Titanic never had any swimming pools. It was just a ship. Just a ship. Steve, my mum, when she was a young girl, worked in service for people in Southport. Wednesday was her 1 day off. And it became her treat day till the day she died. Wednesday was her day off. I'll tell you, talking about mums, there was a thing the other day. They were talking about women who had their children taken away from them. They were put up for adoption. And it reminded me that years ago, this shows you how times have changed. My mother used to visit a lady in Broadmoor. Okay, she became a prison visitor for this particular woman who was known to our family. Do you know why she was in Broadmoor? She hadn't committed any crime, not in today's terms. She'd had a child out of wedlock. And in those days, it was an offence. So she was put in Broadmoor because they went, she was a bad person, and she became institutionalised. So much so that she never got released. And my mother used to go and visit her. Not all the time, but every so often she'd go and visit her. And she was in there because she had a child out of wedlock. Can you imagine? The prisons would be full of people from Love Island. All these people going, oh, look, we're having a baby. Dawn Neeson should go to prison. We were advocating that one this morning. It's absolutely outrageous. Just go to prison. I shall tell you why very shortly. I'm going to do one of my teasers. We're very famous for doing teasers. No, she'd definitely go to prison. She should be locked up. She should be literally handcuffed and hung on the prison wall like that. Steve, I was thinking about breakfast because you were talking about food. I'm thinking on kippers. Ugh. Disgusting. Although we used to have haddock all the time. Haddock for breakfast. I quite liked haddock. Quite liked it. It's the poem as well. Oh, it's a fairly lengthy poem this morning. God help us. I don't know why we get these lengthy. I think he does it to test me. This is by Tom Cunningham, the poem this morning, and it's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to My Hanging. Another cheerful poem. A funny thing happened on the way to my hanging. Couldn't sleep the night before, my head was banging. I was innocent of a crime I did not commit, but they roughed me up and got me to admit. The face on the wanted posters said it was me. Anyone seeing those posters would be inclined to agree. I was in a horse-drawn prison wagon with bars down the side, thinking to myself, this'll be my last ever ride. Heading for the gallows, then on to Boot Hill, to pay for shooting a bank teller that I didn't kill. 2 miles from the town, all hell did break loose. Unbeknownst to me, I'd be dodging the noose. For 10 desperadoes brought the wagon to stop, then ordered the guards, their weapons they must drop. Some gang members got me out and they set me free. The gang leader approached and he looked just like me. He said, in this life you look out for your own. Then he told me something that I hadn't known. We were separated at birth and we had the same mother, and that this mean desperado was in fact my twin brother. We heard you'd been framed for our crime spree, but you are my brother, and that's why we've set you free. The teller had died because he went for his gun. We grabbed all the money and went on the run. He gave me some money and said, start a new life. Told me, head south, settle down, find a good wife. There was so much I wanted to ask him and so much to say. My brother said, some other time, best be on your way. And that was the last time I ever saw him. I did what he asked, had 5 kids and got some horses, settled down on a ranch with a beautiful young damsel. And that's the short story of me and my twin rascal. I don't think the last verse rhymed at all, did it? And that was the last time I ever saw him. I did what he asked, had 5 kids and got some horses, settled down on a ranch with a beautiful young damsel, and that's the short story of me and my twin rascal. What bit does that rhyme with? None of it. Oh, pile of old rubbish. The rest of it we were doing quite well, weren't we? I don't know where he gets it. Seriously, there must be a page on the internet. Useless poetry. The bit that doesn't rhyme. I can only do rhyming poetry. I can't do it if it doesn't rhyme. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'd never be any good at Shakespeare. Never. But it doesn't matter. Cup of tea this morning. Cheers. Thank you. Delicious. Delicious. If you're sitting out in your police car at the moment, cup of tea is good. Shane said, I'm having a cup of tea. I nearly dunked my biscuit. Don't want to be barred again. No, we don't do dunking of biscuits. I've heard of people that do that. Not on this programme. No, we don't dunk biscuits. No, do you dunk biscuits? Right, you're barred. We don't dunk biscuits. Why would you want to dunk biscuits? They're very common. Makes it quite... No, it doesn't. It just goes into bits and pieces. So softens the bit. Well, of course, you don't need to soften a biscuit. That's why they bake them. Otherwise, why don't you just go into the supermarket and ask for biscuits they haven't baked? Then it'll be soft to start with. Have you heard of such a thing? Ridiculous. Steve. I was just wondering when or if you're going to read The Slug and Snail. I texted you in the past hour. No, shouldn't think so. No. I can't do everything on the programme. We get so many of these. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And, I just have to pick out the ones that I can get round to. I want to know, though, Roger, about Bangers and Cash. I love watching that programme. They have all sorts of nice cars on there, and you look at the money that people are willing to spend. And it's old people. It's not all young people. The old people that go there for the memorabilia and the car. And they're paying fortunes for basically a car that's not even there. No windows, no doors, no interiors. You're buying a shell. They paid 8,000 quid for this car. They went, somebody will have that as a labour of love and they'll actually put it together. And you think, really? They say put together it could be worth, £15,000. And this bloke who owns it, he knows everything about cars. He's very good. He's like the blokes, in the garage where I go to. Nigel and Steve and the boys down there, they know all about cars. So if I take mine in and say it's doing this, they know. Nigel knows exactly what to do. Steve knows what to do. They can literally take my car apart and put it back together. See, I can't do anything like that. I cannot do anything like that. I'd love to be able to, but I can't. But it doesn't matter. We can't all be good at everything, can we? You know, we can't. I mean, you know, I remember years ago, I could just about put petrol in a car. I don't even clean cars. I get them done, you know, by, 10 people who'll whiz about all over it, which is good. Steve, I watched Blitzed, says Helen, on Sky Arts last night about Billy's and the Blitz Club in the 80s. I kept asking myself if Steve Allen was a Blitz kid. Of course not. Heavens above, no. The Blitz kids were way ahead of my time. No, nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all. I mean, I knew people who went to the Blitz Club, but I mean, it certainly wasn't my kind of thing at all. It's odd, isn't it, really? Different people did different things. It's like, you know, people said, were you a mod or a rocker? The answer is neither. Neither, which is dreadful.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Shops used to open late on a Monday, close at noon on a Wednesday and close on Sunday. Did they make any money? Yes. Yes, we used to. When I worked in a shop years ago, we worked 5.5 days a week, closed half-day Wednesday. We used to hate it. We used to close, I think, at 1 o'clock. 12:30, you get somebody in wanting to start looking. Oh, for goodness sake, go away. Go away. Front page of The Sun this morning, the COVID hotspots, including Bolton, Leicester and Hounslow. They're advising people, so they say, not to sort of move out of those areas. Nick Knowles has been spared the sack because he filmed the ads. It was at odds with the BBC ruling. OK to be a paedophile, you know, like Jimmy Savile. But God forbid you should advertise breakfast cereal. But as I say, they must be rubbing their hands with glee down at Kellogg's. Also, what was this other one I found, actually? Ka-ching. This is Kate showing she was in good spirits. This is the Duchess of Cambridge taking part in a good luck event with Prince William. They're just perfect, aren't they? They are sort of the perfect royal couple, whereas unfortunately Harry is the disaster. But there you go. Also, the first man in the world to have a COVID vaccine has died. William Shakespeare, believe it or not, 81, made history when he had his Pfizer jab in December. Friend and Coventry councillor Jane Innes said the best tribute to William is to get vaccinated. Yes, I mean, he was 81, for goodness sake. So if you haven't had it, I mean, we had 15 COVID deaths reported yesterday compared with 7 last Tuesday. But these areas, which are sort of top of the list, you shouldn't really go to them. You really shouldn't go to them. It's safer not to. Diane Abbott. I sometimes wonder when Diane Abbott speaks whether or not she's actually worked out in her mind exactly what she's saying. Because she said yesterday, she claimed a Black Lives Matter activist was shot for standing up to racism. The police have said that there's no evidence of that at all. But Diane Abbott has always been a law unto herself. But, you know, she's had disasters in the past. Miss Abbott said nobody should have to potentially pay with their life because they stood up for racial justice. It wasn't that at all. The police said that the people who were firing were black. So how can it be racist? I don't know how that works, actually. But 4 black males entered a garden where Sasha was a guest, and her condition is serious. But, you know, Diane Abbott gets it wrong on so many occasions. So many occasions. Kanye West has got a new love interest. She's a Russian model, Irina Shayk. You wait till she discovers he's boring as hell. Nothing you could talk about to poor old Kanye West. Loads of money, dull conversation. But she goes back. She appeared in his music video for the song Power. And very rare that you actually catch him with a smile on his face. It's very rare. But he went out with sort of Kim Kardashian, didn't he? And they were very, but I mean, dull. This is a burglar called Carol Lewis. Carol Lewis was caught on camera demanding money from a granddad with dementia. She tricked her way into the 88-year-old's home, asked to borrow sugar and then ordered him to find his wallet. His family set up the camera at his flat in Birmingham after hundreds of pounds were stolen in an earlier scam. Carol Lewis, 50, admitted burglary and fraud of another victim. She was given a 15-day rehab order. The victim's granddaughter, Jade Wardle, blasted the sentence as unbelievably lenient. I agree. You know, somebody's got dementia and somebody does something like that, you go to prison 10 years. Stay there and rot. Stay there and rot. Discuss it. Just be careful if you bump into Carol Lewis. You know, she's not the best person. Keir Starmer. Oh, look, Britain is the best nation for vegans wanting love, as it has the most singletons plant-based per capita. Nice, isn't it, really? I like that. And also the makers of Bailey's Irish Cream Liqueur have won a legal battle to block a Scottish version with a similar name. Businessman Philip Percival wanted to sell McBailey's, made in Scotland from Scotch whisky, but the Bailey's owner took legal action, saying the two products could be confused. Yeah, there's quite a few of those type drinks, aren't there, where they've got... I haven't drunk Bailey's for years. I made myself sick on it. And then I stopped drinking it. I just stopped drinking completely, which is okay. Keir Starmer, Stonewall's Piers Morgan. 14 times have you taken drugs? The telly host says, have you ever dabbled in anything stronger than alcohol? You did not spend all your time at Leeds University in the library, did you? So a cheeky spliff here and there? Keir Starmer said, we worked hard and play hard. But when pressed for more details, he said drugs weren't my thing. Piers insisted it should be a yes or no response. I don't know why people can't do yes or no. Jane Moore's column today. We're still looking for Dawn Neeson being removed to prison. Tell you why in a moment. But Jane Moore says, anybody who's seen the American versions of the Real Housewives franchise, well, that's where they started, will know that social status in America is primarily based on money. And the American rich sustain the status by wearing the latest designer clothes, living in pristine McMansions with 84 bathrooms and driving a supercar. So imagine the surprise that they encounter the supposed pinnacle of the UK class system, the aristocracy. Drafty, stately homes where the heating, if any, is rarely on, rickety furniture dating back to the Tudors, a labyrinth of unoccupied rooms full of dust sheets, a dented runaround car, cracked crockery, peeling wallpaper and one ancient TV that shows only terrestrial channels. Then there's the leather repair patches on everything from overcoats to pyjamas. If proof is needed that a true sign of social status is that you don't wear it like a badge, look no further than Prince Charles, photographed in Country Life this week in his trusty old, distinctly threadbare gardening jacket. Now that, says Jane Moore, is class. She's absolutely right. You know, in America, they all just look like, a bit cheap and trashy. And there's all sorts of them. And some of them, perhaps they forget they're being filmed. Some of them are quite ghastly. And but I'm addicted to watching the thing because basically because they all hate each other. Same as over here, the housewives of Cheshire. Nobody likes each other. They're all sort of... Nobody likes that new girl whose name I can't think of, who I thought owned a restaurant. It turns out she's just the front person for it. It's owned by a company, which is nothing to do with her as far as I know. Rob Brydon once went on stage to insult an audience member who he thought had fallen asleep, only to be told he was blind, which, not very clever. The actor and comedian was all set to launch into a set of mocking jokes, but fortunately for him, the man's companion realised what was about to happen and stopped him from putting his foot in it. Rob Brydon explained, I nearly insulted a blind man who was sitting in the front row with his eyes shut. I was about to make... He lives down the road from me, Rob Brydon. I see him sometimes out. He says, I was about to make a joke at his expense. Anyway, I opened my mouth and his friend must have known what I was going to say and made some very delicate hand gestures as if to say, he can't see. And so that worked. Because you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't... I'm going to sneeze. Here we go again. Wait for this. Let's wonder what this one sounds. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Why am I sneezing? Is it hay fever? I nearly bought one of those things the other day. They had a thing on the television, you squirt it up your nose. It's not cocaine. It's a little syringe thing, and apparently it sort of helps you, with sort of not sneezing. I don't mind sneezing. Sometimes I think it's quite funny. That wasn't. The son of Beatles legend John Lennon and Yoko Ono is desperate to imagine a world without political correctness. Yes, I think we're all desperate for that, aren't we? It's getting completely ridiculous at the moment. Dawn Neeson says confession time. Okay. This weekend, I did so many things that are illegal, I should be locked up. What did she do? Murder? Class A drug dealing? Gun running? Nope. It's even worse. It's even worse than that. She spent time with her family. We cuddled. I mean, properly. Not according to the government guidelines on how to hug. We danced to loud music in a room where the only ventilation came from the hot air spouted by the drunken husband and brother-in-law singing badly to bad songs from the 1970s. We would have opened windows, but it being nearly June, the temperature would have killed us all much faster than the coronavirus. Disgraceful. I hope the police have read this and even as we speak, rushing to Dawn's place to have her arrested and thrown into prison. It's the way, isn't it? It is the way. It's very bad. Most shocking news of the week, she says, is that Jamie Redknapp is having a baby with his girlfriend, Frida Anderson. Shocking because a footballer dating a quantum physicist really is news. She says, oh, sorry. Obviously read that wrong. Evidently, she's a model. Yeah. Well, put it this way, you don't need much conversation to actually go out with Jamie Redknapp. Very dull and boring. A lost medieval village has been discovered by a motorway. Archaeologists have reported remarkable finds at the site off the M74 in South Lanarks. These include an iron dagger believed to prevent magical harm. Lovely, isn't it? And, a woman starved her pet dog, called Lola, so badly she had to be put down. These people make me sick. Animal Welfare Inspector Fiona Mackenzie said she was a walking skeleton, skin hung off bones. Ashley Graham of Peterhead in Aberdeen was banned by the town sheriff court from keeping dogs for 4 years. She should have been thrown in prison and starved herself. I mean, isn't that... How can you do that to an animal? How can you... I mean, I just don't understand people like that. I really don't. I love the story of Simon. Simon Skews had lost all his confidence. He had a stroke. And then he got himself a volunteer position with the Mary Rose Museum. And life has changed dramatically. And you know we love the Mary Rose Museum. You should go. If you've never been to it, go to it. And what would you do? There's a mischievous moggy called Gryffindor who spent 10 hours. He'd climbed up a pole. It was an electricity pole. They had to turn off the power. He spent 10 hours up there, caused chaos for locals, and he was rescued. The 1-year-old's owner, Verity Edwards Flaherty, yeah, that's about as good as it gets, says, I don't think the firefighters had seen it ever. It's usually trees that would have been a lot easier, but this was such a huge risk to her and the firefighters. I'm tempted to say I'd have left it up there. They get down by themselves. Seriously. The power line in Gloucestershire was turned off as the pet was brought down safely. Everybody seemed to be very happy to get her down, yeah. Well, probably round your neck of the woods, yeah. But I bet not in the rest of the town. Definitely not. Britons can look on the bright side. Always look on the bright side of life. I can't whistle as much as I used to be, actually. I used to be able to... I wish I could whistle like Roger Whittaker, but I can't.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Apparently, Steve, you were squirting cheese in yesterday's soundbite. Primula. I do that after I've done my injection in the morning. They say have a little food, and I sort of vary. So I had a few cream crackers with cream cheese squirted onto it. So this was the soundbite the other day from Eddie Mayer's programme. Squirty cheese. That was it. Squirty cheese. That was it. Honestly, how he picks these things, I've got no idea. And, Steve, it was funny to hear you say, I don't mind sneezing. It reminded me of the Welsh girl on Big Brother years ago who said, I like blinking, I do. Blinking. I like blinking as well. You are neither a mod or a rocker, says Kevin the Milkman. You are a mocker. Ooh, mocking Francis. Deservedly mocking the Z-list so-called celebrities. Exactly, and we give them the oxygen of publicity. You know, to see Arj sitting on Steph's dire programme the other day. What is the point? You know, a self-admitted cokehead who's had to go into rehab on numerous occasions, and you think, and he's down as a celebrity. And I'm thinking, no. A celebrity would be any one of millions of people who do marvellous jobs, not somebody who's wasted their life. You know, literally, he could have done so much more. I can remember, I think when he finished with Gemma Collins, they went out for a nanosecond. She was in a swimming pool. I think she was in the pool, the water had got out. And she then turned round to him and she slapped her rump and she said, You don't know what you're missing. I thought, no, of course he does. That's why he's not going out with you anymore. Lydia Dim was a bit of a dreary one as well. Do you remember Lydia Dim when they put her on Mastermind? Talk about thick. God blimey, she didn't know anything. She really didn't know anything. She must have got on there. Perhaps somebody had paid money or something. I couldn't think of any other reason. And how many more blooming times do I have to read stuff about Friends Reunited? Who cares? They're just going on about it all the time. OK, go on. Now, you might know who this person is. I've got no idea. Jason McAteer. Do you know who Jason McAteer is? You know who he is. You've heard his name. You don't know what he does? Sports person, yeah. I've never even heard of him before. He's made a come-and-get-me plea to I'm Celebrity Bosses. The former Liverpool ace. Never even heard of you, Jason. It's sorry, isn't it, mate? You're beginning to sound a bit desperate. He's up for becoming a campmate, even though he's nervous it could ruin his career. Which career would that be, darling? Which career? Do tell us. Jason McAteer. And he says, I look at it from all angles and how it would impact my future career. But if everything was right for me, I'd do it. You just go and sit in a jungle with a lot of other old has-beens, dear. Not difficult. Jason said, at the minute, I wouldn't do it if it was in the castle. I'd want something a bit more exotic. I'm sorry, the only people who would know who you were people who'd probably seen you play football. But I've never watched football. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. He says... I've been asked to do different things in the past and the stuff I've been interested in doing. Sure signs somebody's obviously got an agent. You know, they go, oh, would you like to book Jason McAteer? No? Why would you want to? If 90% of the country hasn't got the faintest idea who he is, what's the point? What is the point? Somebody's complaining in the Daily Star. They print all their letters. People have written them a letter and they say... this talentless pair, Philip Schofield and little Princess Holly Willoughby, are everywhere. Now she's not only doing a cameo appearance in Midsummer Murders, she's popping up in The Masked Dancer. This is from, says somebody, leave it to the professionals. And you think to yourself, yeah, but obviously, listen, if they weren't popular, they wouldn't use them. And she always have you ever seen her looking tired? No. Unless she's been to an award ceremony and she's had a few bevies, in which case she's not particularly good. Not particularly good. Oh, here we go. What's this? This is doing a little bit of exercise with Mark Wright, who looks as though he's been airbrushed. It's a very odd set of pictures. But you can do squat jump. You could do these. You could have a go at these. Squat jump kicks, plank rows, frog squats. You'd be good at frog squats. I could see that. Full star jumps, knee drives... I think you'd probably kill yourself. Jab cross boxing. I'll do jab cross boxing with you. It's things to make you fit. Remember Fit Luke? Like a star jump. Da-da, da-da. Like that. You didn't do that? Okay. Speed skating. It all looks very nice if you look like him, and that's fine. But to be honest, it's not for us. It's not for us at all. We can't do stuff like that. The producer doesn't even know what it is. Yeah, we don't do exercise. As far as I'm concerned, getting up and going to the loo or getting a cup of tea is my exercise in the morning. Oh, I tell a lie, I do walk to get the bus. And I do walk down the stairs, but when I come in, I take the lift. Don't know why, it's only like a floor, isn't it? I just feel better taking the lift. I feel a bit more comfortable doing it. But, I get there. Ambrosine says, Love Island's back soon. If you were 18 again, would you have gone into the show? Don't be so ridiculous. Don't be so... Listen, even when I was 18, I was fairly sensible. I wouldn't go into a show like... What would be the point of that? There'd be nothing that would interest me on the programme. I feel sorry for them because you've got himbos and bimbos. And they're just sort of there, and then they open their mouths. And like him. He's nice. He does that. And you think, what did you do before you came and ended up in this ghastly programme? Awful, terrible, terrible, terrible. So the answer is, if I was 18 again, and to be honest with you, I can't think whether I'd want to be 18 again. I'm trying to think what I was doing when I was 18. Probably working. Well, if I was working, because I left school at 15, so I would probably have been working. Steve, you've got to tell me who you call Lydia Dim, says Jens. Well, it's Lydia Bright, because she's thick as a plank. She went on Mastermind. She didn't know anything. She really was ultimately stupid. And the worst thing is that when you watch the people from Made in Essex of most of whom, I mean, don't even seem to live in Essex. They seem to live outside of it. And they can barely string two words together. You know, you see somebody like Elliot Wright, going to talk like this, you know, and all the rest of it. You know, he even walks like a triangle. You know, Gemma Collins and all the other ones, you know, and they get, because you said this to me, you said that. What do you mean, use? What's this use? Where is this estuary English from? It's ghastly. So Lydia Dim, because she is as thick as a plank. Thick as a plank. And now you've got to suffer with her mother, who looks like she's been plugged into the electric socket. She's got that sort of hair all over the place. Go and get it sorted out, love. Quick as possible. Apparently there's other people. I mean, all these people seem to wear makeup 24 hours a day. I find it deeply depressing that there's people, but of course none of them appear to have jobs. The ones who've actually got jobs and made something of themselves have got out of the series as quick as possible. You've still got little Bobby Cole Norris, who's deeply, deeply unpleasant. He was so rude to Amy Charles the other day. I'd have, gone in there and said, Amy, you are perfectly entitled to say to him, you're a talentless has-been. Go away. He followed and he says, because I didn't like that. And he's standing there with his little handbag under his arm and he's taking the mickey out of her. All right, she's not the brightest penny in the box. But she was trying to defend her friends. Anything to do with him. I saw him once walking through Waterloo Station some years ago. God, blimey. I felt like saying, going for a job, but I thought no. Apparently, Jason McAteer's family is famous for boxing. I've never heard of him. How can you put somebody in a programme which is supposed to be celebrity-based? If they're not celebrity-based, you don't know who they are. Because sometimes you see these celebrity programmes and I sit there going, who are you? Who are you? Very boring. I like the squirty cheese, though. You get 3 for £3 in Iceland of Primula. And it's very nice. I squirt it onto Jacob's cream crackers. It's very nice. It's very nice. It's probably not very good for you, actually, is it? And somebody says... Oh, Carol Kruger says, are you a mod or a rocker? It was Ringo Starr who answered, I'm a mocker, in a scene from A Hard Day's Night. Oh, right. I'll tell you what I enjoyed watching the other day. It was David Essex. He made a couple of films. One of them, he played a pop star junkie. And it was very good. He also worked on a fun fair. And he was somebody there. I thought he was great. I don't know even how old. How old is David Essex now? Because he was in a show some years ago in the West End at the Piccadilly Theatre, and I think it was called Love Island or something. Here we go. He's 73. He's 73. It's unbelievable. Rock On was the first film that he did. His name is David Albert Cook, but he was on the television. Born in Plaistow. And his grandfather, Thomas Kemp, was nicknamed Phillimore. He's lovely. But he did all sorts of... He was in Tommy. He was in Jeff Wayne's musical version of War of the Worlds. Silver Dream Racer, the motorcycle racing film. And he was Fletcher Christian in Mutiny, based on Mutiny on the Bounty. And he's done all sorts of things. 6 years as an ambassador for Voluntary Overseas, which earned him an OBE. And... He was lovely. Well, he still is lovely, actually. He's got a son called Billy Cook. He wrote the musical score for the film Traveller from 2013. But he was very popular, very, very popular. And he's got all these hit singles. Gonna make you a star? Yeah. You know, hold me close, don't let me go. I thought he was fab. Only ever interviewed him once. He was great. Silver Dream Racer. Tahiti was another one. Rock On, though, was great. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, which is lovely, isn't it? So there you go. I like to... Did you know that's the advantage to having the internet nowadays? Years ago, you'd have to go, can we find out how old David Essex is? They'd have to go out to a library, get a book out, go through it and try and find... Now, you click on and there'll be about 7 million pieces all about David Essex. Good, isn't it? I can probably find myself on there. He was Jim McLean in Stardust. I know. I never looked at David Essex and went, he looks like somebody called Jim. But I loved the film. I thought it was great. I liked all those 70s films, I thought, 80s films. I thought they were very good indeed.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. I thought David Essex's best film, Steve, was That'll Be the Day. says Chris. I think Rosemary Leach was at that one too. Dig it out sometime. It comes on both of his films. That'll Be the Day and Stardust. I think you'll find her on there. Shane says, I've had lunch. I'm still hungry. Nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse. That'll Be the Day first movie, Stardust. See his character become a rock star. Adam Faith played the manager. That'll be the day. And 1973, I think that one was, written by Ray Connolly. It's a coming-of-age drama. And Rosemary Leach and Ringo Starr, there were all sorts of people. Billy Fury, Keith Moon, John Hawken. And the success of that led to Stardust, following the life of Jim McClane through the 60s and the 70s. It was just nice. I just like things like that. I like a bit of nostalgia. Jonathan Shallett, raining? Sunny today. I think sunny today, actually, Jonathan. It should be all right. He says, you're dead. He's Googled me, and he has discovered that I'm an American television personality, radio personality, musician, composer and actor. And I died in October 2000. He says you were the co-creator and host of the legendary Tonight Show, and you've got 2 stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Woo! We went to Hollywood. I went there to interview Julie Andrews for an anniversary, I think, of The Sound of Music, and we did it down on Venice Beach. And the funny thing was, we decided, my producer at the time and myself, to get, don't ask me why we thought of this, to get a tour bus. I've never done a tour bus. I've lived in London and worked in London for more than 50 years. And I've never done a tour bus. It's only because I know I'd be correcting them on different things, because I can imagine they get things wrong. And we went on a tour bus. We bought the tickets. And it started off in brilliant sunshine. When we finished, it was pitch black. We were frozen to death. And the bus had been changed twice because it broke down. And Hollywood, where Grauman's Chinese Theatre is, at night time becomes red light district. It's all full of hookers and drug dealers and all sorts of ghastly things during the daytime. And it was worth doing the tour. And I'll tell you for why. It was like somebody had waved a wand, Jonathan, and taken you back to the 50s. All the old cinemas with these big projections out of the front of the building were there. It did look like we were on a giant film set. I found it quite fascinating, even though the bus that we were on broke down. We had to transfer buses, and we went round and we did all the posh shops and everything else. It was really interesting. So now I know when I'm standing at the bus stop here in London, you see the tourist buses go past with all the tourists. I always think I've done that, not in London, because I think I probably know a little bit more about London than the people who are doing the tours. Steve, David Essex on tour this year, says Graham. Woo! London Palladium, Tuesday 28th of September. That'll do really well. That'll do really well. The David Essex fans are quite loyal to him, which is how you'd expect it to be. It's like the Cliff Richard fans. The moment a Cliff Richard show is announced, it sells out really fast. Sells out really fast because, the Cliff Richard fans absolutely adore him, as indeed I do. Definitely. So it's Mr. Cummings today, ramping up the attacks on Boris Johnson. And I think Boris is braced for a lambasting when he's questioned by MPs today. I mean, until November, if you think about it, he was Boris's most senior advisor, but he's going to blame those around him for failings in handling the pandemic in February and March. Lord knows what's going to happen. Let's say, this one could be the rockets from another planet, I suspect. Also, Boris Johnson is going to take the lead on stiffer sentences for dog nappers. Yes. I mean, there was that short while ago. Was it 79 dogs they found on a traveller site? 79 dogs. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. But he owns a white Jack Russell cross called Dylan. And he says here, dog napping, which has soared during lockdown, people could be prosecuted. Because at the moment, look, you can get away with anything you like. Mind you, I've always thought you can get away with most things in this country. Should poetry be snooty? They've got a piece in the I newspaper today, and the answer is no. No, we do some very nice little poetry pieces, which are very much, of the people, of the moment. Sometimes we don't understand them, but most of the time they're good fun, definitely. Dentists will cut NHS work and go private. Well, of course they will. They're in the business to make money. That's what dentists do. They make money. And they have to make... I mean, there's no point in going into a job if you're not going to make money. What's the point? That would be just a total failure. Total failure. And rock legend Brian May. Do you know, we had a really good interview. You'll find him also. He's one of those interviews you can download because I've got thousands and thousands of podcasts for you. He says cycling saved his life after a heart attack. But it was at the end of the interview that we finished. He said, I really enjoyed that. He said that was really interesting. Because, you know, if you talk to somebody like Brian May, you've got to be interested. And because I know Neats, the wife, Anita Dobson, you know, and we talked about all sorts of things. Really interesting guy. Tony Beak says the best thing about being famous is that irritating fake smile he's got. I can't bear it. I absolutely cannot bear it. His wife's called Hannah. She probably has to put up with that. But he says it brings happiness to his mum. Well, that's great, but it's just that you're irritating. At one point, they thought he was going to be the new Bruce Forsyth. I don't think he's got the talent for it. I really don't. Plus, Kate and Wills are in good spirits. They're obviously boozing here. What were they boozing? They were in Orkney, and they were boozing whiskey. Honestly, really it's dreadful. And a plan to chop down more than 100 trees at Sandringham is being considered as the Queen and Prince Charles planted one in a bid to encourage millions of others. So some of these trees are set to be removed to expand the visitor car park. But I thought they've just had their Plant a Tree campaign, and so they're cutting them down to expand the car park. Well, I don't want to use some old Anglo-Saxon words, but I mean, sod that for soldiers. I don't think that's right. You can't encourage people to start planting trees. You know, I mean, the application lodged with Kings Lynn Borough Council comes at the same time as the Queen's Plant a Tree for the Jubilee was launched on Monday. There's 111. They want to bring them down. I mean, that just doesn't seem right. So you're planting them, but you're knocking them down to build a blooming car park to get more people in to raise more money. No, thank you. A spokesman for Sandringham said within the redevelopment, the estate will plant native trees and introduce wildflower planting. Some of these trees are more than 100 years old. Leave them alone. Honestly, I don't have to come around and slap the back of your legs. Piers Morgan's saying he didn't believe a word of Prince Harry and Meghan's Oprah interview led to Ofcom getting 57,121 complaints about Good Morning Britain. Didn't do him any harm whatsoever. Seriously, Ofcom didn't do anything about it. He left he walked out of the programme by himself. He didn't, and he's still working for ITV. Still working for ITV. You know, that's the way it goes. One of Britain's last surviving D-Day veterans has completed his final mission to help secure a memorial for every comrade who died there. Harry Billinge, 96 he is. He said it was his last duty to get a tribute recording of the 22,500 service personnel who died under British command in the Battle of Normandy. He's collected more than £50,000 towards a £30 million cost. He stormed the Gold Beach in 1944. These people have memories. These people have fantastic memories. And there are some people who sit them down and talk to them and record it. So they've got these memories. You know, when you look, I mean, the British Normandy Memorial stands on a hillside overlooking Gold Beach. Harry, who comes from St Austell, said he will keep fundraising for the memorial's maintenance and to create an educational centre. What a marvellous man. What a marvellous man. These people should be allowed to live forever. When he stormed the Gold Beach, he was an 18-year-old sapper attached to the 44 Royal Engineer Commandos. He said, I lost a lot of good pals on that terrible day. I'm one of the only blokes going now who can describe the horror, walking wounded, crawling through a sea of red bodies, torsos and legs. You know, those memories never leave him. 96, what a marvellous person. What a marvellous person. Kim says, I was very keen on David Essex. Whoopee. Very attractive, very talented. Mark Bolan, loved him. We lost him far too soon. Elvis and Mark both died in the same year. I find it quite depressing when you go through all the people. At the end of each year, we always do it on LBC. I do it on my programmes over the new year. All the people that we've lost, and you tend to forget how many. There are loads of them. And, as long as we keep talking about them, we keep the memory alive, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the best thing to do. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this Wednesday morning. If you have just joined us, I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be along with the Wednesday breakfast on LBC. Busy, because I bet you anything he's going to be talking about Mr. Cummings, saying as everybody else is talking about. We don't know what he's going to come up with, but whatever it is, it's not going to be good news. I don't think so. We'll talk about tour guides. We'll tell you about all sorts of things, and we take your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But here's the news at 6.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. I mean, already the sun's coming up in Leicester Square. It's quite bright out there. Do you know, funny thing is, I prefer it when it's winter and it's pitch dark. I don't know why. I've just sort of got that thing about it being dark outside. When you walk out, when you arrive in the dark and then you go home in the light, I find it very disconcerting. But there's all sorts of people wandering about at this time. London, 24-hour city, and here we are in the middle of Leicester Square. Just us and the pigeons and the occasional foxes wandering through. With you till 7 this morning on this Wednesday, 26th of May. Don't forget David Essex in Godspell. Yes, I think actually he features on the album, I think. And Janice says, so Ofcom got 57,000 complaints about Mr. Morgan. Suppose that would have been a good variety of people. I've got no idea. It didn't make any difference because, Ofcom didn't do anything. He was allowed an opinion, so people complained about it. I mean, I think it was almost a record, wasn't it, 57? I don't know, I've never heard of anybody getting 57,000 complaints. I think that was quite phenomenal. But it is still employed by ITV. And I'm sure if he wanted to go back to Good Morning Britain, they'd have him back like a flash. He was very good on it. Although, actually, I'm enjoying Bill Turnbull. He seems to fit in quite nicely. Disgraced Bashir, apparently, Martin Bashir, is still pocketing £2,000 a week from the BBC because he was sort of put out because he's not very well. And so he resigned rather than being sacked, which meant he still gets his salary until his 3-month notice period ends in July. I mean, it's an absolute scandal, isn't it, really? £2,000 a week for doing nothing apart from being hated by everybody. So there you go. It's a shame, actually. It's a shame. Whether or not, it goes any further from here, I've got no idea. The BBC had a news blackout trying to keep a lid on the scandal. And then it's turned out. Mind you, they've often done this at the BBC. They've had no end of scandals. I mean, Jimmy Savile was operating for donkey's years, known to many people, and yet nobody did anything about it. People were telling jokes about... When I first started in radio, people were telling jokes about Jimmy Savile without realising how serious it was. It was bad. What else we got in the newspaper for today? Stripped bare by the private inequity companies. The hotspot hospitals, Hounslow being one of them, I should imagine. Creeping up in areas battling the Indian variant. I mean, it's not so good, is it? I mean, that's why I've said to you, you really need to get these vaccines. You need to get it sorted out. They've got mobile vaccination units. I think North Tyneside, very popular up there. But leaders from areas hit by the Indian variant mutiny over the new restrictions, forcing a quick rethink. But get the vaccine and you'll feel a lot better. Now the under-30s are getting it. So that's good news. Did you see the huge moon this morning? I walked outside, actually, and Thomas Watts said exactly the same. He said, did you see the moon this morning? And I said, no. Didn't even think about looking up at the moon. But apparently it was enormous. Did you see it, boys? Did you see the moon? No, see, neither of us. For some reason, we don't tend to look up unless somebody reminds. We looked the other day when it was blood red, but we haven't seen it since. I often used to wonder, actually, years ago, when you'd look up at the moon, and it was dark, whether you'd see rockets going round it. No, obviously not. Sounds a bit stupid, but it's the kind of thing you think of, isn't it, when you're a little person? No, they aren't that big rockets. They're very, very tiny. Very, very tiny. Also, Sarah Vine, columnist of the year in the Mail today, talking about there can't have been an easy few months for the Prince of Wales. What with the death of his father and the attacks on him by Prince Harry. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd just lose Harry completely. He can stay in America. Eventually the Americans will be bored with him. He'll turn out just to be another media tart because people go over there and they adapt to the celebrity lifestyle without people having to do anything. It's just the way that they do it. And also Maureen Lipman has pushed back against the decision of Equities Union President Maureen Beattie to urge members to take part in pro-Palestine demonstrations. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah? Yeah. Sorry. We're just having one of those. We have these strange conversations on air. You know, it's like, do you know when we have to do the thing, we have to put in the code numbers so they can access I was going to say my account, but my emails. And this morning we didn't have to do that. So normally I go, the first number is, and I hold up fingers. It's like doing bingo calling, but it doesn't kind of work. Also, more bad news for Keir Starmer. His first biography by Nigel Cawthorne is published in July and entitled A Life of Contrasts. Awkwardly, it's the same title as the memoirs of the late Max Mosley's fascist mother, Diana Mitford. Duh. Can't believe it, can you really? But 14 times he was asked whether he'd taken drugs by Piers Morgan. They've always got to find something in an interview to actually, you know, get the publicity, because otherwise it's just another Piers Morgan interview. And people want to know about it, don't they? Kathy Burke rages against thespians who mumble on television. She's stopped acting, Kathy Burke. Did you know that? She's sort of taken a back seat. Bless her heart. She says actors don't open their mouths anymore. She said it's self-indulgent. Maureen Lipman, incidentally, on with Nick this morning. She'll be having an ology. Remember all those adverts? You probably don't remember those adverts, do you? I remember all those adverts from Maureen Lipman. Oh, yes. Actually, she looks fantastic for her age. She really does look fantastic for her age. And, of course, you can see her in Coronation Street, which is so strange, isn't it, when you see people that you've known for years and years and years. But she'll be on with Nick today. Here are some activists saving trees. Perhaps they're going to be out there in Sandringham. Don't want to start knocking all these trees. 100-year-old trees. I mean, it's taken them 100 years. And somebody's going to go, oh, we'll knock those down. Oh, don't worry, we'll plant some other ones and we're building a car park. I'm sorry. No. And I don't often do that. National Trust Chief has quit in the members' war on woke. And it's a shame, really. Shoplifting has soared to record levels. Nearly £1 billion a year. Shoplifting. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. You walk into a shop, nobody's going to stop you for nicking things. They really, well, I mean, how many times have you seen people up in court, you know, for nicking, you know, a packet of cornflakes or a bottle of wine? They don't. I saw somebody, well, I've seen quite a few people nicking from Marks and Spencer's because it's so easy to do. They don't have security. They did have a security man in there. He was about as useless as a chocolate teapot. It was terrible. In fact, you know, there were people nicking the shops and walking out the back door, and he's standing at the front door talking to the vegetables. Seriously. It was that bad. They eventually decided he was a waste of space. But I saw somebody coming in. He was a person who would be nicking, and he picked up a bottle and put it. And so I said to, I don't know why actually. I said, put it back. And so he took it out from his coat and put it back on the shelf and walked out the front door again. But I told you, the worst one was a woman who was nicking with her children. Nicking with the children. She was as opposed to putting stuff in the basket, she was putting it in her pram under the hood. Nicking steak and sausages and everything like that. And I saw her doing it. And I said to somebody on one of the tills, I said, she's thieving. And they went, but we see her every day, we know her. She comes in and has a chat. Her husband's, you know, in the army and he's away. I said, she's thieving. And she blamed it on the little girl, but she was the one thieving. People are dreadful, aren't they? They're absolutely dreadful. Got some birthdays today, probably yours. Many happy returns of the day. Also, Helena Bonham Carter is 55. I like her. She's a bit sort of kooky. And I quite like kooky. I think she's good. She's been in Harry Potter, Princess Margaret in The Crown, and the Queen's Mother in The King's Speech. She was in a relationship 13 years with Tim Burton, who directed her in Sweeney Todd. And there's something about her I just like, because she's a bit kooky. She's a bit different. Also, Mary Nightingale, the broadcaster. She was a city bond trader before she became ITN's first female election presenter. She's 58 today. 58. So many happy returns of the day. Also born on this day in 1913, Peter Cushing. Died in 1994. And amazing. Sir Matt Busby was born in 1909. There'll be a name familiar to football fans everywhere. That was the footballer from Lanarkshire, played for Man City and Liverpool, but is best remembered as Man United's manager from 1945 to 69, badly hurt in the Munich air disaster in which 8 of his Busby babes were among 23 people killed. He rebuilt the side. United became the first English team to lift the European Cup in 1968. Sir Bobby Charlton said he always told us football is more than a game. It has the power to bring happiness to ordinary people. I was watching this morning on YouTube children meeting their sporting heroes, and they were all footballers, little children who burst into tears. They were clinging on to people and getting them to sign things. And some of the footballers were really good. They were taking off their shirts and giving them their shirts. And the most touching was little Bradley McIntosh. Remember little Bradley who died? And that was absolutely heartbreaking, But just to watch these little children, I defy anybody to watch it, where they stand there. One of the little kids is standing there, and they're all waiting to go out, obviously, onto the football pitch. And he looks up, and he suddenly realises who he's standing next to, and he goes, huh? And his jaw drops, literally physically drops. It's really quite lovely, Steve and team, I met Harry in St Austell Market. He didn't shake a tin in front of you for a donation and loved to chat. Beautiful man, says Brian in Chesham. And somebody says, Sue, I think Harry and Wills will be friends again one day. Blood is thicker than water. I wouldn't bank on it. I really wouldn't bank on it, Sue. It's just one of those things. They should have come together at the funeral of Prince Philip, but I don't think that happened. And it's what he said about the father. You know, everybody wants Harry to be cut off. No, they don't. Harry wants to be cut off. Harry was the one who made the decision. He said he couldn't wait to get out the royal family, you know, because he didn't like the publicity, and, you know, people, and now absolutely milks it for all it's worth. You know, I don't think that it's going to be happening anytime soon. I really don't.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Still to come, just after the news at 6:30, we'll have a chat to Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor, about the Dominic Cummings debacle. God knows what he's going to be saying. We'll have to wait and see, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of an insight into it. Nicholas says, have you read Nathan Morley's new book about David Tomlinson, the actor who played Mr. Banks in Mary Poppins? What do you mean, read it? He sent to me a copy, which was very nice. Very nice. And big fan, Nathan Morley, as you can imagine, and big fan of David Tomlinson. Big fan. And it's a very comprehensive book. It's really good. If you haven't seen it, you can order it online. David in Leeds says, have you seen Agony with Maureen Lipman? Yes. I think that featured a gay couple as well, didn't it? She lived in like a rooming house or something, or it's a house converted into flats. And I think there was a gay couple upstairs. Way ahead of its time. You're quite right, actually. Steve, I'd understand somebody thieving if they were desperate, like a loaf of bread. No, but people don't steal a loaf of bread. That'd be the last thing they steal. They're stealing bottles of wine, steak, stuff like that. You know, it's just some people do it. I mean, it's now up to nearly £1 billion a year in thieving. And the shops don't care about it. There is absolutely no point at all in prosecuting somebody who's nicking. I mean, you're not going to nick somebody and put them in court for a 90p loaf of bread, are you? I don't think you are, actually. Steve, maybe sooner than you think. Harry has already upset the Americans over the First Amendment and calling it bonkers. That won't be enough to bring him back here. The only thing that'll bring him back here is if his marriage splits up. That's the only thing. There'll be nothing else. Nothing else, because I think the royal family are just they've almost put him to one side. Princess Anne was not very complimentary about him. You just don't do things like that. You know, can you imagine? I mean, unless you absolutely hate your parents, why would you go publicly and start dissing them? You just wouldn't. I wouldn't. Another one says, I was listening to you and I heard arguing in the hallway. Apparently one person in the flat, or one of the flats, says Shane in Sydney, scraped the car door of the other person. Oh, the worst. The worst. I saw some people the other day, actually. What was it? Oh, it was a television programme where it was somebody got out their car and pushed a cyclist off their bicycle for no reason. Luckily, most cyclists nowadays have little cameras on their helmet. And so they film these sort of things. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. So we'll talk about Mr. Cummings, and we'll do that just after the news at past this morning. Plus, the Strictly Stars are back. I can't pronounce any of their names. I really can't. And so they've got one. Nadia Bishkova. I could do that one. Alijaz Skorjanak. It's probably totally incorrect, but that's about as good as it gets. And they're doing a hit for Here Come the Boys at the London Palladium. Who goes to watch these shows? Obviously, loads of people. It runs at the London Palladium until June the 9th. Pasha, one of these people, is married to Rachel Riley. We like Rachel Riley. She's nice. She's very good indeed. And the National Trust chief, who says that he quit after moves by a rebel group to oust him. It's very rich, the National Trust. Very, very rich. Anne Widdecombe's column today is talking about Boris, who likes to think of himself as Churchill, she says, but he's no more Churchill than I'm Cleopatra. And believe you me, you really ain't Cleopatra. And she says, I'm sorry to learn that Jeremy Paxman, that scourge of waffling politicians and brilliant quizmaster on Challenge, has Parkinson's disease. He's one of the few interviews who's actually interested in the answer rather than impatient simply to ask the next question. Although if one evades answering, he's quite happy to press it 14 times. Yeah, bit like Piers Morgan. Parkinson's is horrible, but failing coordination does not mean failing sharpness. And I reckon, she says, Jeremy will be quizzing and writing for many years to come. Absolutely. Absolutely. And she says here, why did the BBC cover up for Martin Bashir? Because he had scooped the interview of the century. Why did it cover up for Jimmy Savile? Because he was a top celebrity and money spinner. Is that unique to the corporation? Almost certainly not. She says today's media is based on competition. Will Strictly beat Big Brother for ratings? Which programme got most viewers last night? Who got the car crash interview this week? Who's extracted the most dramatic admission from a politician or a celebrity? That's what it comes down to. It comes down to who actually gets the interviews. And the Martin Bashir interview, no matter how he got it, was absolutely a big ratings winner for the BBC. Everybody wanted to see the interview. We didn't think about the fact he'd lied about certain things. We just knew, that it was an interview on the television and it got the best ratings of all time. That was what it was. I mean, we don't condone forgery or illegal wrongdoing, but the BBC seemed to accept it because they knew about it. They'd been told about it. And that they still ran it. And now we're told William doesn't want it shown again. And we're now told, whether it's true or not, that the BBC have said they're going to show clips of it. You don't think they're going to shelve an interview? My goodness me. I mean, I don't really know, what they're going to do. And the royal family are going to take the BBC to court or something. Bad enough when you get the future king of the country criticising the BBC quite openly. We found a lost library of British literary greats decades after it was feared lost. 500 historic works are set to be auctioned by Robbie Burns, Emily Bronte and Sir Walter Scott. A handwritten copy of Emily's poems, revised by Sister Charlotte, worth up to 1.2 million. This library is unbelievable. Sotheby's said when the library went missing from public view in the 1930s, many assumed it had disappeared, and now play a role in bringing it to a wider audience is a true career highlight. Amazing, isn't it? The stuff we're finding. This library was collected by a Victorian industrialist called Alfred and William Law. It vanished after their deaths, cared for by relatives. They've obviously decided, let's flog it, get the money. It's what people do nowadays, isn't it? Money is the root of all evil. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, I was at the Palladium last night. It was socially distanced to half full, but it was great to be back in the West End. I hope the theatres don't get closed down again. We need the Palladium Panto this year. I'm not sure whether you will get it. The reason being, they have to get enough people into the theatre to make enough money to pay for the show. And the Palladium Pantomime is phenomenally expensive because it's got an all-star cast. They'd be earning a small fortune. But if you're going to be socially distancing, it's like if you go to the Magic Circle website, they've got some close-up shows where you can watch some really, really good magicians close up and you'll be literally very, very close to them. But they can't do a theatre show because it's only a little tiny theatre anyway. If everybody was socially distanced, it's not going to work. But they've got limited seating available for their close-up shows. So I know that Neil likes things like that. We've had no end of people. We've had a number of shows there. I'll be glad when it gets back to normal. Will you not? So what was the show that you saw at the Palladium last night? Sounds interesting. Charlie and Callum, the Shepperton Builders, say, will you be watching Man United going for European glory tonight? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Come on, the United. I'll be shouting at the television. As if. Another one here. It says, I remember the advert, Steve. I remember the advert, says Steph. I still say to my kids I have an ology in that. They're arguing a point with me. I win every time. I'm going to Kingston to buy face cream today. Face cream. I tried to buy the other day from Estee Lauder exfoliant. They used to do a really nice exfoliator, and it had bits in it, and and they don't make it anymore. I was only saying the other day that sometimes you buy something and you use it on a regular basis, and you go back to get it because you've not bought it for ages, and they go, "We don't make that anymore." It's happened on numerous occasions, which is a shame. Steve, many people yesterday saying hats off to dentists. Yep, and the shirt off my back, says Jim. They're not cheap, are they, dentists? If you say you're going private, they're interested in you. They're very interested in you. So we'll wait and see. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Did you ever meet Kenny Everett? I met Kenny Everett, but I never interviewed him. I think he was mad as a toothbrush. Absolutely mad as a toothbrush, but very creative. I mean, he was, you don't find people like that on the radio very often. They really don't, unless they're on something, which they don't. I like the idea of living to 150. I wonder if I could still do this programme if I lived to 150. You imagine sitting there and them saying, he's been here for ages. It'd be like some old film, wouldn't it, really?
Granny and Grandpa had their hearts set on getting Jess a drum kit for her birthday. And because they bought it on their Barclaycard, they were rewarded too. It was music to their ears. Same can't be said for Mum and Dad. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Search Barclaycard to find out more about our range of rewards cards. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Wednesday, 26th of May. Historic day, actually. Because I should imagine Boris will be waking up in a cold sweat at the moment, because today is the day that Dominic Cummings sings like a canary. The only difference is we have no idea what he's going to sing about. We've got a rough idea, but how bad can it be? LBC's political editor is Theo Usherwood, and he's with us in the studio now. Good morning.
Good morning.
So is this a day that Boris wakes up and goes, I think I'm going to need to take a headache tablet?
This is probably, yes, one of those days when Boris Johnson is going to be glad when he gets to the end of it. Dominic Cummings is appearing before a joint committee of the Science and Technology Committee and the Health and Social Care Select Committee. They're doing a joint inquiry into coronavirus lessons learned, and they've called the Prime Minister's former chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, to give evidence about what he knew was going on in Downing Street, what the Prime Minister was saying, and it is promising to be explosive. We're already hearing that the Prime Minister trying to resist, and this is coming from Dominic Cummings, trying to resist a second lockdown last September, said he believed the virus only really affected those over the age of 80. Of course, he was being pushed by the scientists to implement that second lockdown, which didn't eventually happen until November. We've also got a reference to claims that he'll say, this is what Dominic Cummings will say today, that the Prime Minister called it Kung Flu. This was a term actually coined by the former US President Donald Trump, and Mr. Johnson apparently said he'd be willing to be injected with the virus. This was before he got severely ill and ended up in intensive care in St Thomas's Hospital. He'd be willing to be injected with the virus live on television to prove that there was nothing to fear. Now, of course, the two central questions is what was the government's policy when it came to herd immunity. Herd immunity without a vaccine, the idea was, and this is the allegation from Dominic Cummings, that the government was willing, Boris Johnson was willing, right up to a few days before the first lockdown, to see potentially hundreds of thousands of people infected with the virus. You could see huge hospitals overwhelmed, the NHS overwhelmed, and then it was only when scientists turned around to the Prime Minister and said actually the death toll could go north of 500,000 that the Prime Minister, and this is the allegation I should say from Dominic Cummings, that actually the government switched from a policy of herd immunity whereby everybody gets the virus and therefore is immune and the virus can't go any further, and switched to a policy of suppression whereby we had lockdowns to try and stop the virus spreading, whilst the government tried to find time to develop a vaccine. So Dominic Cummings has appeared before select committees before. He was in front of MPs back in March. It was then an explosive meeting. He described the Department for Health and Social Care as a smoking ruin when it came to trying to procure protective equipment for frontline NHS workers. So he has a vendetta against, from everything we've seen and read and what's been leaked out. He seems to have a vendetta against Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister. So. For Number 10, this is going to be a difficult day or so, and they're going to try and, from their point of view, they'll hope that actually MPs on that joint committee will be able to question Dominic Cummings' motives, why he's doing it, and is he actually just trying to stick the knife into his former boss?
Because what's the point? I don't understand. It's been and gone, and it's done it, and we've now got more people who've been vaccinated. Who cares what went on before?
So, from Dominic Cummings' point of view, this was a man who was at the heart of Downing
He's on a
Street.
vendetta, isn't he?
He was the Prime Minister's chief advisor.
Yeah.
There was a falling out between Mr. Cummings and the Prime Minister's fiancée, Carrie Symonds, and he left alongside Lee Kane, who was the Director of Communications in Number 10 at the time last November. And since then, we've had leaks about the refurbishment, the £100,000 refurbishment of the Downing Street flat, the Lulu Little designer makeover, the £100 a square metre.
There's a book here, isn't there? I see a book.
And how there was an initial plan to set up a trust fund to pay for it all. So we've had that. We've also had the comments about Boris Johnson is promising to avoid a third lockdown by allowing the quote unquote the bodies to pile high, and there's been a huge amount of speculation about whether Boris Johnson did or didn't say it, and the Prime Minister's actually he said in the Commons in answer to Keir Starmer, and there was a lot of speculation about whether he actually denied saying it. So there's also, and this is where it could, I think, potentially be more damaging for Boris Johnson if it turns personal. If it moves away from the technicalities of what policy was in place when. And particularly, we've already heard allegations that the Prime Minister was trying to write a book about Shakespeare and wasn't focused on the 5 COBRA meetings, that's the emergencies committee within government that were taking place, which he'd missed at the very start of the pandemic, because he was busy writing about Shakespeare because he needed the money from the proceeds of the sale of that book to pay for his very costly divorce to his now ex-wife Marina Wheeler. So, and I think if Dominic Cummings can bring documents, emails, the so-called receipts of his allegations to stack up the personal aspect, it could become damaging for the Prime Minister in Westminster. However, and this is, I think, a word of caution, whether it actually matters with people outside of Westminster, whether it matters with voters, because of course we had the huge furore, the sleaze scandal, Keir Starmer jumping up and down at the dispatch box about the refurbishment of the number 11 flat, the bodies pile high comments before the Hartlepool by-election. Everybody knew about it, and yet Hartlepool came out to vote Conservative and put a Conservative MP in the seat for the first time ever. And of course, and Keir Starmer failed to land any real blows in local elections across the country as well. So for town halls across the country. So whether this cuts through, and there is some time to go before a general election, whether this cuts through remains to be questioned. However, it should be said that both there's David Cameron, who was Prime Minister, not a fan of Dominic Cummings. Dominic Cummings, of course, ultimately did for David Cameron's career because he won the Brexit referendum. Sir Ian Duncan Smith employed Dominic Cummings to work in his office when he was leader of the Conservative Party. That didn't end well for Sir Ian Duncan Smith, who had to quit. So there is a track record of Dominic Cummings managing to undo and unstitch the careers of senior Conservative politicians, and that will be, I think, slightly on the Prime Minister's mind.
I think, you see, I agree with you, sort of. I think it's only of interest to people inside Westminster and the newspapers. To the general public, they couldn't care less. I mean, quite clearly, he's on a mission.
Yes, and you raised the point about the vaccine. The vaccine rollout has been hugely successful. And Dominic Cummings admitted the vaccine rollout had been hugely successful. And he gave credit to the Prime Minister that the vaccine rollout had been hugely successful when he appeared at the Select Committee at the beginning of in March of this year. So there is, and of course that, and our success with the vaccine rollout runs contrary to what we've been seeing happen in Europe. So you're quite right to suggest, actually, and this was a comment that was made inside Number 10, and some people think it actually came from the Prime Minister himself. You know, when people have the jab in their arm, they like to vote Tory, and the point of that is that actually what people care about now is the fact that they've had the vaccine. Because they've had the vaccine, past failures, whether it's what happened in care homes, whether it's what happened with protective equipment, they are prepared to let go. Or, of course, Dominic Cummings will be pointing to the fact now we've got nearly 100, the record in terms of the death toll, each one tragedy, of course, is now nearly 130,000 people have died in the UK. There is, of course, a question mark about whether people died from COVID or died with COVID. The figure is around 25%, but it's still a huge number. Dominic Cummings, the allegation will be that because of the inaction of the Prime Minister, because he wasn't focused on the job at hand, actually that death toll could have been much less had the Prime Minister and had Number 10 and those advising the Prime Minister, apart from Dominic Cummings, of course, because he's the one making the allegations, been doing a better job.
Where does Dominic Cummings go now? After he's done this, what happens to him?
He doesn't need to work.
Oh, does he not?
No, he doesn't need to work. He's quite a fortunate position. His wife is the daughter to one of the richest landowners in the country.
So money, not a thing.
But he's always. That's not. I don't make that comment in a derogatory sense. He has always been somebody who flits in and out of projects, political projects, as he sees fit. He doesn't. He works for. He's been somebody in Westminster who's always been known to work for. To work for the joy of working, for what he's passionate about. So he went and did the EU referendum to secure this country's exit from the European Union. He then took a bit of a time out because, of course, Boris Johnson didn't become Prime Minister. That was Theresa May. And then Boris Johnson came into Number 10. Brexit was a mess. Boris Johnson went to see Dominic Cummings in his flat and said, could you give me a hand sorting it out? And he agreed, and he came back. But of course, Dominic Cummings doesn't work for the money. He doesn't need to. No.
Well, why doesn't any of this, and briefly, fall under the Official Secrets Act?
So
there was a hesitation.
So you have to, if you, and I'm sure that there are people who are very conscious of this. If you publish something there, and so far what we've seen is, and the argument is that everything that's been published is in the national interest, it's in the public interest.
Okay.
And of course, they're at the moment, nobody is questioning the details, whether the details that have been released would fall under compromising national security.
Okay. I'll take that from you. Theo Usherwood, thank you very much indeed. Theo is LBC's political editor.
This is the story of that quiet night in with Daisy May Cooper literally judging books by their covers. Or the story of that lazy morning lying to the FBI about who you really work for. Or the story of that walk home after some beers followed by spirits hell-bent on their dreadful revenge. From Educating Daisy to Mother, Neighbour, Russian Spy and Ghost Stories, Stephen Fry's definitive collection. For the story you need right now, listen on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So Britain's set to revel in a summer of sport and live performances. Although, as you heard earlier on, people are going out to theatres. In fact, actually, the driver I had this morning said that he picked up somebody from the theatre last night, but they're all doing the socially distancing. So I think it's 2 people, gap, 2 people, or there might be 2 people, 2 gaps, then 2 people and so on. When you've got a big theatre, it was like when we had the rugby the other day in Twickenham. The stadium holds, 60 to 80,000 people. And there were 10,000 people in there. It just looked as though there was nobody in it. They were all... And also, the funny thing was, as opposed to sort of moving everybody down, people were spaced out. So if you'd bought a cheap seat up the top, you were up there all by yourself. Because I remember looking at the pictures of it and watching bits on the television. It was quite intriguing, actually. Quite intriguing to sort of see, these places can't survive with only 10,000 people when you're used to having 60 to 80,000 people, which is not good. Eve says, I didn't realise funny man Stephen Mulhern was a magician. A very good magician. In fact, you must know he's a magician. He's had programmes on the television doing magic. He's been doing magic, almost longer than he's been doing presenting on the television. Have you met him? God, I've known him for donkey's years. Donkey's years. I don't know why they say donkey's years, but yes, we've known him for a long, long time. The government U-turns on the new pandemic. And the PM wanted to be infected with COVID on live TV. He called the virus Kung Flu. This is what we'll be finding out later on when Cummings throws a... But you can't do anything about it. He can only tell you what went on at the time. It's all allegations, and you can't. It's not going to change anything. What are they going to do? Sort of throw Boris Johnson out of office? No. In fact, you would have thought with all of this going on, he wouldn't have won the Tories wouldn't have won the by-election, which had been a Labour stronghold for ages and ages. Lo and behold, they did it with a record majority. First time in ever, as we were hearing a moment ago from Theo. But nothing can be changed. You can't we can't go, we'll learn from our mistakes. Because at the moment, we don't seem to be learning from our mistakes, but they seem to be keen to get everything as open as it possibly can be. So people are booking to go out to restaurants. So no matter what Dominic Cummings says, some of it will quite clearly be aimed, and we think there could be the personal side, against Boris Johnson. But apart from that, what are you learning that you don't know before? You're not. What are you going to do? Write a hate letter to Boris Johnson saying you should have done this, you should have done that? We know what went on. We know how bad it was. We know how bad the COVID was, and we know how many people died. Not as many as in India, where they must be having an even worse time of it. Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, could you ask telly or radio producers to stop quoting distances in kilometres? No, we don't use miles, we use kilometres. It's like, we're also decimal. So, there used to be, actually, strange enough, in Staines in Middlesex, there used to be a jeweller in the marketplace, and all his prices in the window were in pounds, shillings and pence. And I knew a greengrocer in Staines who was in pounds, shillings and pence. It was very difficult to do, but it was the I always remember it was the jewellers who had things. I remember thinking they didn't like it. No, unfortunately, I also agree. Can you not in your car do both things? It can either do kilometres per hour or miles per hour. It can do both. Which, to be honest with you, it doesn't make any difference. I've got no idea. I could never get used to losing feet in inches. I've still got a tape measure that's in inches. So if I'm measuring something, I'm doing it in inches. People sort of say, could you do in inches? Because I don't understand what the rest of it is. I have to keep asking people. The Daily Telegraph has got the Maureen Lipman row showing Equity has lost the plot. Honestly, what with Equity losing the plot, the National Trust Chief resigning amid a woke revolt, and Dominic Cummings about to spill the beans on, well, we're not too sure. It's going to be quite an interesting day today, don't you think? We're only up to Wednesday. Thank goodness we've got a bank holiday. And Boris Johnson taking the lead on the stiffer sentences for dog nappers, because up until now, there appeared to be no law against it, which is not good. Plus, Britain heading for 2 big weeks of vaccination, boosting hopes that the immunisation can stay ahead of the Indian variant and allow restrictions to end next month. In a week, more than 4 million doses have been given. This is, we're way ahead of everything. So, he's actually done that. And that's good, but we'll wait and see what happens. The vaccine minister, Nadeem Zawi, says he was cautiously optimistic we're in a good place to open up completely on June 21st, which is good news. Apparently, Mark says the jewellers in Staines was called Edwin's. Do you know, I couldn't, if you'd offered me £1 million, I couldn't have told you what it was called, but I just remembered it. And I remember going past it a few times and going, they're still in pounds, shillings and pence. But I remember seeing also the grocers. And they would do things in pounds and ounces, because I don't know how it works. I really don't, but that doesn't make any difference. I just go and have 3 of those or 4 of those or something like that. Highway workers had a road to Damascus when they saw the figure of Jesus on a dusty safety sign. They put out diversion boards and they looked at this picture, and I have to be honest, it does bear some sort of, image. But whether or not you think it does look like Jesus, I think you take that with a very, very large pinch of salt. So Nick Knowles thrilled to get back to presenting DIY SOS because he's the best person for it. He's been doing it for donkey's years. He faced the sack, but then as somebody just pointed out to me, they said, what about Gary Lineker? He's been doing crisps for years. Haven't said anything about that. But as I say, the BBC, law unto themselves. There'll be some ruling about, he's freelance and can do this and do everything else. But it doesn't make any difference, does it? Whatever it was, that programme that Nick Knowles did on the television rates. It's a good programme and it gives you good feelings because they're doing, this group of people who come together do nice things for somebody that they don't even know. Somebody they don't even know, and they do it very well. And you can guarantee we've had all sorts of things. We've had seriously ill children and they've changed their houses around. I mean, they've really done fantastic things, absolutely fantastic things. So I'm glad he's kept it. I wasn't remotely bothered that he dressed up as a builder, same clothes that he wears on the programme, and was advertising a breakfast cereal. Who cares? God, I thought we'd passed that a long time ago. The BBC have got more product placement going on than you could shake a stick at, and they're not supposed to be doing anything like that. But that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company, being a Wednesday as we head towards the weekend. Apparently nice weather today. I do have 2 podcasts. One is the full show, and the other is my free little bit extra podcast. This morning, Rebecca Vardy celebrates a cute holiday throwback on her 5th wedding anniversary. I thought if she's finished, I had no idea she was still around. Jessie Nelson celebrates her solo record deal. Hate myself for saying it, but I just don't see this one happening. And the BBC says it will not fire Nick Knowles over his advert fiasco. I should imagine Kellogg's must be loving it. They've never had so much publicity. Up until now, people are going, what's Shreddies? Now you know. Now you know. Morning, everybody. It's Thursday. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Thursday, the 27th of May. Isn't that exciting? Because we're one day away from the weekend and then we're one day into the bank holiday. Although I'm going to be here over the bank holiday, so you can enjoy yourselves. You feel free to go out and spend money. Garden centres mainly. We don't think about anything else apart from garden centres because the weather's going to be good. So I went out yesterday and picked up, they do those sort of little trays of things where they're all mixed and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, you probably get about 8 different plants. And I've discovered, so you've got all colours that mix and match in one thing. They look quite nice. They were £9 each. So I bought 3 of those. I might go back and get some more today and start filling up with the earth, and then over the weekend, put the plants in, then go round and water them. That'll be all very exciting because as the weather's going to be nice. I mean, yesterday was actually okay, wasn't it, really? But I've lost keys. I lost my keys this morning for my locker. How embarrassing. I had to go back downstairs and ask the boys on reception, do you have a master key for all the lockers? Because we've all got, not everybody's got lockers, but I've got 2. I don't know, I managed 2. And a cubby hole. But one of my lockers I needed to get into, and I went to my key and, for goodness sake, it's gone. So it's either at home, it's fallen off, or I've lost my keys forever. So anyway, but the boys went and had a look. They came back with key 302, and it said on the tag, LBC master key for lockers. So I put it in there. First of all, it didn't, and then I went, no, it opened it. I was so excited. So I'm going to have a check at home. I don't know where else it can be, really. I didn't go out in the car yesterday, so it won't be in the car. And normally my keys are sitting in my top pocket of my jacket. So I've checked in the jacket pocket. No, not there. So it must be at home. It's just 2 little keys. They're on a rather flimsy little sort of key ring type thing, which is then in turn hooked onto the stuff. Bit of a disaster with the taxi this morning. What happens is I'm a regular booking. Have been for years, and every so often I'll phone up and I'll change the pickup time. I'll change that, and so this morning I changed the pickup time. Not that made any difference at all, and they then send you a thing about half an hour away from where the driver is, and they send you a thing saying your driver's on the way. Please make sure you're wearing your mask, and blah 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 blah, and then it clicks onto a map, and you can see where the driver is. Thank you.
No worries.
Free gift of the morning, water, bottled in a tin, which is very nice. And so the map came through and it said he was 7 minutes away. And so 7 minutes away, and so I'm there, I'm ready and waiting, because I don't mind going early. even though you have the car booked, what's the point of getting somewhere, telling somebody you've just arrived, and then sitting there for 15 minutes, wasting everybody's time? So anyway, this bloke turns up, and as he comes over towards me, and I see the car, I can read the number plate, and he goes to pull in, and he keeps going up the road, and pulls in about 500-600 yards further up the road. So I thought, perhaps he's blind. Anyway, so then after about 4 minutes, I could see his headlights come back on again, and he turns round in the road and he parks the other side of the road away from me. But I thought, no, I pay to be picked up. I don't pay to go wandering up and down the road because some idiot driver. Anyway, so it's there. Then he turns all his lights off. So this is sort of like quarter to the hour. And so I phone him. I go, are you coming to pick me up? Or are you just parked up on the other side of the road? And he said, well, the pickup's not till 1. I said, right. I said, well, I'll go back inside then. So I went back inside. He was obviously one of those who was a stickler. Anyway, the next thing, he drives off. Never to be seen again. Luckily, because I'm a valued customer, I phoned up and I explained the story, what a rude, ignorant little peasant he was. And, but I didn't quite say it in those sort of terms. I thought to myself, well, obviously you're so rich you don't need the money. I hope I never get you ever again. But anyway, idiot face decided to tootle off. Luckily, within 6 minutes, I got a new driver out there. And he was absolutely perfect, as indeed they all are. But this one was an idiot. What an idiot. Little girly boy driving off into the distance, Oh, bye, see ya. Wouldn't want to be you. And so that was that. So I thought that's a good start. It always gives me something to talk about. A friend of mine said the other day, he said, I gave you something to talk about the other day when one of my boys, Luke, wanted some garlic mayo from Iceland because they do and he likes garlic mayo. And so I feel like I'm running a vegan. I feel like I'm running a hamburger stall or something, garlic mayo, tomato relish, lemon and lime, this, sandwich spread and all the rest of it. And so I bought him the range. There were six in the range, and I bought them. And my friend Jordan wrote to me the other day and said, did you buy the garlic mayo for Luke? I said, yes, and I also bought it for Jake as well. So they both got 5 bottles of all the different things in the range, including tomato relish and all this kind of stuff. But it's lovely for them. Well, I'll tell you, I nearly broke my back bringing it in. It weighs a ton, this stuff, but they were very cheap, £1 each. £1 each, so very reasonable. And a friend of mine said, I sent that in, he said, knowing that you'd get 5 or 6 minutes out of it. I said, listen, you don't need to fill my programme, pal. I said, day-to-day living can fill this programme. Not having a driver who's, obviously one with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, Paul. So I was tempted to say, yeah, Harry Ramsden's, knowing damn well you'd then get, So, you've got chips on your shoulder, mate. But off he toddled, never to be seen again. You think, honestly, if you start off the beginning of the day with an attitude like that, you're going to go nowhere, are you? Nowhere at all. I love that you love your garden. I do love my garden, actually. I bought all the things. I'm just ready to put it in, as they say. And very exciting it is, too. I love walking around garden centres. I wanted to buy variegated geraniums the other day. They're the ones which the flowers are the same, but the leaves are all different colours, and they look really nice. And then I thought, no, it'll spoil the look. I've got an overall look in my mind. This year it's geranium. Although I spoke to somebody the other day and she said, I don't like geraniums. I said, the only reason I put them in is because they're dead easy to grow. They'll grow through drought, fire, flood and pestilence. I said, and even up to a lot of that in Twickenham. Well, just the pestilence bit. They're driving cars. And so I said, I'm going to go and have a look. And I couldn't find any. But they've all got their plants out. But just remember, you can still get a little bit of a chill first thing in the morning. So I tend to leave mine outside so they harden off, which is good. I'll give them a dose of water today, and then probably tomorrow I might start planting up, which is quite nice. But I'm definitely going to go and get some more of these little tray things. You could probably do it yourself. But if you buy it, you just walk out with a tray and the bags. And they always say the same to you. Why do they say this now? I always go, I think I better have 3 large carrier bags. And so the bloke said to me, they're 10p each. Well, having just spent £28 on the I'm not going to be worried about, 10p for a bag. So I said, listen, I think I can just about run to that. Yeah, I could just about, I'll have 3 bags. So that was 30 pence. So that went on top of the bill. But it doesn't bother me. I don't care about things like that. And they were really big bags. So I can probably use them, perhaps for living in or something like that. I told you the other day that we had a pigeon nesting and a crow sat on the nest after the pigeon flew off to go and get some food or something. The crow sat there and worked out how to pick the eggs off and took the egg. She comes back, sits on the nest. She doesn't know. There's no eggs there. She's finally realised. Late yesterday afternoon, she departed, packed her bags and disappeared. There's still another one. Which has to get... The mess is just appalling. It really is. Tim Brooke Taylor. Remember Tim Brooke Taylor? Goody, 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 yum, yum. Left little more than £2,000 in his will. I don't know how that can be. He worked for loads of television programmes and everything else. He must have had more than £2,000, even allowing for a property. But his wife has been left well looked after. Unless he started giving away money every year. I don't know. It might have been one of those sort of things. But people are asking the questions. How can he only leave £2,000? Also, the teacher who showed the Prophet cartoon has been allowed back to the school. The reason being, it's been investigated and they've said, no, there was no malice, which is what we said at the time. You wouldn't do that to upset people. It was literally done, and the school have said, no, it was not done with malice. We've now accepted that. And but we will be educating all the other people. I thought, well, you bloody well should have done it years ago, shouldn't you, honestly? It's no good doing it now. It's like the BBC. Lessons have been learnt through Martin Bashir. Yeah, of course. Yeah, probably the same with Jimmy Savile. Lessons have been learnt. No, they haven't. You're the same biggest bunch of bozos you'll ever meet, actually. I love the story about the rare lobsters. Some bloke goes into one of these, I think, Macro, and they're selling live lobsters. Lobsters don't know where they are. They just know they can't open their claws because they put elastic bands around them, mainly to stop them taking your finger off. And he paid £28.50 for each one, which is, that's about right for lobsters. About right, I think. We have a fabulous fish shop, as you know, in Twickenham called Sandy's, and they do lobsters. They can also kill them and dress them. Little tuxedos, things like that. Very sweet. But he then realised when he got these lobsters home that they were very, very, very rare lobsters. Absolutely. And they were still alive. So he's donated them to a local aquarium because they were so rare. Apparently, they're like, 1 in 30 million turns out like this. They were golden lobsters. That's quite a sweet story, isn't it? You couldn't care less, could you? You just don't care. I don't know why I bother telling you these things. What lobster? I hated it. It smelt of the sea. It really, I really didn't like it. It just wasn't me at all. I thought I would because I thought that'd be nice because I can afford to eat lobster, and I thought it'd be healthy. I can probably get a lobster for £25 from Sandy's, and he'll dress it for me, which means he's taken all the horrible bits out and put the salad on and all the rest of it. But I had this one in a place in London called Lobster and Burgers or something like Lobster and Hamburgers. Anyway, whatever it was, and I thought it was horrid, so I just had the chips. Which is better. Arj turns up, keen on Lydia Dim again. I don't know why. I mean, honestly, they're both as dreary as each other. And what have we got? Millions of us risk long-term risk to our hair by wearing hats and sunbathing. Well, I wear a hat only because I think it saves your head, the top of your head in the sunshine. But I mean, I wouldn't be doing any sunbathing, not anytime soon. Plus, what a way to wed! £50,000 dresses and 150 grand's worth of flowers. 50 grand for something you're going to wear once. Unless you sort of get one of those dresses made where you can sort of detach the bottom bit of it and just wear it as a frock. But, 50 grand for a dress, that's a lot of money, isn't it? A lot of money. I do know people that do make dresses. The name David springs to mind. But anyway, there's another story. And I should imagine probably he made Diana's dress. I would have thought that could have been a £50,000 dress easily. Probably more, yeah. We think more, actually. We think a lot more. Piers Morgan nominated for 3 National Television Awards, so he's stuck 2 fingers up to them and going, yeah, I could win 3. He's urging all his fans to vote for him, which people like him. I know there's a few people that don't like him, but there again, listen, not even the Almighty is loved by everybody. You would think that if your name was Jesus, you'd be loved by everybody, but sadly not. People don't like that sort of thing. I was talking to somebody the other day and sort of asking about whether they were particularly religious. I don't know how we got onto that. And they said, no, not particularly. My parents aren't either. And I thought, wasn't sure if that was sort of good, bad or indifferent, actually. The mouse army plaguing Australia, millions and millions. And so they're now looking at a way of exterminating them. You know, you'd have to have men would think, because apparently they literally will run up your legs, up the inside of your trousers and stuff like that. That'll be a nasty surprise for them. And especially in my case. But anyway, and they showed pictures on the television of all these mice, millions and millions and millions. They open up a cupboard and there's just a horde of them. And so they're out to destroy them, because one female mouse that gets itself up the duff can have up to 500 mice in the course of a year. So you can imagine if there's millions of them, there's going to be a lot of mice. And then, of course, out of the woodwork they come. Oh, I think you'll find they are God's creatures and we're looking after them. No, they're actually destroying us. You know, some people, they're dropping out of people's ceilings and stuff like that, biting people like children and stuff like that. So they don't want them anymore. But somebody said, listen, they're only looking for something to eat. You don't, yeah, but when you're confronted by 250,000 of them at any one time, no thank you. Morning, nice to have your company. Kim says practically daylight, but really foggy this morning. A real pea super out there. A pea super. Lovely, isn't it? Mike says, what's the likelihood of a taxi driver seeing you and then declining the lucrative job of driving you into work and getting the autograph at the end of the journey? Well, this one had an attitude, unfortunately. The moment he drove off, I thought to myself, do you know, you've just screwed yourself over a barrel on that one, because you don't get the money now, because I'm paying the one who actually drove me in, not somebody who's being a bit stupid. Can't bear people like that, honestly. That's why, you know, sometimes you get people who are natural losers. You know, and that's why I'm not giving you his name, because he knows who he is. He'll be listening. So he knows just what a disaster he is. But I mean, it's the best he can manage, I suppose, really. So we got the bank holiday weekend, which is very nice. Mo says you can always contact me free of charge if you need a reliable taxi driver. Actually, 99.9% of my cars are very reliable. And if they turn up early, I get in the thing. You know, why not? What's the point of sitting there for 15 minutes, wasting everybody's time? You know, I'll go and do a tapestry cushion cover, love. You just sit there and twiddle your thumbs. Ridiculous, honestly. He's obviously in the wrong job. Also, it says, my housemate works in a garden centre. I think he needs your help to know his plants. He's clueless. Oh, I'm not really very good on plants. My brother's getting really good. He spends time at a local garden centre and he's started to know, you know, how good things are. I know what I like. I mean, I nearly bought the other day, it's a hardened bougainvillea, which is, if you go to Gran Canaria, the first thing you see on the island, because it's permanently hot, is bougainvillea. It's beautiful. It looks like little paper-thin flowers in all different colours, reds, oranges, white, stuff like that. It looks lovely. And up until now, they've not made a hardy version for this country, but now they appear to have done, but they haven't called it bougainvillea. And I nearly bought it. I looked at it, it was £21. I thought, it's too much, just in case it dies. There it is. It's ever so pretty. You see it everywhere. If you go to Gran Canaria and Spain and stuff like that, it grows everywhere. Diana's wedding dress, back in, what year was it? I can't remember what year it was. Oh, it was 81, was valued at £9,000. Now, bearing in mind, this is 1981. However, in 2019, the gown was valued at £151,000. 151. Now, obviously, the provenance, it being made by David and Elizabeth Emmanuel and worn by Diana, would be the thing that pushed the price up. If it was Mrs. Bloggs from next door, then it wouldn't be valued at £151,000. But I mean, that's quite something, isn't it? It's on display at, I'm assuming, Kensington Palace. They've got loads of stuff there. Have you been? Oh, you probably haven't been. It's a good day out, actually. You get a discount if you join Historic Royal Palaces. You can go to Kensington Palace every single day of your life, well, for a year, and then you just join again. It's I don't know, but it's cheaper to join Historic Royal Palaces than to pay to go in, because you get to go there, the Banqueting House, the Tower of London. There's loads. Hampton Court Palace, there's loads of places that you can go to, and you save a small fortune. I always say to people, listen, you know, it's not that I'm mean or tight or anything, but, you know, if you want to go to all these places and get a discount in the gift shop and get a discount in the restaurant, you know, the Tower of London, I mean, the food in all these places now is exemplary. Absolutely exemplary. It really is very good value. Gone are the days of sort of, what do you want? Soup? What's that? Doris, what's the soup? You know, I know you thought that was Bobby Cole Norris coming in again, but it turns out not to be. He was on the television yesterday. I don't know whether it was an old programme or not an old programme. I just find him the most boring person under the sun, honestly. Used to be a hairdresser. Big surprise there. Big surprise there. Apparently he needs to go back to hairdressing because he's not achieving anything on the programme apart from upsetting everybody. He upset Chloe Sims. He's upset poor Amy Childs. Admittedly, not that difficult to upset either of them. But, he was horrible. Quite horrible. Horrible person. The great Mountbatten cover-up, he was bisexual. Well, I knew that years ago. I don't know why they're making such a big deal about it now. Another day with Oti Mabuse in the papers. Every single day, Oti Mabuse. Now, the only agent I know, super agent of the stars, who could get somebody in the papers every day would be Jonathan. Now, whether or not she's with him, I don't know. He'll now write to me and tell me she's been with me for ages. Victoria Beckham goes out with her shades and a face mask. Hello. Yes, it's lovely. To be honest with you, it's an absolute classic look for her. She is with him. How do we know? Has he phoned? Oh, you've just Googled. I wondered how he gets it. He just gets people in the papers all the time, doesn't he? Bless his heart. Honestly. I did love it the other day then when I said it's going to rain today, tip it down. And he went, no, beautiful sunshine, Steve. Beautiful sunshine. And then when it started raining later, he wrote to me. And there's my private number. And he said, it just started raining. I was going to write back and go, no, 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 no. But I didn't know how to spell it. He felt, no, 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 no. Doesn't N-A-N-A-N-A, I suppose. Shane says, you're right, there's millions of mice here in New South Wales in the bush. Stupid Green saying they should be looked after. Yes, I mean, no, definitely not. Shane says that and pigeons, the curtain twitcher next door feeds them. You do get people like that. You get people who want to feed them because they go, they might starve and die. And you think, no, they won't. They eat everything. They eat everything. You never see, really, a skinny pigeon or dead pigeons. You see pigeons sitting there with their eyes closed, looking a bit as if they're about on their last legs, and some of them might be. Well, the reason they have baby pigeons is because they sit on the nest for ages. And then all of a sudden the nest becomes a bit overcrowded. Yes, I know, yeah. Have you seen baby parrots? They're really freaky. They've got no feathers on. They look very odd indeed. They look naked, quite naked. So Prince Harry's going to go deeper into his mental health story. And as somebody said, he's obviously loving the publicity. He absolutely revels in it. I'm doing so much better. Everybody knows who I am and I'm big in America. Yeah, well, let's see whether you get a job, shall we, mate? Also, the iconic kids' TV and film phrases. Who tops the list? I'm not going to tell you at the moment. I'm going to save that for a little bit later on. M&S are going to close a quarter of their stores over the next 10 years, I think it is. 10 years. I was only in there the other day. I spent £145. I thought I was doing my little bit. And the man said, shopping for the summer. And I looked at him and went, no. They always do that, don't they? So, you buy a load of socks and they go, oh, stocking up? I go, no, wearing. They can never understand that at all. The Scout numbers have fell by 25%, which means 25%. I never got as far as the Scouts. I got as far as the the Cubs. Didn't get as far as the Boy Scouts because we left Hong Kong and came back here. And I wanted to be a Scout, but it just didn't happen. So I got to be a Cub with Arcala, Hong Kong first, which was lovely. Yeah, we will do our best, definitely. And Brett in Leighton. Brett. Yeah. What's your name? Brett. Just sounds good, doesn't it, really? He says, I'd like to thank my neighbour for playing music until 4 a.m. Hey, I didn't want to sleep. Today I'll buy a supermassive hi-fi and play music when he goes to sleep, says Brett. Oh, that's nice. It's very caring, isn't it? You obviously get on well with your neighbours. Not. Steve, I shall stay with cost cut of groceries. I found myself pushed out of the way today by M&S shoppers. Also find most Australians kill everything if it gets in the way. Many mice mean dirty cupboards, allegedly. That's Susan. I don't know where you are, Susan, but it sounds really nice. Very nice. Steve. What's this one here? Mo offering her services if you need a new driver in the morning. No, I mean all my drivers are very good actually. I have a lot of regular ones. I didn't know this one this morning, but as I say, he'll be money down on the deal. Baby pigeons are called squabs, says Huey. I think you're right actually. Do they eat them? No. I mean, do we eat them? Do we eat squabs? For some reason, I think that we do. Have a look on the internet for a squab recipe. Because I reckon... I can't eat things like that, honestly. They had a thing on street food, I tell you, the other day in China, and they were cooking baby ducklings, everything, complete, into the hot oil, and then people were eating them. They go all crunchy. You know, there you go, simplest roast squab. So there is a recipe, roast squab with bacon and grapes. Wow. In fact, actually, there's tons of recipes for roast squab with porcini and country bread. Cooking squab with chef Marcus Samuelson and Ariane. Lovely. I couldn't eat it now. Now I know what it is. I can't eat it. I'm a bit funny like that. It's not normal, is it? Let's have a quick look at the temperature. 22 degrees. 22 degrees by Sunday. I might undo an extra button on the shirt. I might. I don't know. Yeah. Where's he gone to? Is he? Oh, right. A little bit of a break. Right, what are we going to do? We've got the news coming up in a moment, and then we'll have a look at... I'll tell you, this is a nice story. Mick Jagger and Sting, Gordon Sumner, supporting a gig for a tragic lad who died quite suddenly of this. He had an aggressive tumour, but it's a very rare form of tumour, and his local school, all the people who in the music lesson, they've all done all these songs, and they've invited the people who wrote them to do them a video message. It's really touching. He was only 17, this lad. And what else we got? Dawn French condemning the scammers who've used her image to try and sell diet tablets. I've told you before, don't ever go for diet tablets. It's one way to a lot of serious illness, unless it's prescribed by a doctor. Some of the rubbish you can buy nowadays. I mean, there used to be an advert. They used to see them in all the Sunday papers. And this advert was very clever. And they said, these diet pills are derived from fish something, fish bones or whatever. And they said, because you never see fat fish. And you think, are people really buying these tablets on the strength? And then they sort of put down the other rider. They said, if you discover you're losing too much weight, stop taking the tablets, which is exactly what fatties want to hear, isn't it? If you're losing a load of weight and you've started going a bit gaunt and thin, stop taking these tablets. And all will be restored to normality. Oh, pile of rubbish, honestly. As I say, almost as good as Jordan and her lies. Oh, I don't think I'll ever be able to walk again. I'll probably have to be wheeled down the aisle. Well, she was walking perfectly well the other day. In fact, every time I've seen a picture of the old baggage, she looks perfectly fit to me. But never let it spoil another dreary story emanating from the Jordan camp. And the camera, very unwisely yesterday on Steph McGovern's little piece of effort on the television, did a close-up on Jordan's skin. Really dreadful. I mean, seriously, you would think, that she's been wearing wigs for ages and ages, and her hair started falling out, so that doesn't look too good. But her skin is in a terrible state. It really is. I mean, eruptions all over the place.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning from North Oxfordshire. Jordan's legs obviously don't like each other. Thank you, Peter. Very nice. I love the way she's going, I can't walk, I'll never walk again. Well, that's all she's done is walk, isn't it? As again, you can never trust anything she says at all. Talking about baby birds. Sadly, says Kim, we're down to 5 cygnets around the pond. The infamous pike has been given the blame. Nobody's ever seen this pike, Steve. It's become the Nessie of our local pond. Well, it's not going to be a fox. Because if you're losing them on an individual basis, foxes wouldn't do that. They would do what they do in the tundra when you get those white foxes. And they go out there and they'll pick up as many as they can put in their mouth. It's as simple as that. A fox is not going to just go for one little cygnet. I mean, because at some point they come out of the water, don't they, to go and sit on the nest, and that's when the foxes grab them. And they're going to go for a load. So I'm thinking it's a pike. That's what I might be. I don't know how big your local pond is. And also, why would it have a pike in it? You have dace and other things like that, but I mean, not necessarily a pike. And it's quite right. I told you years ago we actually had a duck which had given birth to little ducklings, and it nested in one of our empty pots on the patio. I had a terracotta pot, and as I walked past it, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw something move, and a head bobbed up and looked at me, and then bobbed back down again. Oh, what the hell is that? Peered in, and there was a duck, and she was sitting on 13 eggs. 13 eggs. I mean, she was putting it about all over the place. Yeah, that was dinner sorted for us. And so anyway, then the moment they hatched, you could hear them. The moment I walked out the front door, I could hear these little things. And then she would it was on a wall. And what she was trying to do was get them to jump out of the pot onto the ground. And then presumably I don't know what she'd done with them. But the trouble is, in our place, we've got lots of, what do they call them? Outlet pipes, where it drains the rainwater off. But if a duckling went in there, it goes into the pipework system. You'd never get it back again. You'd have to unscrew panels down. Oh, it'd be an absolute nightmare. So we were trying desperately to keep them all away from it. And eventually, because it happened a few times till we learnt to turn the pots upside down, because ducklings and ducks, are looking for places to thing. And so we managed to catch the ducklings and then got her as well. And we took them down to the river. Big mistake. Big mistake. We never did it ever again. We only ever did it the once. Because we took them down to the river thinking that'll be good, because then they could talk to all their other duck friends and do all the other bits and pieces. So we got her out the box, and then we emptied all the ducklings in the river, who were promptly attacked by all the other ducks. All the ducks attacked them, so consequently we were left standing there looking at carnage. It was awful. It was like a world war. We never did it ever again. And apparently, she's very protective whilst they're, and the other ducks will stay away. She will look after them, because on this particular occasion, they just arrived in the river. Like 10 of them, I think we had by that time. And then there was there was another time, wasn't there, where I thought I better feed them. So I bought a little cheap paddling pool from a toy shop. It was like 10 quid. Blew it up, filled it with water. Well, what I don't realise is, because, I should have, I've learnt now, I thought, what can I give them to eat? And I thought, Weetabix. Weetabix. Crumble it up and it'll look like, food. Well, it did. Unfortunately, when little ducklings eat on the river, they're eating, weed and stuff like that. They dive down to the bottom of the river and they pick up stones, little tiny stones, which help them digest the food. Unfortunately, my little ducklings weren't digesting the food. It was just sitting in their stomach. So I'd come back, and again, you'd find shouldn't laugh, ducklings spread out dead on the patio because they had little bloated tummies. Because I'm a serial killer for ducks. So we've decided in future we don't do anything like that. But it was always the first time. You're very excited when you see little ducklings. I thought it would be really good. So you see people feeding ducks, bread on the river, which is not particularly good for them either. But at least they can digest it with the little stones. Those they swallow, and it's all very nice. Not on our patio. Not on our patio. So what to feed ducks? Frozen peas, defrosted, instant porridge oats. This is on the river. Rice cooked or uncooked. You see a lot of people doing that. Lettuce ripped up. Sweet corn. I had 2 tins of sweet corn yesterday with some bacon. Delicious. Lettuce ripped up, seeds from the pet shop or the supermarket, or convenient wild duck pellets. Oh, where in God's name do you get those from? Where'd you get those from? M&S wild duck pellets. Excuse me, do you have a wild duck pellet department? Just up there. It's nice. And Steve, didn't Nick Abbott have ducks and ducklings on his balcony? Oh, he just has to copy everything I do. If I've had it, if I've been to Mars, he's been to Jupiter. It's as simple as that. And Steve, remember the good old days when the taxi drivers would get out of the car and ring your doorbell? No, I don't. I don't remember dancing bears on London streets either. Lee in Aberdeen says, lying in bed with a dislocated shoulder, you cheer me up. Who are the rudest celebs you've ever met? I haven't actually. I don't. All these celebs that I ever met, I wanted to meet. So I started off with all good intentions. There's nobody. Yul Brynner's son was a bit of a pain in the rear end. He'd written a book about his father, came in, I've told the story before, and we started chatting about his father. And I said, your father was a bit of a Lothario because he put it about a bit. And he looked at me and he went, this is my father you're talking about. I said, you wrote about it. It's like I remember Betty Davis came in, not for me, but for another presenter. And the presenter said to her, can we talk about so-and-so, so-and-so? And she looked at him, and Betty Davis was fairly advanced in years. And she went, I don't want to talk about it. And he said, you might as well go now then. He said, because you wrote about it in your book. It was 1945, and then she went into it. You've got to try and teach these sort of people. Sarah Ferguson did the same in Australia. That's a classic example of having a little bit of a tantrum. He asked her the questions on a pre-recorded interview, and she goes, I thought we'd agreed not to talk about this. She's looking at her little gopher sitting to one side, no, can we cut that bit out? And I'm thinking, what are you doing there, darling? You're flogging another tatty book. Goodness sake, honestly. Currently working in Rwanda, Steve. What am I doing? Oh, sorry. And it says, woke up a couple of times. There's a volcano. Is there? Oh, right. It's in the... Oh, I know. Oh, the one in the Congo. Yes, absolutely. We talked about that the other day. And Rwanda's getting the aftershocks. It's not exploded for a long time, has it, the volcano? Aren't they fascinating? Not if you're standing underneath the blooming thing, I appreciate. Or, if you're in the pyroclastic cloud, that's not good. But apparently the windows and the wardrobe doors are going on. Daytime's bearable, but nighttime a nightmare. It's very pretty. Iceland's the place to go if you want to see volcanoes. They had people going to the edge of the volcano. And there's that one, Alta Alley, in the middle of the desert, which is 24 hours. It's a lava lake in the middle of the... Have you not seen it? Oh, put it in. I think it's Alta Alley. I always tell producers this one because it's well worth looking at. And you go to the middle of the desert, and there you look over the ridge, and there is a molten lava lake which is bubbling and throwing up explosions. Urta Alley. You showed me a picture. I love looking at the picture. I get so excited looking at pictures of the volcano. Yeah, this is... they've got other pictures of it. Yeah, look, this is white hot, and it's in the middle. It is the world's largest permanent lake. It's in the northeastern part of Ethiopia. Look at it. I mean, it is just phenomenal. And this goes 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. And where is the big... Oh, here we go. This is the oldest one under the sun. Which is the biggest volcano in the world? Come on. No, it's not Under the Sea. That sounds like the title of a Disney song. Under the Sea. Da, 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 da. No, it's not Vesuvius. No. It's Yosemite National Park. The whole park is a volcano. That's why it's got all these little eruptions going on all over the place. It's all being monitored. Because if that thing goes up, Yellowstone Park, it takes America out. I was doing double prayers and thinking, let's send Trump there. You can go and have a look at it. But this Urta Alley is phenomenal. It's at night time. It looks, and people go right to the edge and look down on it. And it's bubbling away. I mean, you'd last about less than a nanosecond if you fell into something like that, wouldn't you, really? But people climb down there. Shane says, I've got a flock of cockatoos. How lovely. Have you heard the noise they make? Yes. We have them, we have little pretty things. They're green and I think they're little cockatoos. We've got a flock of about 20,000 of them. And our ones live in Bushy Park. And every evening at dusk, they fly over. You can hear them. They eat the bark off trees. I think they... I don't think they're not... Are they cockatoos or are they parakeets? I think they're really pretty. Most people hate them. I think they look an awful lot better than pigeons. Anything's better than pigeons. I always think so. But so good idea of telling us all about, Hussein, your experience with the volcano. Steve the serial killer. I know. I know. I mean, to be honest with you, it was all done with the best intentions because I'm such a big animal lover. You can't believe it. I'm just an animal lover, except snakes. I don't want anything that lives in a vivarium. Nothing that crawls and looks at you like it's going to eat you. I don't want anything like that, And what's the most terrifying animal that I wouldn't want to be involved with? I've seen these monsters. What do they call them? I can't remember what they're called now. The huge things. And they've got big tails. They live on this island. And sorry? Nessie? No. Komodo dragons. Have you seen those things? When they dribble, they dribble. They're very dangerous. Whenever they take you to meet them, they have to have a man with a stick there to make sure that they don't do it. Steve, I had to rescue baby ducks in a local park from crows sweeping down and picking them up. Yeah, they're like a snack. We open a packet of crisps. They go for things like that. Oh, dear. Check the ingredients on your bacon for something called nitrate. Listen, I don't worry about things like that anymore. Seriously, I really couldn't care less. I've got to that age now where, if it all finished tomorrow, I'd be very happy. Thank you. Steve, thank you, Lee. And somebody else says, who would you most like to interview from the past and present? Nobody. Why would you want to? I'm quite happy with the way things are going. I don't have a hit list, apart from Anne Boleyn. Did you know somebody's nicked your rosary beads? But we got your prayer book, dear. How did you feel? Did you feel a bit nervous going to your execution? They don't sort of help them, do they, or do anything like that, which is a bit of a shame. I'd like to, those would be the sort of people I would like to talk to find out, do the last interview on the way to the execution. Just to find out what goes through your mind, because it's the most horrendous thing, as I said the other day, that could ever actually happen to you. Everybody hates you. Sonia is my favourite Eurovision, says Matt. Oh. Apparently Komodo dragons' dribble is toxic. Yeah, they bite their prey and wait for the bacteria to do its job, but they grow to huge sizes. Absolutely enormous sizes. Have you seen the full moon out today? No, we didn't see it yesterday. It was a bigger than usual. We saw the red one the day before, which was very exciting. We loved that. And spiders, Steve, hate them. I had to help my son with spider homework. Look online, spider season in Australia. Yeah, they're funnel web spiders, don't they? I couldn't tell if it was a poisonous spider or it wasn't a poisonous spider. I just don't go near them. If they're in Australia, I'm definitely not going near them at all. How do I tell my housemate it's no longer his birthday? He turned 20 in September and won't let it go that we didn't get him a card, says Jack. You got a housemate? How old are you? Who has housemates now? Most people have bought their own properties. And somebody sort of saying, oh, you didn't give me a card. Get rid of him. He's obviously an idiot. Poor soul. The great Mountbatten cover-up in one of the papers today, talking about the fact that he was bisexual. He had a penchant for all sorts of strange people. Very friendly with Prince Charles. Very friendly. In fact, Charles relied on Mountbatten, who was I'd been to his house. In fact, I did a documentary on his house years and years ago, and it's down near Southampton. What was the other one? Victoria Beckham going out with her shades and a face mask on. Don't worry, dear, we still knew it was you, which is a bit of a shame. The iconic kids' TV and film phrases. Who tops the list? We'll tell you that one. And a huge family, 15 kids I think they've got, but they're all quite charming. The parents don't sponge. They do work for a living, and everybody seems very lovely. And they were invited to go to Alton Towers and to road test the rides. So all 15 of them went. Unfortunately for some of the children in this huge family, they're only little and they couldn't go on some of the rides that they probably wanted to go on. The first major scientific inquiry into the parakeet's impact has established what's thought to be the first true picture of its population. From a nesting in London in 1969, there are now thought to be, I was wrong, 32,000 parakeets. Nearly all crowded into the London area. They increase at the astonishing rate of 25% a year. There is concern in Richmond Park and the Royal Parks that the parakeet's consumption of tree seeds such as beech mast and sweet chestnut is now so great it could be depriving the park's deer of essential food. So now you know. I think they look great. I think that not everybody likes them, but I think they look quite pretty. Anything better than the blooming pigeons and stuff like that. Ugh. Disgusting. Richard says, listening to you talk about food, it makes me think of your In Conversations. Will you restart them again? I don't know, Richard. I've got no idea. At the moment, to be honest with you, I'm doing 6 days a week. I'm not actually sure I've got enough hours left in the day to start doing other things. Because when I used to have to do the In Conversations, we would record them after I'd finished doing the breakfast show. We try and get the guests in about 9 o'clock in the morning, between 9 and 9:30, so that I could be away at a reasonable time. And so I'm, as far as I know, there is no plan at the moment. The only reason it stopped is because of the social distancing. And I can't do them any other way. I can't do them down the line. It's not, it doesn't work for me. Mark, who's up in Wakefield in West Yorkshire. Morning, Mark. Another letter. He met Quentin Crisp during one of his theatrical runs of his one-man show when he was signing his books in the interval, but not at the Donmar warehouse where you saw him. I saw him in early summer 81 during a short run at the tiny Mayfair Theatre, which is off Piccadilly, on the opposite side of the road to the Ritz and down a side street. Yeah, there's been a couple of little theatres in London. I thought it was a reasonable size, actually, Mark. He says, but I am talking, of 40 years ago. 40 years ago, long time, yeah. I talked to him as well. I thought he was quite charming, actually. I spoke to the man who'd brought him over to this country. Jeanette says, when you were saying about your taxi driver this morning, let's be clear, they're not taxi drivers. Let's be clear. Why don't you get a black cab driver and a proper taxi? The trade is dying like the phone box now. I'm just waiting to get into Spitalfields Market to sell my vintage. You should pop down, says Jeanette. Yeah, I mean, we've always called them taxi drivers because it is a taxi. It is a taxi. I don't have to hail it. It is pre-booked. And unfortunately, it's cheaper than taking a black taxi. Black taxis are on the meter, unless you arrange something. And, I've been using this particular company for years. I have my own account, which makes you sound quite posh, actually. So that's why, I couldn't really care less when this bloke drove off, because I'd just pick up the telephone and quote my account number and get another car out straight away, having told them exactly what I thought about the cab driver. If you missed it, you'll have to download the programme, and then you can hear at the beginning exactly what the little person was up to. So it was all Dominic Cummings the other day. Didn't do anything, did he? He just reported back on it. He's a bit like a telltale tit. But unfortunately, this one had dire consequences. Dire consequences. Thousands of people died. And the worst thing is, you can't bring them back. It's not like it's a film or something like that. Or it's an illness for which they recover. Once a lot of people got COVID, you couldn't do anything else about it. A lot of people died. Mind you, not as many as in some countries. India's going through an absolute... it's gone through. It's just so awful. So awful. Thousands and thousands of people on a daily basis are dying of COVID. You wouldn't wish it on anybody, would you? And so that's what he talked about the other day. I got the feeling that Dominic Cummings, I got the feeling that Dominic Cummings basically has a hidden agenda. And the agenda is that he wants to have a go at the Prime Minister. And he likes bringing people down. That's what he does. I'm surprised that he didn't do anything else. He obviously stored all this up so he could sort of dish it up a little bit later on. So as I say, he'd be the person at school that you wouldn't want to listen to. You wouldn't have cared about him at all. Not worth it. Steve, I was in the Mounted Police based at White Lodge in Bushy Park. The green parakeets in vast numbers used to gather in the sweet chestnut trees, stripping it of the chestnuts, says Charles. They were very wasteful and would open up the prickly chestnut case and eat maybe one of the several chestnuts inside and chuck the rest down the tree onto me and the police horses as I brought them in from the field. Shout, honestly, I tell you, I love Mounted Police. Sorry, sounds a bit bad, doesn't it? I'm so sorry, Cheryl. I didn't mean that. Yeah, soundbite of the night. I love Mounted Police. That'll go down so well. But no, I know Bushy Park very well, quite clearly, as it's my neck of the woods. And I love Hampton Court. You can go all the way through Bushy Park and you pop out at Hampton Court. Seems odd to think, doesn't it, really, that Henry VIII used to wander around. I looked at a house for sale there a short while ago, and it was owned by one of Henry VIII's gardeners. I mean, it's obviously been improved a little bit. It's now up for sale for $6.5 million. When I say I looked at it, I drove past. I didn't actually stop and go inside. I don't want you to think I've got that much money. But it would be nice. And we've got be downsides. We've got a big fun fair coming up on Hampton Court Green this weekend. In fact, it's there for about a week and a bit. So it's the showman trying to make some money after all these months of not making any money. Everybody's suffering, aren't they, really? And now Marks and Spencer's. Of course, everybody who works for Marks and Spencer's will now be thinking, is it our shop that's going to close? Because some of them have been on the high street for ages and ages. And the funny thing is, it's the clothes that are down. It's the clothing side, whereas that's the only place I go to get my clothes. They seem to have my size. I don't know why. I've never tried anywhere else. I did go in a place once. What was it called? Was it Zara? And they didn't have anything in my size at all. Nothing. I looked at a pair of trousers. They went up to 36 waist. Pfft, fat lot of use. Like a chocolate fireguard, honestly. Can you fit these on? No, I can get them as far as my knees. And that was about as good as it went. So here's the lobsters in the paper. They are Canadian lobsters, orange. And they're so elusive, the odds of catching one are just 1 in 30 million. And they found 2. When he realised, dad of 2, Joseph, persuaded a store manager to donate them to an aquarium. He said the chance of having 2 are 1 in a billion. They'll soon be on display at Birmingham Sea Life Centre. Well, at least they'll have a bit of a life, won't they? Yeah, he should have sold them. He should have bought them and sold them. Somebody would have bought them. I don't know whether they taste any different because I'm not really into lobsters or anything like that. I tell you what we do. We'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock this morning. Somebody says, is it true the reason that London's got so many parakeets is because they escaped from Pinewood when they were filming The African Queen? No, Isleworth. They were filming The African Queen in Isleworth, not Pinewood. It was Isleworth, and they think that a few escaped and then they sort of got it together, and that's how they've multiplied. A bit like the mice in Australia, just not as many of them. But I think they look great. I seriously do think they look great, but it's, obviously if they're damaging the trees, that's not the best thing, is it?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC and it's a Thursday, which is good because a lot of you will be taking tomorrow off, won't you? You'll be doing the I don't feel very well. And you have to phone up your boss and go, listen, you have to excuse me today. I mean, it's in my business, you can't do that. I mean, you probably could. If I phoned up and you can send a text. But then, of course, there is the danger. They might do a follow-up telephone call just to see, how are you? I had that once, actually. Once somebody sort of phoned up just to check that I really was ill. You mentioned Pie in the Sky, the film set. The actual restaurant was in Old Hemel Hempstead, only changed hands last year. After all these years. Yeah, the interior shots were done at the film studios at Bray, I believe. But the exterior, because a friend of mine said, don't you tell me that. Because she didn't like it, because Pie in the Sky was lovely. I mean, it was supposed to be a restaurant, but of course it wasn't. I think it was a florist shop at some point, and various other things. But the interior, the actual kitchen, was in the studios at Bray. I think it was. I'm pretty certain it was Bray. Steve says, Martin, I bet you can't wait till the 21st of June so you don't have to distance yourself from other people. I don't distance now. I mean, I'm always wearing my mask. Obviously not in the studio. That would be a bit stupid. But no, I socially distance on a bus. Although somebody sort of came and sat next to me. They're not sitting next to me, but they were sort of leaning up against a bit on the bus. And I nearly said to him, excuse me. I nearly said a rude word then, actually. I had to hold myself back. And sort of, so I sort of cough politely and sort of recoil. Because I hate people who sit, they get on the bus, they're not wearing a mask. I don't believe that they're all exempt. I really don't believe that they're all exempt. I think people tell lies. Oh, Phil Vickery's back with us. I got quite worried, actually, the other day. It'd been a bit quiet from Phil Vickery. I thought, I bet he's off filming. He'll be off doing a little bit of filming, which is quite nice. But 21st of June, Martin, I'm not... I'll tell you what I want. I want here, and I think it might happen on the 21st of June, I want them to undo all the chairs, because every other chair on all our tables and all the floors is secured. Don't know how long it took. They must have taken them for ages. I mean, there's like 1,000 people in this building. Well, not at the moment. Obviously, it'd be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? But I mean, there's loads of people here, and it goes up 7 floors, 8 floors. Can't remember, but 6. No, it's definitely a 7th. Oh yeah, there's definitely a 7th. Yes. Well, I think Big Boss has got a big conference room up there. Pretty certain, actually. There you go. I tell you, Phil was filming in Shetland and Orkney. Never. I thought it's odd. Whenever he goes quiet, he's off filming. Actually, wait a minute. Andy Peters was up your neck of the woods, wasn't he, the other week? He phoned us from wherever he was, doing one of his giving away a camper van or something. The other day I was watching the Hebrides, was he? Bless his heart, honestly. I don't think he's ever been there in his life before. But Phil was probably cooking or doing something exotic. I watched David Dickinson's Real Deal. I love it. And especially on the other Antiques programme on the television. I like it when they seem to get a discount price. So they go there, and I can't remember what it's called now, but they go out there and they go into an antique shop and they see something they like and they go, oh, it's marked at £99. What's your best offer? And it'll go 50. They go, oh, would you do it at £25? And he goes, oh, all right. And you think, God, how much profit is there on these antique things? Phil Vickery said he was. He was out there. Was he still up there when you were up there? Or was he, you know what Andy Peters is like? He'd have bought property up there or something and used it as a retirement home or something. Very exciting. Do you know, I looked at the poem this morning. It's called Chocolate Cake by Michael Rosen. And you might like it or you might not like it. If you're expecting some... yeah. You see, I'm a boy who likes... Boy, please... I like rhyming poets. If it doesn't rhyme, I don't know where I am with it. I'm not very good at doing things like this. And this one goes as follows. So it's called Chocolate Cake. Okay, so immediately we have your attention because we all like a piece of chocolate cake, except me. I'm not really chocolate cake boy. I'd rather have cherry Genoa or something like that, or just a fruit cake. I'm very happy. Phil says, gosh, no, he's far more important than a lowly cook. No, it's not. I love chocolate cake, and when I was a boy, I loved it even more. Sometimes we used to have it for tea, and Mum used to say, if there's any left over, you can take it to school tomorrow to have at playtime. And the next day I would take it to school, wrapped up in tin foil, open it up at playtime, and sit in the corner of the playground eating it. You know how the icing on top of it is all shiny, and it cracks as you bite into it. And there's that other kind of icing in the middle, and it sticks to your hands and you can lick your fingers and lick your lips. Oh, it's lovely. Yeah. Bizarre poem, isn't it? You'd have to be on medication to get that one. There's more verses. How many more are there? We did one the other day, 20 verses. 20 verses. Seriously, I'd grown a beard by the time we got to the end of it. Never had anything like it. Absolutely ridiculous. Wait a minute, Phil Vickery. His entourage is enormous. You've noticed. I love that. I love double entendres. Yes, I mean, I was trying to work out the other day because when Andy Peters phoned us, you know, he does these. He's on the telly and he does the giveaway, and he'll go, "We've got a camper van, and it comes with a car and £40,000 cash." And we were sitting here in the studio, Phil, and we were saying, "Now that'll be Andy. Then there'll be continuity up there. There'll be loads of people sitting round. There'll be a producer, cameraman, lighting, sound, plus there'll be a couple of runners or something like that." I reckon there's got to be 8 people up there who were all flown. I mean, there's got to be 8 people. Got to be 8 people. Because when we had... Yes, it's like on this show. I mean, we are just overwhelmed with people. I remember once LBC, the Variety Club of Great Britain, have their... awards ceremony every year, and the radio presenters of the year on a lot of occasions were Bob and Doug. On one of the occasions, Mike Dickin got the award for phone-in presenter because the judges, I think, all lived in London. So we did particularly well. And Mike Dickin did, and they came in to film a little bit. So they go, and the radio presenter of the year, and they show you lots of little clips. There was about 15 people turned up to film something that lasted less than a minute. Somebody with continuity, somebody was doing sound, somebody was doing lighting. I've never known so many people. Television has loads of people, whereas on radio, if you do an hour programme, it takes an hour. It's as simple as that. If you do an hour programme on television, it takes all day. I did a programme on a lighthouse once when I was working for Channel 5, for Five's company. So we went over there. And if you watch somebody, especially on the holiday, going up the interior of a lighthouse, they've got somebody filming at the bottom, then they say stop, then you've got to wait there while the cameraman rushes past you to film you. I've never known anything take so long. You know, documentaries on the television take weeks, months, years. Those David Attenborough programmes, where there's so much content, you know, if I'm doing a voiceover for something, I read it and that's it. You know, and then the producer will say, OK, we'll do that one more time. And I do it the second time. And I'm fine. You count the credits. When we did Five's Company, if you're lucky enough to still have a copy of it, there were 60 people working on the show. 60 people. That was including the presenters, the cameramen, all the people in the gallery, the sound people, the lighting, the producer, the assistant producer, makeup. It's a phenomenal amount of people. Phenomenal amount of people. And it's apparently what you need. What you need. I've just lost Phil again now. Where's he gone to? Oh, God, blimey, honestly. I keep losing all these things. It'll come back to me in a minute, so just bear with me. Where did you go to? Where have you gone to? You've disappeared now. I have unlocked the phone. I don't know what he comes in on. What does he come in on? I don't know. Oh, there we go. I've got no idea. 1 minute I was reading it, and the next minute I'm not reading it. And I was looking at it on my telephone. Well, where's that gone? It's not on my Twitter. It's not on anything else. I tell you, I've started getting a couple of those fake emails. You can tell they're fake because they can't spell. Heart on one of them was spelt Heaat. I mean, to be honest with you, complete idiots. Complete idiots. I don't know where you've gone to, Phil. Phil, where have you vanished? Wait a minute. Oh, here we are. He says, we were away filming for 8 days for just 20 minutes worth of television. That's how, I mean, it just takes, I mean, you know, I always tell people that same old story about The Sound of Music, that they were waiting to get the opening shots, but every time the helicopter went up, it flattened her to the ground because of the downdraft. She's supposed to be sort of running up the hill, and then they do the close-up of, she swirls around, she goes, the hills are alive, blah, blah, blah. But they had the most atrocious weather, so they couldn't get the helicopter up. Then finally, when they did get, after about 2 weeks of waiting, they got a lull in the weather and the sunshine came. They went, no, now, put her in the costume, get the helicopter up. But as she says countless times, the downdraft from the helicopter, you could see the grass moving because she was clinging on to everything. Bless her. So 8 days for 20 minutes worth of film. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I do this programme, admittedly. I mean, you can tell, can't you? There's not very much sort of goes into it. I mean, because I'm a one-man band, as they say. I don't have sort of lots of guests and interviews and things like that. So other programmes in LBC have more people working on them. I mean, I don't want to name names, but, you know, quite a few of them have casts of... Actually, there's only one, two... Yeah, most programmes have got about 4 people on them, I think. I have 2 because I just need a producer and an app. I have an app, and there he is, and he'll be putting together the podcast. I was saying, you're doing the pod... He can't hear. He's listening intently to one of my programmes, and he's putting that together, taking bits out. He's engrossed in it. It's so fascinating. But obviously not very funny because his face is immobile. It is completely like stone. There's no sort of happy. And they don't get credits. You don't go at the end of it and studio production was by. Whereas on television, you get the studio. Yeah, the Americans have so many people on the credits. It whizzes through at such a rate you can't even read the names. What's the point? What is the point? Seriously. That Antiques programme, was it Antiques Road Trip? I can't remember. They're all the same to me. You know, Steve, since hugging is now allowed again, who was the first person you hugged? I don't do any, Richard. I don't do any hugging. We don't do things like that. Yes. I mean, Darren would be the first person I would hug because he'd be the first presenter. You don't hug the team. You don't want to give them sort of false hope. And the soundbite... Oh, here we go. I'm going to sneeze again. This is ridiculous. This has happened every day for the past 2 weeks. I don't know whether or not I get hay fever. I can't get hay fever in the studio. Where's it coming from? Ridiculous. Steve. The soundbite of the day is, I'm a serial killer of ducks. Oh, I hope not. Should not be very happy at that one. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I've already had a few beers at the Revsby Workers Club, says Shane, and he spends most of his time propping up the bar, actually. That's what he does over there. He props up the bar, as do indeed most of my team. They all enjoy going to the old bar and booking the tables out and things like that. Me, I couldn't care less. Please keep going on with the Michael Rosen poem, Steve. Our teacher used to read it out to us at school, says Lisa. Really? Well, there you go. Look at that. No, apparently there are loads more verses on that one. But the producer app made an editorial decision that you didn't want to hear 500 verses of it. It's actually obviously probably of great interest to people who enjoy chocolate cake, but I'm not. I couldn't get excited about chocolate cake. Yet years and years ago, I used to get excited about Black Forest Gâteau with cream over the top of it. I love cream. I've developed a bit of a liking for squirty cream, a little bit of a liking, and yeah. I mean, I'm just, seriously. I mean, and they do chocolate squirty cream as well. Chocolate squirty. I mean, I didn't buy that one because I'm not, as you know, a huge chocolate fan. I'm more, given the choice, I'm more savoury. I like savoury food, so, little sausages and things like that. And yesterday I bought myself a loaf of bread, but I'm a bit, I know, living that rock and roll lifestyle, I tell you, a whole loaf of sliced bread. And it was lovely, and I buttered a couple of pieces, and then I put some cooked roast beef, because the thing I'm doing at the moment, and I would urge you to do the same, is check the back of pre-processed foods like ham and things like that, because if it says made of pre-formed, you know that they make it, and then it's no. So I'm only eating beef at the moment because they've obviously got a side of beef and they're cutting it and slicing it. But if you buy any of the hams in M&S, I can't speak for everybody else, but I've tried a few in Waitrose. I turn the back over and it's formed from. Well, I don't want that. That's not proper food as far as I'm concerned. I don't like it. Formed ham is muscle meat from the leg bones, chopped, passed under needles, which inject it with a solution of water, sugars, preservatives, flavourings and other additives, or put into a giant machine resembling a cement mixer and mixed with a similar solution. And then they said, well, I don't want that. I really don't. So I've started looking at this processed meat that they sell, and it's everything from sliced chicken to sliced hams and everything. And I turn it over, if it says pre-formed, those two words are the don't touch this with a barge pole. Seriously. It's just really bad, really, really bad for you. Steve booked our first family staycation to Center Parcs, says Ahmed. Oh, you'll like that. If you've got the kids going with you, they'll love Center Parcs. You can cycle. It's safe. It's wonderful. It's healthy. It's fit. I've not been. I've seen the pictures. I used to have a producer who went there, and to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. But I've seen the lodges and the little thing. It's like sort of Butlins, but for people with more energy. Yeah, I mean, they've got a big centre which has got a big lagoon in the middle of it. Put it this way, you don't find many chavs at Center Parcs. It's a bit more sort of upmarket than that. I mean, it's quite nice, but it's not for me. It's for families. What would I do there? I'd sit there looking bored. I have no intention of going swimming where other people are swimming. I wouldn't go down a slide either. You've got a very low opinion of me, honestly. No, I'm not interested in anything like that at all. As far as I'm concerned, that's for families with little children who just want to sit there and wee in the water and everybody's happy. Not for me, I'm afraid. I don't need to sit in the water to wee, which is lovely. Waj is trying to sleep, which is good. Apparently, Shane says, I've had a few beers because it's pensioners' payday. Is it really? Pensioners' payday? Is that the same as the pension? I'm gonna start applying for my pension. I've decided, actually. Might as well. Heavens above, it's there for me. Paid into it for God knows how long. There's nothing I want to do. I'm just waiting for somebody to refuse me, because in our local fish and chip shop in Richmond, they have special rate for pensioners, and I wonder whether or not, because I don't think I look my age. So if I said to them, I'm a pensioner, they're going to go, I'm sorry, do you have any proof? Because I don't look like, I have to produce my freedom pass. I say, you get that at 65, OK? I'm a little bit older. And because I know damn well that, all the old ladies in there are going to look at me and go, he's trying to get cheap fish and chips, this one. That's what they'd be like, actually. They're also pensioners too. But they look like pensioners. They look like pensioners, whereas I don't look like a pensioner. I'm sort of young, trendy, with it, hip, happening, I'm like a pensioner without the problems that come with it. Although I do possess a walking stick. I don't use it. I had it when I had a really bad back. And I thought to myself, God, this is the worst pain you're ever going to experience in your lifetime. There's all sorts of things like that, aren't there? I mean, I'm looking forward to the bank holiday weekend. Not that it makes any difference. I'm seeing a friend of mine on the Monday. And the rest of the time I'm seeing somebody sort out the pension. And we just got to fill in the boxes and then get some. I don't know how long it takes to process, to put it through. I don't know whether they just pay it into your bank account or you have to go and collect it in the post office. Was it a big lump sum? Yeah, just give it to me for the year, okay? I don't think it's very much. I don't think it's not a, I don't think, a couple of million, honestly. You wait. By the time it gets to you being a pensioner, there won't be any money in the pot at all. We'd have taken it all. Captain Sir Tom Moore, who raised $39 million for charity, left his family all of his wealth. It was a 6-page document for £73,000. He knew exactly, what he was going to leave, and he left it to the family. So I think he's also offered his body for medical research or even organ transplants. I don't think they're going to be wanting the organ transplants, dear. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but, he was a little bit old. I mean, he was 100. I mean, how much life left is there? If he didn't survive it, you're looking for younger people, bless his heart. But so he was knighted in May. He spent 13 years of his life living with his daughter Hannah and her family in their house in Bedfordshire. In April, he captured the hearts of the nation. Did he ever? 39 million. I mean, that's got to be an all-time record, hasn't it? I like the idea of offering his body for medical research. I might do that as well, actually. But so his £73,400 estate should be split equally between daughters Hannah and Lucy. Hannah's 50 and Lucy is 52. So nobody else gets anything. So, but I mean, listen, that's the whole idea, isn't it? It's, at the end of your life, you come to leave things to people. It's when people start challenging your will. Steve wasn't of sound mind. How can he start leaving us, the Sydney Harbour Bridge? That's ridiculous. He doesn't even own the bloody thing. Oh, sorry. I forgot myself. Imagine. Oh, but I've already done my will. Do a will. The only reason I say that is because it makes it a lot easier for those who come after you. And if you're an elderly person and you go, oh, well, I haven't got any money. If you own your property, you've got money. It's as simple as that. Average price of something nowadays, minimum £100,000 in London. I mean, you're way ahead of that one there. So you've definitely got money. So do a will, because it makes it an awful lot easier for people. They don't have to start faffing around with it, which is not so good. Charlotte Church is setting up a commune in a grand country house. She wants like-minded recruits to move in for what she calls a radical well-being project. Mad as a broomstick. Mad as a broomstick. Former voice of an angel, Charlotte, has splashed out £1.5 million on a sprawling estate for her free-living clan in her Welsh homeland. Mad. Completely mad. Apparently, activities will include mixed martial arts, archery, foraging, yoga, art and music. Quite mad. There'll be a lot of people walking about naked, sitting there, and you'll have to sort of try and keep your eyes fixed firmly on theirs. I'm booked in a week Tuesday, and I shall be going there and enjoying a little bit of archery and foraging. In fact, foraging is my middle name. Steve Foraging Allen, they call me. Charlotte homeschools her children. 2 with Gavin Henson. He was a live wire, wasn't he? Gavin Henson used to play rugby. God, blimey. And also she's got 1 with a musician husband, Johnny Powell, near Cardiff. So that's good. Average house price in London. Here you go. This'll depress you wherever you are in the country, except London. In London, in the UK, the average house price £249,000. So if you're a young person trying to get enough money together to buy your first property, you're up a gum tree. Average house price in London is £514,000. I mean, that's almost, it's just out of the reach of lots and lots of young people nowadays who can't afford that, because you've got to save up for the deposit. And, you'll be looking at a lot of deposit, £514,000. They're going to be looking at least 40%. At least 40%. Because they're going to look at how much you earn, and they're going to go, you can't afford to pay this back. I mean, I'm so ancient now. I'm coming to the end of my mortgage, which I never thought I'd be. I never thought I'd be sitting on LBC. Never thought I'd be sitting. Actually, sort of saying I'm coming to the end of my mortgage. But I remember some friends of mine. It happened years and years ago, and they went, "Oh, celebration today, Steve." And I went, "Why?" They went, "Because we've paid our mortgage off." I said, "Yeah, because when you look at how much you're paying back to them, they must be having a laugh at our expense, these building societies. The interest rates are just phenomenal. So for young people listening, it's difficult. That song, There May Be Trouble Ahead. I remember when the interest rates were enormous, absolutely enormous. I mean, it's got a little bit better now, but I'll be quite glad when I'll be free of it. The Science Museum Group are putting up for an exhibit Stephen Hawking's wheelchair. I mean, I ask you. So I'm surprised they haven't asked Madame Tussauds to sort of, they can borrow the Stephen Hawking's person. So it's on display at the Science Museum Group next year, among items from his office. I mean, that would be the most iconic item, wouldn't it? Do you think it comes with the talking tablet as well? You know, he picked the voice. Because if you actually heard him speak, do you think that was his voice? It's not. It's just it's a standard voice. I could be available. Hello, how are you? Yeah, what a ghastly day it's been. Honestly, I'm Steve. Oh, sorry. Call me Professor. Steve, I think with your pension application, if approved, they'll backdate up to 12 weeks from the date you were eligible. Oh, wow. And says, please let your listener going to Center Parcs know that they will need to book all activities except swimming, and best to book now. That's why I don't go to Center Parcs. You need to be far too organised, says Matt. Well, I can't do organisation. That's why I have people who do it for me. I can't do it seriously. My ex-producer, bless his heart, Corey, still does stuff for me because he's a wonderful person and he's brilliant. And I just plead ignorance. I just plead ignorance. I mean, I can't do anything. You know, on the internet they go, do you want to copy and paste this? I go, I'm so sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, they say, do you know how to cut and paste? No, I don't. I've really got no idea. Yeah, Corey knows how to. Just I'll ask Corey. Corey will do it for me because I can't do it. Nothing the matter with that, is there? It's like, as I say, repairing your own car. I wouldn't know where to begin. Take it into the garage. That's what the garages do. That's why we have people like, you know, Nigel and Steve and all the other people who work at the garage where I go to. And they know about cars. That's all they know about is cars. Me, all I know about is parakeets and radio. Don't know anything else.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
We're in such a good mood today. I think the reason is that it's coming up to the bank holiday weekend, and I don't know, apart from planting up plants and disappearing off to talk about pensions. Steve, talking to mortgages, I've only got 6 months to go. I can't wait. And as for the state pension, I think it's 700 quid. Yeah, I heard it was about 600 and something. Either way, I'm looking on it as kind of free money. That's what I'm looking at it as, which is probably the wrong thing to do. And then somebody says, being a mortgage broker said, this one here, Dan, says you need 5% if a joint couple earn around £100,000 a couple, 50 grand each. The trouble is people don't earn that nowadays. It's only certain people. If you're a young person, you know, they're not going to be earning £100,000 a couple. You know, 179 a week is the mortgage. Oh, right, for single person. Oh, 179, so nearly 200. So what is that a month then? 170, no, go on. There we go, hopeless. £680. There we go. I mean, £600 to £800. Better than nothing, isn't it, really? And Steve, he said, I think with your pension, if approved, they'll backdate you up to 12 weeks. There you go. That's the bit I like to hear. Thank you very much indeed. I like the idea of backdating. I'm glad you mentioned parakeets. This year was the first year we've had them in my garden in St Albans. They arrive every night before sunset, says Sean. And where on earth do they come from? The sky, I believe. I don't know. It's been quite lovely listening to them, says Sean in St Albans, as they arrive each evening. I think they look great. I realise that people don't enjoy them. Steve, my great niece is a huge fan of Frozen and wanted anything Frozen related for her birthday, so I bought her a packet of fish fingers. It's an old gag, isn't it, really? We don't like doing old gags at all. There was a story in one of the papers, and I can't remember which paper it was in. Was it in the Sun or was it in the Mirror? It's got to be in one of them, actually. Oh, apparently lots of people lining up to go out with Kim Kardashian. You're welcome to her. You imagine how long it takes her to get ready. Could be waiting for days. Strictly Star... Do you know, every day there is a story about Oti Mabuse in the papers. I've never known anything like it. It's absolutely amazing. And married to Toss Daly. Just made his TV comeback. Game of Talents, but Vernon Kay hasn't always been lucky. He revealed on Motoring Podcast, What's It, how he got done for speeding 6 minutes after he passed his driving test. His hair's way too long at the moment. Way too long. Needs cutting on toes. I mean, I merely say that as somebody who cares, you know. Don't want anyone to think I'm bitter and twisted in any way, shape or form. So Piers Morgan's been nominated for 3 National Television Awards. Why not? Why not? And he's very much looking forward to picking up one of them. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. He's that sort of person. That sort of person. Another one here, which says dog nappers face tougher sentences, including possible jail in the government crackdown on animal crime. About blooming time. They've taken long enough to get round to it. You know, that's why there was that woman a short while ago, I think it was a woman, on a traveller site, 79 dogs that were stolen. 79 dogs. That is awful. Ulrika Johnson has 2 new tattoos, paying tribute to her late dogs along with an ear piercing. The TV personality's inkings are dedicated to her deceased pooches, Dexter, Fella and Nessie. Nessie. Fella. Dexter. I mean, Dexter you can go with. That's sort of reasonably, you know, passable. Peter Andre has teased about landing a role in a movie. Wow, how exciting. Last one died a death, didn't it, Pete? Waiting for the next one. He shared a sneak peek of a script with his Instagram followers. He's seen working with the director, Freddie Nwaka, on a film titled Ja Fakan. Perhaps he's clapperboard or something. It features suspicious character Billy Buckle. Dad of 4 Pete says, brand new film script we're going to start later this year. I'm so excited. One fan said, they're quite stupid, his fans. They really are. Somebody went, fab news, Peter, you're going to be amazing. Well, he can't sing and he can't really do anything else. He's a bit of a joke, isn't he, poor old Pete? We don't know what he's playing. But it's obviously a foreign film. It's obviously a foreign film. Poor old Pete, honestly. He's tried desperately to be something. But it's not kind of happening for him, is it? He had a coffee shop and that went west. And he's done a few other little bits and pieces. But they don't know what to use him for nowadays. They really don't. He's got his house. How he's surviving financially, I can't imagine. You know, doesn't really do everything. Oh, look, a picture of Boris. Oh, look, a picture of Mr. Cummings. Amazing. In the papers today. And tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Because it's going to go forever and a day, isn't it? There's going to be loads more stories coming out because he's obviously on a bit of a mission to try and bring down Boris. I have to watch. Oh, guess what's back for dinner parties? Not that anybody does dinner parties, apart from on the television, where they do dinner parties. And they have the oddest people on there. Some real weirdos. And then they had a thing the other day. Oh, it's so funny. Who was it presenting it? I can't remember. It was somebody presenting a quiz show. Oh, I tell you what. Was it Mel Giedroyc, who does her game show as if it's a voiceover? It's all terribly exciting. But unfortunately, she's not a game show host. She can't do it. Anita Rani's had a go at it. She can't do it either. It doesn't work. It does not work. Yeah, after Steph, you know, it does not work. But they do this dinner party programme where sort of people cook their favourite meals and then people criticise them. My God, there's some right idiots on there. But anyway, dinner party favourites are back. What's top of the list? Prawn cocktail. But that's not what you would have for a dinner party, is it? I mean, some of the people are quite adventurous, some of them a bit naff. And baked Alaska. I love baked Alaska. I really, really... Do you know what it is? Ice cream covered in meringue, baked in the oven. So it comes out and then you cut into it. So the ice cream remains frozen because there you go. You can either do a round one or my mother used to do a long one. A long baked Alaska. They were my favourite. We never did round ones, you know, making it look a little bit like an igloo. But you could do all sorts of things with them. And I bought another one of those trifles the other day from Waitrose, the rhubarb trifles. I looked at it and thought, don't buy it, Stephen. Don't buy it. Be strong. Be strong. Next thing, it's in my basket. How it got there, I have no idea. So Prawn Classic's back. And Waitrose said searches on its website for how to make a classic prawn cocktail. What, people need to search how to make a prawn cocktail? You buy a packet of prawns, defrosted preferably, some lettuce, which you chop up, and some Mary Rose sauce, which is readily made. You put the lettuce in, then you put the prawns on the top, and then you put the Mary Rose sauce over the top of that. How stupid are some people? I remember once they had that one of those dining programmes, and the people for their dessert did ice cream with Maltesers on it. You've never seen anything like it. To be honest with you, the kitchen looked like it had been condemned. I wouldn't have eaten it. I'd have asked for a hygiene certificate. And then there was another one the other day where the cat got on the table. Well, you can't have the cats on tables. That means, somebody's not taught it properly. You don't go on the table because you get, cat hairs and things like that. There's nothing worse, is there, biting into something and then the hair comes into view. Oh, I don't like that. They do that on Four in a Bed. Yeah, where they check hair and they find them in the toilet and they find them on the bed and then they take all the sheets off. Whoever, apart from these stupid people, goes into a hotel and starts stripping all the bed linen off. Because you'd never stay in a hotel ever again, I promise you. Especially if the person who's last slept in the bed is a bit, let's just say, incontinent. That'd be the kind of thing you have to worry about, wouldn't it? You look there and you go, oh, I don't know, stains on the bed. It's not very promising, is it? And then they go round the shower, they get on their hands and knees. These people are really odd and peculiar. So Marks and Spencer's to shut 30 stores. If I can't get my pants, there'll be trouble, I tell you. And they've already closed 59. They've cut 7,000 jobs. They've reported big losses. Pre-tax loss, 201 million. Down from £67.2 million profit. They've got 254 full-time stores, so losing 30 ain't going to make no difference, is it? They've still got over 200. They'll gradually close over the next decade. Oh, God, I might not even be alive to actually get to the end of them closing. You think so? That's what my boss said to me. He said, you're going to live forever. I immediately went into my dance. Fame! I'm going to live forever. Steve, Steph's is a great show, says Ron. No, it's not. Who's really called Alex? You're a bit peculiar, aren't you, if you don't even know who you are? Have you got one of those split personalities? What's your name? Ron? Alex? Ron? Alex? Nobody knows. Nobody knows anymore. Was it Niall Horan who turned up on one of our sister stations? Didn't know how to pronounce his first name. I thought, that's your name, and he didn't know how to pronounce it. I don't know, he didn't think it was Niall, that's a fact. Lawrence says, 2 things I've never tried, prawn cocktail and black pudding. Sorry, and your point is what? What are you, 3 or something? You've never had prawn cocktail. Everybody's had prawn cocktail. I mean, I've never had black pudding either, but why would I want to eat blood that's been cooked? No, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. 3rd series of Afterlife has just finished being filmed. Did you watch the first 2? I don't even know what you're talking about. Ricky Gervais, is it? I've never heard of it. I've heard of Ricky Gervais, but I've never heard of Afterlife. Steve, a tall, skinny guy covered in tattoos, mouthing off outside M&S in Tooting. I thought, he's trouble. 10 minutes later, he's on the ground in handcuffs. Sorry. Steve, you'll pay tax on your pension, so don't spend it all at once, says Simon. Are you on Sunday? I am. But no, I mean, I'm always very good with my money. I never sort of previously guess these things and go and spend it. Then somebody goes, have you, like when I had my first pay packet with £5.19 and sixpence in it and blew most of it on a jumper. My mother said, how are you going to last for the rest of the week? I went, well, you're going to pay, aren't you? Yeah, I'm wearing my jumper today to work, which was very nice. But no, I'm quite good actually now, almost to the point of being mean. Don't forget the slice of lemon, Steve, to make Marie sauce, mix ketchup and mayonnaise. Yeah, I mean it's not difficult to make, and then just add it and just pour it over the top of it. Or failing that, just tip the prawns into your mouth and cut out the lettuce. The most boring bit of a prawn cocktail. It'd be better off with grits sitting in the bottom of it or something. Anything, please. And Steve, my uncle collapsed with hypothermia whilst mountaineering. We covered him head to foot in Vaseline to try and keep him warm. Unfortunately, he went downhill pretty rapidly after that. Do you get the gag? I know. We get the worst ones at this time of the morning, really. I don't know why. Of course you're going to live forever, says Lawrence. I don't know, when they were saying it, was it in the paper today or tomorrow? They were talking about people living to 150. Well, I mean, I watched Colonel Tom shuffling up and down the garden at the age of 100. I thought, and you add 50 years onto that? I wouldn't like to imagine where you go. Definitely not. Lots of Brits. In Greece, Kefalonia, very popular. Do you know what Kefalonia is famous for? Peanut brittle. Peanut brittle. Kefalonia is famous for peanut brittle. You can buy it in all the gift shops, which is very sweet. Also, we might get the green line for top resorts, even if Spain and Greece stay on the amber lists. And they will tell you exactly where you can go. Grant Shapps has raised hopes over hotspots like the Greek islands, the Canaries and the Balearics after foreign breaks were allowed again on May the 17th. Which is nice, isn't it, really? See, I'm not particularly bothered about the holidays. It's only other people who worry about, I need my holiday. I want to go and sit on a beach somewhere. Well, I mean, just get some sand, sprinkle it in your sitting room and sit there and watch television. That way you get roughly the same kind of effect. Open the French windows. Make yourself an ice cream or a mivvy or something like that. A mivvy. We love a good mivvy. Love a mivvy. Here's a picture it's Rachel Riley. She's pregnant. She's seen leaving the Countdown Studios in Salford. I'd forgotten they were filmed up there as well. Loads of things come from Manchester, don't they, really? Universal credit claimants raise benefits now for millions of us. So they think they should be raised according to a poll. Well, everybody, given the choice, if somebody came up to you, it doesn't matter whether you're universal credit claimants or whatever else has said, what do you reckon? Pay rise? No pay rise. You're going to go pay rise. They go, there's no strings attached to it. You're going to vote for a pay rise. That's the whole thing. Nobody's ever satisfied. When I earned £5 a week, I thought if I earned £10, I can live fantastically well, because I'm living quite well on £5. And then when you earn 10, you go, oh, fantastic. And then you think, if I earn 20 a week, and so it goes on. You just keep doubling until you get to £100 a week, and then you go, if I earned £100 a week, I would be absolutely like a pig in feathers. And I don't know why I thought of that one, but and it doesn't happen. Does not happen. Penman investigates. Talking here about a bloke called he's Cliff Canning, but he's been jailed actually. He's been banned from being a company director, but he didn't care. He just went on. And there's a police mugshot on him. I think he's gone to prison for a year. He pleaded guilty to acting as a director whilst disqualified. He likes ripping people off. That's what people do nowadays. But my favourite story of the day, and I saw it on the television the other day, is of a schoolboy called Daniel Kaplan. Daniel died in December. He was just 17. Of an aggressive DIPG tumour which has no cure. There is no cure. And so his schoolmates at Hutcheson's Grammar in Glasgow have organised an online Doing It for Daniel concert. Isn't that great? Aiming to raise £500,000 for the Funding Neurobrain Tumour Charity. Sir Mick and Sting, that's Jagger by the way, filmed video messages for the 7pm gig. So Mick said, I'd like to wish everybody at Hutchinson's all the very best for your concert. I hope you enjoy the music, because what they've done is the school choir are singing and different people are doing things related to that. So they will pick something from the Rolling Stones, something from Sting. I think they've got a couple of songs. I think Fields of Gold and Shape of My Heart. Daniel's mum said her son was full of fun and life. And so they've done these wonderful things because there was no cure. And his mother broke down and said there was nothing I could do about it. I couldn't do anything. It was just one of those things that you just feel so hopeless. But well done to all the pop stars who did so, because you can't refuse that, can you? You just can't refuse it. There's certain things you can't refuse, and that would be one of them. Queen Elsa's rousing declaration, "Let it go," in the movie Frozen tops the list of the most beloved children's TV and film catchphrases. Buzz Lightyear's is "To infinity and beyond." That was from Toy Story, flew into third spot. And Fred Flintstone's "Yabba Dabba Doo," Reclamation came second and sixth. I'm assuming it's... So you've got Let It Go, Scooby-Doo up to number 2 now in the charts. Up to number 2. And then, what was next, number 3? Oh, sorry, number 4. No, number 3 is To Infinity and Beyond. Number 4 is Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Bob the Builder. I think that's quite good. Number 5 is What's Up, Doc? Which is Bugs Bunny. Fred Flintstone. Yabba Dabba Doo. Wilmer. Oh, Fred. You know, I used to love things like that. Hakuna Matata is at number 7. Paw Patrol is on a roll. I've seen that. I turned it off, actually, because it's a cartoon. I don't like cartoons all the time. A-O. Who says A-O? Come on, everybody knows. It's the Teletubbies, which is sweet. They're at number 11. That's all, folks. Guess who that is? That's Looney Tunes. That's all, folks. I thought a putty cat creeping up on me. That was Tweety Pie and Sylvester, wasn't it? I thought they were... Yeah, if somebody just switched on, I wonder what they're listening to, aren't they? My name is Mr. Cummings, and I'll be doing my famous vocal impressions. How about... See, I can't do an impression of this one, but I quite like the theme tune. I love Muddy Puddles. Who is that? You might not know this. Peppa Pig, he knows it straight away. Pig Snort. No, not Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig again. Peppa Pig. Upsy Daisy. Now, this is a show which is also on the television, and it tours as well. They had crowds down in Richmond. The Mimi Peepees. I don't know. Are they in the Night Garden? That's the one. That's what it is, the Night Garden. Thunderbirds are go. Which we like, actually, which is obviously Thunderbirds, and not a difficult one. But we did like Brains. Mr. Tracy. You know, first time we've had a cartoon character, you know, who's actually got a stutter or a stammer, and which actually was me. I couldn't get the words out. I used to have a terrible stutter and stammer at school. Terrible. I got an awful lot better in sort of life. But then sometimes it comes back quite unexpectedly. How about Cowabunga? Oh, you must know this one. Turtles, the Teenage Mutant Ninja. You won't. If you know this one, it'll be a miracle. Hello, how are you? No, you're not going to get that one, are you? People are shouting everywhere into the radio. This is Mr. Tumble. Something special. You see, I mean, I quite like Mr. Tumble, but I couldn't tell you anything about him. But it's a Bing thing. Bing. What's that mean? But my favourite is Frozen. Let it go, let it go. Because everybody knows that one, don't they? I think it's so good. And she's got a lovely voice. And she was in Wicked. She was Idina Menzel. Well, she is Idina Menzel, and she came in. I thought she was fantastic. What a voice. Oh, and this huge thing. Have you ever seen Wicked? She starts off, she's singing it, and she's green. I mean, it must take ages to put this makeup on. And while she's singing, they're hooking her up to a crane. And so as she hits this high note, you know, down you can look to the west, and this thing raises her up in the air, and she goes up about 30 feet. Frightens the life out of me. Frightens the life. She's really brilliant, really brilliant. And then she got the job of singing. Yes, Graham, we know the joke. Why the people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones. But Abba Dabba Doo. Abba Dabby Doo. So it doesn't make any sense now. If I've been sent that in once, I've been sent it in loads and loads of things. Steve, the state pension is paid weekly, 4 weeks a month, so the payment date rotates. I get £210 a week. You can choose to delay receipt from when it's first due and take a lump sum. Oh, right. Oh. Take a lump sum later. I'm not really that bothered about it. I just think I should perhaps do it. France has said any British who go there must quarantine on arrival. What's the point of going abroad? Well, that's why we can't get the Americans here. They've got to quarantine. The hotels are desperate to get them in. You mentioned peanut brittle. At the same time, I was eating a Mr. Tom bar. Oh, I love Mr. Tom bars. They're peanut brittle bar. We've had them before on the programme.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence to genetics to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So Eric Carles died, hasn't he? He was the man behind The Very Hungry Caterpillar. 91. He looked good. He looked like he could play Father Christmas, doesn't he? No, because he's got a white beard. I just assume anybody with a white beard. My Auntie Enid could play it. And because she won't buy one of these little things they're advertising on the television to take away unwanted hair. I mean, a razor. Exactly. I've said to her, just go and get a Gillette Lady Shave. And she went, oh, no, it's never going to happen, is it? So I think she's playing Father Christmas in her local garden centre this Christmas. Because most people weren't doing it last year because of the social distancing. There's no point in going to visit Father Christmas when you can't go anywhere near him. Which, to be honest with you, is what kids want to see. Some kids don't do Father Christmas, though, do they? I mean, I went to see Father Christmas when I was young, 47. And I remember thinking, I quite like that idea. I didn't realise we went to a shop in London, and we went on a ferry boat. Please don't go there. And so we opened a door, and there's the boat, and we all sit in it, going to see Father Christmas, and the walls moved to make it look as though you were going somewhere. But I twigged to it, because when we got to meet Father Christmas, they opened another door at the back of the boat, and Father Christmas was waiting there. I think he'd been there all the time. Don't you? And we all got to pick a present out of the brand tub. You know, if you were a boy, you picked a present out of this tub, and then a girl, you picked a present out of that one. And Father Christmas, you could have a picture taken with him. I couldn't even tell you what I got as my present. I should have remembered something like that. It would be something cheap and plasticky. Back to my Auntie Enid again, I'm afraid. She's very plasticky. She started indulging in Botox. She started having it, but she's not had it on her face. Now, to be honest with you, I don't really care where people have it done. I just think, I just don't want it. They were doing somebody on the television the other day, somebody well known. And, I tell you what it was. It was this, it's the most peculiar programme, but I can't remember what it's called. You'll all know, because it's this bloke who is as camp as a Christmas tree, who's married to a very glamorous woman, and they've got children. And it's a real family. It's like a documentary kind of thing, like a reality show. Everyone loves whatever his name is. But he is so camp. I mean, you seriously look at him, you know, if he came out as gay, and you wouldn't be at all surprised. But he's got children, and the children are as peculiar as he is. They live in this big house. I've got no idea what he does, but he's very odd. I think you would class him as odd. I don't know. It's just an American family. It's a real family. They're not pretending to be a family. Somebody will type in and tell me what they are. You know who they are, because there can't be many families on the television where the father looks like he's in the wrong place. No, it's not the Kardashians. No, I can't watch the Kardashians. They're about as boring as it comes. So only the Americans have put up with a rubbish family like the Kardashians. But this is, and they've been away and they've done all sorts of things, and it's quite. Yeah, somebody will tell us. You know who it is. But the boy the other day who was persuaded by his friend to have Botox. He doesn't need Botox, but his sister's very pushy. She said, I'm very pushy. And all the rest. And they sit on sort of like a little couch talking into camera, and they follow their life at home. They're very peculiar, very peculiar. Steve, if you've not claimed your pension for a full year, you get an extra 10%. Oh, that's nice. Steve, I fell asleep. Are you coming to North Weald Market for socks, samosas and busy Lizzies? Oh, no. Help us traders out and mention we're open on bank holiday. It's Chrisley. It's Chrisley. You have a look at a picture of Chrisley. Spelt, we think, Chrisley. Chrisley knows best. He's in real estate. What an odd family. I mean, seriously, you'd have them committed. They're not, no, seriously, they are the most peculiar family I've ever seen on the show. The father is just, look at the father. He looks like he's been so Botox. He looks like he's Liberace out of all the finery. Oh, I talk like this kind of thing. They're really weird. The family, they've got the mother who wears the most dreadful wigs, the wife whose breasts arrive in the room 2 days before she arrives there, and the ghastly family. They're all peculiar, but it's the father who looks like he's been so Botox you could blow him up with an air pipe. Chrisley knows better. Look at him. Oh, he's real estate, is he? Oh, so I knew you'd all know. Look at this. Look, everybody knows. Everybody knows who it is. Bless your hearts. That's the good thing. I've always said the good thing about LBC is you can appeal to somebody. God knows I appeal to people, but it's a case of what is this? Oh, he's an interior designer. He's so camp. He is, seriously. He makes Bobby Cole Norris look like he's about to play Robin of Sherwood, which is highly unlikely. But it's the most peculiar. You have to watch this programme, Joe, because you won't believe it. He's just odd. They're all odd. They're all odd. It's very odd. He's an American reality show centred around the lives of Georgia real estate tycoon Todd Chrisley and his wealthy family. Well, if they're wealthy family, they're obviously fallen on hard times. The house is way out. It formerly took place in Roswell. Oh, well, that explains it. That explains it. Before moving primarily to Nashville, Tennessee. A spin-off focusing on Chase and Savannah Chrisley called Growing Up Chrisley. They're even more peculiar than the father. Thank God we don't have Wait a minute. We do have a programme like that. And it's called The Housewives of Cheshire. You have never seen a more ghastly programme with all these, I don't know, over-made-up people. I don't know. The blokes, luckily, they don't feature too often. You know why? They can barely string two words together. It really is the oddest programme. They hate each other. Everybody hates each other. Now the Housewives of Orange County, most of the original cast have either been pensioned off or they've gone off to do something else, like sort of live in an old people's home. So they've got new people and they're not as good. They're not as good. We used to like Vicky, because Vicky had a boyfriend who lied about having cancer, who lied on a television programme. Awful. So he's considered by his... Tom's a germaphobe. Tries to avoid things like dirt and animals. He's just weird. He's just weird. He married Julie. He was previously married to a high school girlfriend, Terry, before marrying Julie. He has 2 children with Teresa. I mean, there's a surprise to start with. And often responds to his family's antics with quips, snarky comments, or rhyming adages, many of which are repeated throughout the series and used on series merchandise. He's mad. He's so mad. I mean, I've never known anybody so peculiar. Absolutely. My favourite is the housewife whose husband has got a big farm with cows and beef and all the rest of it, and she cooks in the kitchen. She's very good. I mean, she's got a big family as well. How she finds time, I'll never know. In between throwing some risotto together, they're sort of throwing out children left, right and centre. She's got about 6. And she's very good. I like her. She's very down to earth. Very down to... I know. Sometimes you get... I just couldn't remember what his name was, but I remember every time I look at him, I think, you are really peculiar, aren't you? You're sort of... I don't know where they find these people. Do they audition them? It's like they do on The Only Way is Essex. They'll put somebody on the programme. If they don't resonate with the audience, they ditch them. So you get people who are, really not very clever and not very bright and a bit thick and a bit stupid. And they're the ones they keep. They like those ones, so hence you end up with sort of all the Gemma Collinses of this world and Chloe Sims. I mean, some of these people, they're so ancient. Gemma Collins pops back in. I mean, what is she, 70, 85? Who knows? Very difficult to tell. I like the idea of, in Britain, Getaway. You can take pictures of places in this country and pretend that you've gone overseas. So they've got pictures of Provence. Then underneath it's a picture of Norfolk, but you could say that's Provence. It looks identical to Provence. They've got a picture of the Great Wall of China. Well, they've got another picture of Hadrian's Wall, which looks the same. And you could take a picture there. They've also got, in San Francisco, they've got the famous Golden Gate Bridge. The equivalent over here is the Heavenly Humber Bridge. Don't laugh, it looks the same. Also the Taj Mahal. Remember the Taj Mahal? That's quite nice, One man's love for his wife. Diana sitting on a bench looking very miserable. Well, you can take a picture of Brighton's Royal Pavilion. Looks exactly the same. And Diana was in Brighton. It's amazing. And also Greece, the Acropolis. Well, the Penshaw Monument in Sunderland looks exactly the same. It was based on it as well. How about Venice? Gondola, Bridge of Sighs. I beg your pardon, it's not the Bridge of Sighs, it's the Rialto. Well, in fact, go to Cambridge and they've got St John's College's Bridge of Sighs there on the River Cam. So you don't need to go abroad to pretend to people. They've got the Czech Republic. I mean, admittedly, anywhere north of Watford looks exactly like the Czech Republic, but they've got a picture of Wales. And this is the Portmeirion. Portmeirion, where they filmed The Prisoner. Have you ever seen Portmeirion? All the oh, you'd love it. It's weird and peculiar. It's very, very, very odd. Very, very odd. The Eiffel Tower and Blackpool Tower, very similar. One tower looks very much like the other one. It's the way it works. Never get radios like that, do you? Never get radio programmes that, you've got Steve Allen, is there an equivalent? Please God, no. It's as simple as that. It's the bank holiday, so I shall sort of help you out as much as I can. Fry-ups are good for you, but only for breakfast. You see, why can't you have a fry-up at any time of the day? Apparently the smell of bacon, sausages and eggs frying for breakfast is one that many of you find difficult to resist. But there's little need to feel guilty, as eating fatty meat is healthier in the morning than in the evening. Good Lord. It's research from China. Do you think... I can't really see anybody in China going, bacon, sausages and eggs, please, for me. I don't think so. But apparently the study found people who eat a plant-based dinner. This is everywhere. Have you noticed these new plant-based dinners? It's for vegans, is it? I can't begin to go for it. But it's recommended to eat a healthy diet, especially for those at high risk of heart disease. But the paper has been published. Just one reason could be that eating refined carbs and fatty meats at breakfast could boost metabolism throughout the day. I was always told that if you have a cooked breakfast or if you have a breakfast, that sets you up for the day, and so that's it. So people who go, oh, I never eat breakfast, you really should eat breakfast. I mean, whether or not you can actually, I always tend to find it's easier to actually go out and have a cooked breakfast. So it gets somebody else to cook it. Why do you want to cook it for yourself at home? It takes forever and a day. If you go out to a garden centre, I discovered the other day, I think Squire's Garden Centre, I think their little restaurant thing is open at the moment. I saw some pensioners queuing up, so I assumed it was open. And I've had breakfast up there, 2 portions of beans, 2 portions of fried bread, and 2 sausages, 6 items. I can't remember how many it was. You can either have 6 items or 10 items or something like that. And I always count them. But I mean, if you don't have 2 portions of beans, you just get a little piddly amount, and it's not worth it. And I like to put the beans onto the fried bread. I can't eat plant-based things. I've seen Marks and Spencer's got a whole range of it. I just can't bring myself to do it. I don't know why. There's nothing the matter with me, I don't think. But they do crispy barbecue wings. So it's pea protein. It's not even chicken. Oh right. What's the point? So all this is specifically for vegans. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? There you go. Plant Kitchen battered fishless goujons. And so it's said to be your new favourite. They're made from rice protein and coated in herby, crispy batter. Serve them in a sarnie with vegan mayo and gherkins, with sweet potato fries and veggies, or in soft tacos with crunchy slaw, avocado, coriander and hot sauce. But it's not fish. But it's not aimed for people like me, is it? It's aimed for vegans. Have you had them? Look, Plant Kitchen no lamb koftas, which are made from pea and wheat protein. Oh God, it reminds me years ago. I had an accountant and he said, oh, I'll take you out for dinner. I went, oh, lovely. Where do we go to? A macrobiotic restaurant. Biggest disappointment of my entire life. Seriously, this was before any of these sort of things. This is more than 30 years ago, a macrobiotic restaurant. I can't even tell you what we had to eat, but apparently people booked up for this thing for ages and ages. And it was just dreadful. For me, it was. Steve, Botox stop muscles moving. What happens when we don't use our muscles? They apparently... they waste away. What happens when Botox wears off? The face muscles collapse, leaving more wrinkles. Time for more Botox. You can always spot people with Botox because they can't move. They've got no expression. I'm sorry. Are you unhappy? Like Joan Rivers. I'm really frowning at the moment. Are you really? Are you happy? I'm laughing inside. I just can't let it show on my face. That's why you very rarely see Victoria Beckham smiling. Not because she's had Botox, because I'm not sure if she has had Botox, but it's a case of she knows that the eyes are the giveaway. That's why she wears dark glasses all the time, to stop you seeing how old she is. Because she's coming up to, 50 now? I think, something like that. And for some reason, people get panicky and they go, oh, I don't want to be 50. So if I put dark glasses on, then you don't notice lines under my eyes. I bought some of that stuff, which is advertised on the television, and you put it on. I think it's called No More Wrinkles or something. And you put it on and it hardens. And then she's 47, so nearly 50, getting on a bit, really. And, but still wearing dark glasses. What purpose? The idea is she doesn't want you to see the wrinkles under her eyes. So when she laughs, you get laughter lines, and that's your expression. I mean, I don't have any wrinkles on my forehead at all. I'm quite lucky. But I never laugh. I'm really quite a miserable person. I'm sort of deeply unhappy. Even comics can't make me laugh. They say, Steve, have you heard this joke? And I go, no, probably not. And they tell it to me, and I just sort of stand there and stare at them, and they go, you all right? I go, Botox. And although actually the banks threaten to close the account down if I actually go for Botox. Apparently it's not just for vegans, it's also for healthy people. Well, that's like going to a health food shop, isn't it? Assuming all the others are unhealthy. What did I buy? Oh, the wrinkles. Oh, I don't know. It's this stuff. You paint it under your eyes, and then when it dries, it takes the wrinkles away. Which is sort of quite... A lot of women use it. They must be shifting tons of this stuff. No, it's not a roll-on. You put a little bit on your finger and just sort of dab it under your eyes. But you can do exactly the same. The old trick is either hemorrhoid cream. A lot of models use hemorrhoid cream under their eyes because that sort of stretches the skin. Or failing that, egg white. Look at this. Honestly, sometimes this programme's a gift, isn't it? Sometimes you hear something and you think, do you know, I'm going to try that today. I'm going to rush out to the chemist and get some hemorrhoid cream. And they're going to go, is it for yourself? And you go, it's my eyes. Models use it. They've been using hemorrhoid cream for years. And egg white was used by a lot of people years ago when they had photos done. And so I don't want to go into what I use. I use facial eye exercises. Actually, the funny thing is the ageing process doesn't bother me in the slightest. He lies through his teeth. Nobody wants to look that. It's when somebody says, you don't look your age. That's quite a nice thing to say. It's when they say you do look your age that you start panicking. Because I don't know what you're supposed to look like at any particular age. I mean, I'm really not very good at that. If somebody says, oh, how old are you? I mean, at one time, people used to say when I was young, you're very big for your age. They used to say to me, because I was quite tall when I was sort of 14, 15, I was quite tall. And they say, you're very big for your age. And then sort of gradually, I think, as I've got a bit older, I've shrunk. I don't think I'm over the 6 foot I used to believe that I was. And then, you'd say something, they say, how old are you? And you go, oh, I'm 35 or whatever. And they go, oh, you don't look your age. Now, they don't say that. So obviously, I'm looking my age, but I don't feel my age. Mentally, I think I'm back in my mid-30s and 40s. Physically, of course, I'm a complete and utter wreck. If you'd seen me naked... I'll put a photo up later, and you suddenly realise that, all the things, perhaps you should have done certain things when you were younger, but we don't get round to it. At school, you do gym, and you do exercise, and you do running. They go, today we're going to go for a cross-country run, and you think, over my dead body. And so they do that, or failing that, okay, we're going to split ourselves up into 2 teams, and we're going to go out there and play football. I think not. If I go, I was always the last one to be picked. Okay, does anybody want Stephen on their team? Anybody? And I'd be begrudgingly taken onto one of the teams because they knew that I'd be the one that if the ball came my way, I'd run away from it. I'm not playing that game. I don't want to go home and say to my mum, I'm terribly sorry, I fell over in the mud. Well, they pushed me, mum. They pushed me into the mud and I've got my white shorts dirty. My mother had more than enough things to do with that, worrying about cleaning your shorts every time. With a bit of luck, I could make a pair of shorts last about a month without them getting dirty. And when we used to play rugby, that used to frighten the life out of me. Big grown men thundering down the field towards you. They go, well, listen, have the ball. Have it, please. I don't want it. And we used to play it in the winter. I've got no idea why. I mean, how mad. Why not play it in the summer when it's a bit warmer? I'd come back, my little hands would be blue with cold. And they'd be going, come on, Steve, you've got to go to your next lesson. I go, I can't do the buttons on my shirt up. My fingers were too cold. And you put them on the radiators to try and warm them. But of course, the radiators were off at the same time. Well, there you go. So fry-ups are good for you. I'm not going to have a fry-up this morning. It's a Thursday. I don't think I should have. I might have one tomorrow to celebrate. But then I've just realised I can't because I'm going to see my consultant doctor tomorrow So I don't want to go in there and he's going to go, well, you can go home and have some vegan food, and I'll be smelling of bacon and sausages. I pull them out of my pockets and go, do you want a sausage? You know, it's never going to happen, is it really? Got a story here about not a very nice person. No, I won't do it. I don't like nasty stories on a Thursday. It's not a good story on a Thursday. It really isn't. Instead, I think we'll celebrate some birthdays. One you'll have heard about. You won't believe how old she is now. But that'd be interesting. And also, born on this day in 1948. I so wish I could tell you the story. But I can't. But it doesn't matter.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 7. Happy birthday today to Susie Sue. Now, it used to be, was it Susie and the Banshees, I think? She was the front woman. Born Susan Janet Ballion in Chislehurst. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it, really? People used to like those different names. She's the Queen of Goth and a punk iconoclast, has been described as being every bit as mysterious and unyielding as the most difficult male of the rock species. She says the I's in her name are silent. You don't pronounce the T in Bardo, do you? So she goes. She's 64 today. She won't thank me for telling you that, but I'm telling you that's what her age is. Joseph Fiennes, 51, the star of Shakespeare in Love, brother of... is he called Ralph or Rafe Fiennes? It's Rafe, isn't it? I don't know why they do that, but anyway. And the cousin of the explorer, Sir Ranulph, although the two had barely spoken until they produced a National Geographic series together. One of Fiennes' ancestors is believed to have been the man who killed Edward II with a red-hot poker. Don't go there, OK? Don't go there. It was quite common in those days. Born in 1946, he died in 2013. Lewis Collins, the actor from The Wirral, played Bodie in The Professionals. In real life, he applied to join the SAS and passed the entrance test, but was rejected because of his fame. He also auditioned to be James Bond, but Cubby Broccoli decided he was too aggressive. Right. Also... Doctor Who, in 1996, returned for the first time in 7 years with Paul McGann in the title role. So that's now you know. And May the 27th, 1975, Evel Knievel. He used to pop up all over the place, didn't he? Always wearing that white jumpsuit. Very inappropriate, I think, if you're going to be falling off these bikes. He was badly hurt when he crashed after leaping over 13 London buses. 75,000 people saw him flung from the bike as he landed badly. He was put on a stretcher, but he got off, limped to a microphone to announce he was retiring. Probably very wise, I should imagine. And also, May the 27th, 1974, thousands of hysterical girls stopped David Cassidy's Farewell to London concert when they burst through barriers and rushed the stage. 200 security guards were powerless to stop screaming and weeping girls who ripped down a fence 20 feet from the stage to reach their idol at the White City Stadium. When David Cassidy appeared in this country, he'd appeared in the Partridge Family on the television. He was unbelievably beautiful, but what he did have, which was the big problem for him, terrible skin, terrible acne. And so when he came over here, they'd given him this orange makeup to wear. So, of course, it just didn't... You know, on American television, you could get away with things like this. Because if you see him on American television, he looks so he's got the most perfect skin. He was so beautiful with the long hair and all the rest of it. But he was a bit of a rebel. He was. He was. You know, he wasn't this clean-cut image that people thought that he was. And so when he died, I was horrified. Absolutely horrified, because you just didn't expect him. But the girls went mad for him, the Osmonds, the Bay City Rollers. There were all these groups, you know, the Beatles. They all got hysteria. But it must have been very frightening for him, because all these girls were rushing the stage trying to get at it. They'd have ripped him to pieces. Bros had it, not so much now, and but it was David Cassidy. And I remember the press, somebody did a report and they said he's wearing this orange pancake, and it was to cover up the bad skin so that he photographed well. But if you were close to him, a bit like being near Jordan, you can see she's got really, really bad skin, and it's sort of covered up with this sort of fake tan and all this other gunk she puts on it. Shame, really. You know, but that's the way it is for some people. Susie Sue was a Blitz kid, says Helen. She was, yes. And Susie in Balham says, Steve, it occurs to me that when somebody says you don't look your age, they may not necessarily be suggesting you actually look younger than your years. Oh. That was a bit embarrassing, isn't it? No, I mean, I don't look my age. It is true, I do not look my age. I'm a youthful kind of person. You know, as I say, you know, tell my feet that. Because they'll be going, no, Stephen, no, you're not very good on your feet. Steve, I hated sport. Everybody told me in high school I was hopeless, says Shane. Yeah, I mean, I was all right. I got cups and medals at school for my prowess on the sporting field, mainly for athletics. Yeah, I got high jump, hurdles and 100 metres. But the rugby and the football and the hockey and stuff like that, I wasn't very good. I did play it, but I wasn't very good at it. But you kind of had to go for it because that was the way that schools were. I think I'm not sure if they were doing it to get you fit, or if they were just doing it to sort of teamwork and stuff like that. It's interesting. So what a way to get wed. Lots of people. They do a television programme where it's Don't Ask the Bride or something, and they give somebody a bit of money. Don't tell the bride. And these Godzillas get married and they sort of go, oh, well, if he ain't bought me the right dress, I ain't going to marry him. And you get a lot of that. And you think to yourself, wow. And then they always turn out all right in the end. I was quite pleased about that, actually, because it's like watching Grand Designs. Kevin MacLeod, or whatever his name is, he's criticising these people all the way through the programme. And yet, surprise, surprise, at the end of it, look, it's perfect. This is the most beautiful house I've ever seen. It's like poor old Jessica Fletcher in Cabot Cove. The amount of times the policemen tell her down there, listen, please do not interfere. She's been right for the last 50 years, for God's sake. At least take her on board. I love it. Steve, Lewis Collins could only have passed for the SAS Territorial Army. You have to be a serving soldier to join the SAS proper. Oh, right. I don't know. I'm a non-eater, but I'm not vegan, says Dulcie. A lot of these ready plant-based meals are not healthy. I make my own from veg and stuff. Oh, I think you can go and buy... A friend of mine eats veg. I eat vegetables. You know, I don't class myself as a vegan or a vegetarian or anything like that. And I do have meat. Not as often as I used to have it. I bought some steak the other day, which I'll probably have today. Might have it with bean sprouts or a mixture or something like that. I don't know. Or I might have some cauliflower with it. I haven't quite decided. But it will come with some sort of sauce. That's probably the downside as far as I'm concerned. I shouldn't really be having sauces, but I do go for them. Steve, my wife's a vegan and asked me to try these plant-based foods. I thought it was awful. Yeah, but if you're vegan, it probably tastes absolutely delightful. Joe likes it, and he's not vegan. And it's not the cheapest food you can buy, is it? I mean, it's really quite expensive. But yesterday, I don't know why. I'd been queuing in Iceland to buy some, let's just call them items, and I saw a packet of sweet corn in the fridge. And so when I was in Waitrose yesterday, I bought 2 tins of sweet corn, ate them both. 2 tins of sweet corn with a little bit of cut-up bacon in there, and it was delicious. I kept thinking it was healthy. I don't think it was, actually. But, I mean, I thought it was. Prince Harry, set to go deeper into his mental health story, sparking Royal Aid's fears of more attacks on the family. He just doesn't like his family, does he? I mean, he just really doesn't like them, you know. So why should we have to like him? You know, if you're a fan of the royal family, of which there are many people... loads of people turned up for his wedding. If we'd known what a turncoat he was going to be, you wouldn't have watched the wedding. He could have performed to about 3 people. You know, Harry's getting married, well, big deal. Who cares? It doesn't make any difference. Keir Starmer has revealed he once enjoyed a drinking session with George Clooney. Isn't it funny? He'll tell you about that, but he won't tell you if he's ever done drugs. 14 times Piers Morgan said, you know, have you ever done anything? And he wouldn't come up. He wouldn't come up with an answer. But he went to the Berkshire mansion he shares with his wife, Amal, and they had a massive drinking session. I think this is on Tuesday at 9:30 on ITV. I always thought George Clooney was a bit dull and boring, but you know, who cares? He says, Mr. Starmer says, they're still in touch. He said, I've known Amal for years. She's a brilliant lawyer. Good. But they went for lunch that went on into the afternoon, and we talked about everything, including politics. That was 2 or 3 years ago. A brilliant afternoon, enjoyed by all of us. Rivetingly exciting. Rivetingly exciting. Well, there you go. You still couldn't win a by-election, could you? But, I mean, at least you tried. At least you tried. Scientists, the sun, no debate these veggie plotters. Oh, somebody here talking about people who've got, what do they call them? Allotments, where they grow their own vegetables and stuff like that. Because apparently they taste different to the things that you get in the shops. I mean, I can't see how that happens as well. But I mean, potatoes you can grow yourself. You can grow those on your patio or on your balcony. That's not difficult. Tomatoes you can grow. Not sure how you are about cucumbers, but I mean, you can grow quite a lot of things, can't you? You could probably even, at a push, grow asparagus and apples and pears and stuff like that. I mean, there's not much that you can't do it, but in Twickenham, 300% increase of people who want allotments. They want to grow their own fruit and vegetables. And also, it's quite nice. If you built a little hut on the side, you can go and sit in there and have a pot of tea or something, and then sort of look out over all you survey. I think we're supposed to have allotments. It's for people who never had a garden. And at this time of year, they're looking really good. Rhubarb's easy to grow. Very, very easy to grow, rhubarb. And people have got runner beans and things. Boring. And they do that, and then they go, it's really healthy. I mean, I quite envy people that can do stuff like that. You know. Somebody says, you weren't good at team sports. Shocking. No, I didn't say I wasn't good at team sports. Honestly, do you know some people have got selective hearing? They hear what they want to hear. We did this once years and years ago. Somebody said to me, because you know that the programme's done in delay. It is, in fact, Tuesday. And some woman phoned up and said, oh, you said this and said that. I said, no, I didn't. She said, I've just heard you. So, of course, the producer is spooling back on the programme. And I said, wait a minute, I'll play it to you. There you go, I didn't say it. By that time, she'd lost herself. She'd disappeared back into the abyss from which she originated in the first place. Oti Mabusi says she burst into song on hearing she'd landed a job on The Masked Dancer. She's in the papers every day. Mind you, it beats Rita Ora, doesn't it, really? Much better. Morning, everybody. Mr. Neil says, Steve, I love growing my own veg. Potatoes, broccoli, runner beans, cauliflower, cabbage, tomato, aubergines, cucumber, and not forgetting Brussels sprouts. See, I think that's brilliant. I think that's brilliant. Because most of it seems to... I mean, he's got the most enormous cauliflower. I love cauliflower. Absolutely love cauliflower. And I always get Brussels sprouts. I've got a friend of mine, Anne-Marie, who works for one of our stations. And every Christmas, I always get a... What do they call it? It's a Brussels sprout top. And it's the actual stalk with the Brussels sprouts on it. Every Christmas for as many years as I care to remember. She knows that I love Brussels sprouts. And so Mr. Neil sent me a photograph as well. Thank you very much indeed. And loads of other people who seem to enjoy growing their own. One here, it says, Steve, it's Howard. I waited 5 years for an allotment. Tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers all taste so much better homegrown. They do. And people grow black currants and blackberries and things like that. It's obviously very good. By the way, because the weather's going to be very good this weekend, where are you all going to be heading for? The coast. The coast. They say that people will be heading for the coast, record numbers. And I suppose all of us who live in London, not necessarily if you live in Manchester, not much used to heading to Brighton, is it? Or Southend or places like that, or Frinton. You know, you'll be going to Blackpool. And serve you right. You know, you enjoy yourself up there. It's just somewhere different to go. People want to go there. Staycation boom. They say 90% of rooms in top resorts are already booked out. Padstow in Cornwall's 99% full. Great Yarmouth 81%. The Cotswolds 80%. High demand has sparked a hike in costs. Sandbanks in Dorset, the dearest, $466 a night. For a room. There's a hotel here on Leicester Square, and their nightly rate is £550. I mean, you know, so if you're staying for a week, it's an arm and a leg, isn't it? That's absolutely... And I'm not even sure if that includes breakfast. I have been to the hotel just over the way here for a cooked breakfast. They do a breakfast buffet, and very nice it is too. But it's like 27 quid for a breakfast buffet. It's ever so expensive. But if you really, really want one, then, you know, you're going to go for a break. Because the idea is that you can just keep eating. But, of course, you can't keep eating. We've all got capacity. It's like Man Mountain on the television. The bloke, it's man versus food. He goes out there and they say, can you eat 24 burgers with fries and all that? And he ploughs on through these things. I feel physically ill. But I like the idea of having a cooked breakfast without actually having to cook it yourself, which is good. Steve, talking of vegans, people who sell meat are gross, but people who sell fruit and vegetables are grosser. Ooh, the old ones are the best. And we do get the old ones. Most expensive fry-up in London. This is a breakfast offered by the Jumeirah Carlton Hotel. Tops the list of most expensive breakfasts. £39. Where is that? Where is that here? In London? I don't even know. I've never even heard of it before. The Dorchester is £36 and the Ritz £35. Here we go. Yeah, bowl of Rice Krispies for you. Our AP today, Nick, he goes to... Where'd you go? Wetherspoons. How much do they charge? What's that? £1? About £7 for a cooked breakfast. Because I like it. I don't think they actually do cook breakfast to make a profit. They can't do. But I do like a cooked breakfast occasionally. But it is funny when you go to some of the garden centres and they say you can have 6 items for, you know, $6.99 and 8 items for the... And you always think to yourself, could I eat 8 items? No, 6 items is more than enough. And so a couple of sausages, a couple of portions of beans and two fried bread is more than enough. Or if I don't have the fried bread, because I don't have that very often, it's like once every 6 months. Little treat, I think. Have you noticed that Dominic Cummings' arms are very hairy? I was thinking... No, I thought about this the other day. Other people worry about it. No hair on his head, but his arms. I mean, you must have to hoover those every day, I should imagine. It's very, very embarrassing. And he just he just looked as though he was about ready to do poor old Boris in, I suppose. He called Hancock, who should have been fired 20 times. So why didn't he do anything? Did he just store up all these things and then, you know, go, oh, not worth doing anything? He was supposed to be an advisor. But he obviously enjoyed his day in the court, so to speak. But it's all over the papers today. And no doubt everybody will be talking about it. So he's blasted, the Prime Minister on COVID. Thousands died needlessly. And this, they say, is his act of... And well, I hope he's happy. You know, he sort of told people, presumably, what they want to hear. The only problem is we can't turn the clock back. That's the only thing you can't do. You wish you could, but you can't, which is a shame. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about should Dominic Cummings be believed, because you have to believe, don't you? You have to believe. Steve, Sterling Suite at the Langham Hotel, says Spencer, 25k a night. That's private. Sorry, thousands. I do beg your pardon. That's private. What we're talking about, actually. And what's your opinion on the McDonald's breakfast? Double sausage and egg McMuffin. I have it without the egg. And I don't have it very often. I might have it about once every 3 or 4 weeks. So I always go double sausage McMuffin, hold the egg. And it's quite normal to them. And for years, I've been suffering with the egg. And now I don't need to. Jill says, best breakfast, Premier Inn in Earl's Court, yummy and cheap. Yeah, you need to give me a price. I want to know what a price is. I mean, if the most expensive, what do we say, 39 quid? £39. That does seem a lot, doesn't it? I mean, nearly £100 for 2 of you for breakfast. You get 6 items. Oh dear, honestly, we do go there, don't we? I like the idea actually that have things. Steve, not after a mention, just private. My wife has published her first novella on Amazon. What's a novella? Is that a small novel? Oh, you knew that. I knew you would know. Kate Castle, Born of the Sea. You will love it. It's a true story, but never told. You will cry. Oh, I don't. Me and crying. You know what it's like. You know what I watched yesterday? Another Christmas film. I was blubbing halfway through the blooming thing. But, no, I haven't seen Die Hard yet. People keep it doesn't sound like a Christmas film, does it? So what did you watch yesterday? Die Hard. Oh, that's a Christmas... It really is a Christmas film, is it? I want to watch... is it Planes, Trains and Automobiles? Is that a good film? Is that sad? I found it the other day. It's comedy, is it? Oh, right. I don't know what it's about. It's a Thanksgiving film. The Americans love Thanksgiving, don't they? They love Thanksgiving. So I was just thinking, wave at Nick Ferrari. cutting it a bit fine this morning, honestly. That's the trouble when you've got loads to talk about with Mr. Cummings. He runs down. Apparently, back in our day, the Jumeirah Carlton was the Carlton Tower in Cadogan Square. Ah, right. Roger in Brentwood says, my golf club does a par 5, i.e. 5 items for a fiver. You see, I think that's good. It's like eat as much as you want at the salad bar. And you have to learn how to stack your plate properly to get as much stuff in it. No good putting tomatoes in at the bottom. You'll never fill the plate up. Yeah, the harvester, you fill up, and it starts with, I think, cucumber and everything, and you slowly build. So you can literally get just about everything in there, which I think is fantastic. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to your special Friday edition of the programme. It's Bank Holiday. Whoopee! Well, I think it's Bank Holiday. I know it doesn't officially start till tomorrow, but some people will be doing the I don't feel very well kind of situation. I'm phoning up the boss and going, I probably won't be coming in today. And they go, yeah, okay, good. Well, don't bother coming in next week either. Because next week's a short week. It's a 4-day week. I mean, how exciting is that for everybody? Bank holiday weekend. The weather's going to be lovely. I might wear shorts. Not openly, admittedly. I mean, I just do it around the house. I wouldn't walk out on the street in a pair of shorts. I mean, I might walk to the car, get something out of the car and go back inside again. But I mean, that's about as far as it goes. Anyway, if you're not working today, why not just settle back, get a cup of tea, piece of toast, and we can put the world to rights, can't we? We've got birthday greetings, a tapestry, the dinner party favourites coming back, and the street name which has had a sex swap. All of that between now and 7. 8 people killed by smoking. 8 people. 8 million people. What did I say? 8 people. I'm trying to make it sound better for people who smoke. Jay-Z and Beyonce's new car. I love saying that, just to wind them up, actually. Apparently it's Jay-Z. Yeah, whatever, love, whatever. Also, how much did the Bashir inquiry cost the BBC? Well, actually, that's you. It's cost you 1.4 million. And how much had we listened to Diana's brother? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Amanda Holden's taken all her clothes off. Again, getting quite disturbed by this. And Maura Higgins goes to a restaurant looking very inappropriate. I'm sorry, you don't go to a restaurant, dear, with a crop top on. You know, you do if you're naff chav, but I'm sorry, if I was in a restaurant and somebody turned up with a crop top on, I'd be out the door straight away. I wouldn't be eating in there, especially a Mayfair restaurant. And what are they doing letting her in? It's absolutely outrageous. A crop top, I ask you. I'm sorry. What if you spill something hot on you? You're going to burn, aren't you? Unless you're going to sit there with a napkin round her blooming neck. 6 in 10 badgers could die in culls, which they're having done. Jamie Oliver's been spat at by furious school kids. It's not very good, is it? Don't like to spit on Jamie Oliver. He's a very nice man. Make trains cheaper and we won't fly, say the tourists, which is very good. And Agatha Christie's town ready to make a killing. You know, her house is up for sale. And so there's a group of people trying to buy it so they can use it as a tourist attraction. But if somebody gets there before them and starts upping the price up, mentioning no names, good morning, Mr. Allen, to say that you lived in the house where Agatha Christie wrote so many of her books would be just a bit of a coup. And the seafood firm fined nearly £800,000 after a worker severed his fingers in a fish cake machine. The machine dragged his arm in. Well, I mean, that sounds like a scene out of a Bond movie. You know, where James Bond was lying on a table and the table moved towards him with a buzzsaw, which could have sawed his willy in half. And then he'd have had 2 willies. I mean, I see this as a bonus. I don't see this as anything to worry about. And then luckily, at the last minute, James Bond gets free. A bit like David Copperfield. He also gets free as well, which is lovely. I bought a new phone the other day, and here it is, showing to you now. This is the world's smallest flip phone. There you go, Kieran. World's smallest flip phone. There you go, which is tiny, tiny. Okay. I mean, useful, really. These are the phones that they smuggle into prison, like this one here. They smuggle them into prison in their bottoms. And then people use them in prison. Because, apparently a full-size phone, bit of a giveaway. Although, I'm tempted to do a great joke, actually, but I can't do it. There's no point. But it's the world's smallest flip phone. It's amazing what they can pack into telephones now, isn't it? Why do we like everything very small? Don't know. The Fred West Cafe, that they were digging up the floor to look for that missing 15-year-old girl. Well, they found nothing. I thought they'd seen, when they'd done their geophysics and the blue fibre and all that kind of stuff. What was that all about? Charles is on the pull as he goes into a pub for a pint. And the 10 things that Brits believe in, like You know, the Great Wall of China is the only man-made object you can see for the moon. It's a load of old codswallop. Absolute rubbish. Also, what was the other one that I quite like? The nostalgic dinner party favourite food items, which are making comebacks. Most of them you'll be still eating now because we like them. We like Bœuf Bourguignon, don't we? Which is lovely. I like that. And also, really the worst bit of news that you've heard this morning, Boris says we may need to wait for our freedom, so it might not be the 21st. It might be a little bit later than that, which I'm not wild about at all. Plus the sun back for at least a fortnight. But I mean, it's better than nothing. Better than nothing. It's a bit nippy out this morning, but at least we got here in one piece, which is quite nice. And what was the other one? Dame Joan Collins, another picture of her looking absolutely amazing. She defies age. You know, I wish we could all be exactly the same. She puts on, you know, the hair and the makeup and some lovely clothes, and she looks the same as she did 30 years ago, which is amazing. Birthdays we celebrate today. Anne Reid. You'll know Anne Reid. The moment you see her, you'll be going, oh, I know exactly who you are. She's been in Coronation Street. She's been in Dinner Ladies. She's been in loads and loads of things. Midsummer Murders, everything. She's 88, and David Baddiel is middle 50s. You know, and he's lovely too. But no, Anne Reid is quite very in Dinner Ladies. She plays the old flirty one. She might have been Ken's wife on Corrie. Yeah, she's lovely. 88. I think wait a minute. I think she's 80. I've got confused now because Joan Collins is 88. I mean, 86. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. And she looks exactly. Yeah, that's right. She was Ken's wife in Corrie. Oh, Ken. I think she's great. She's another one of my favourites. Another one of my favourites. And as she's got older, she's got better and more feisty. And in Dinner Ladies, they made her say all sorts of rude things, which I quite like, actually. I like it if I'm watching it on the television, but I don't really want to. Don't really want to go any further with it. I find it unnecessary. Anything that involves sort of rudies on the television, I sort of cringe a little bit. Not the sort of programmes you can watch with your parents, are they? Then Darren was talking earlier on about, you know, other life forms on Earth, you know, which always drags them all out the closet. You know, all the people go out there and go, you know, because the Earth is so huge, there's a very good chance that we're being visited by other people. What for? Why would they want to come and visit us? They're obviously far more intelligent than we are because we've not visited them. Why didn't they just pick up the phone and call us? I mean, all the numbers are up on the screen. They could have phoned Gems TV by now and ordered some nice jewellery. Or delighted those two boys who do all the cruise ship information. Have you seen them? They're very funny. They're very funny. We like them. I can't work out if they're an item or they're not an item, but either way, it's still good. Is Bœuf Bourguignon the same as beef bourguignon? Yes, it's exactly the same. It's just that it's Bœuf Bourguignon. All it is basically is sort of some onions and some beef and a nice gravy and a few carrots, and then you can shove it over mashed potato. It's delicious. You get it in 99% of supermarkets. I have it occasionally as a bit of a treat, and then I pour it over mashed potato, and it's quite delicious. Quite delicious. It's very nice indeed. I don't want to talk to anybody about. Well, I don't talk to anybody anyway. Literally, you're not even round here. There's no point. But the debate about, you know, whether or not there are people living on other planets and solar systems far. I just don't understand what the argument is. That if somebody says, oh, the universe is so huge, well, it's infinitesimal. Not infinitesimal. It goes forever, doesn't it? It's infinity. Because I said to somebody, when does it finish? And somebody said, it doesn't. It just keeps going. I said, well, keeps going to where? And they went, well, it just keeps going. What? There's no end. I mean, if you actually got in a spacecraft and just kept going and going and going and going, I mean, do you never get to the end where there's a brick wall going, will you please park your car before you get out and have a walk around? Because I don't understand how it works. If it's that huge, why are they sort of visiting? They're obviously far more intelligent than we are, far more sophisticated. Far more sophisticated. No, that isn't them. That isn't them. Planet. I don't think it's called Planet Cruise. It's two guys. It shows on the. Wish I could remember what it's called. This is where you lot help out because I can't remember these things. I can't remember all these things, but it's two blokes. Admittedly, if they had a failing, it's that they can't read auto cue very well. We do get quite a few mistakes, but they're obviously directing you to cruise ships. No surprise there. And so they want you to book cruises for next year and the year after. Which is quite good because, I mean, they always say, oh, we've been on this one and this is quite nice. But it's two guys. I can't remember what it's called. Somebody will help me out. Somebody will help me out on this one because I was sort of watching it the other day. It seems to pop up with amazing regularity. Like a lot of things on television. I was watching another quiz. There's so many quiz shows on the television now with people who shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a television studio because they can't present quizzes. Some people think you just go on television and do a quiz. And it doesn't work like that. You've got to, watch Bruce Forsyth doing The Price is Right to realise, and with him and Bob Monkhouse and Joe Pasquale, and there's a few others as well, and Bradley Walsh, on how a quiz is supposed to operate. Mel Giedroyc is possibly the worst person I've ever seen on the television. Because, you can't do a lot with her. I don't know what her show's called. Mel Giedroyc spouts drivel to you, I suppose. I don't know. And it's, here we go. Back into the water again. Don't shake it up. When I open the top, it'll fizz, won't it? And then it'll go all over the place. It's still water. Ignore that last remark. It won't go anywhere. They do that on YouTube. Have you seen the way they open the bottle and it fizzes out? With sort of, I quite like that. It's not water, no. It's fizzy stuff. I like a bit of fizzy. I wonder if you could have a bath in Coca-Cola. I wonder if you could sort of sit there having a bath. You probably could, actually, couldn't you, really? Yeah, we'll try it. I'll go and buy loads and loads. Because I like it abroad. And it's only seems to be abroad. I'm sure you can do it here because I've been in Waitrose and seen it. Bottles of Coca-Cola, proper glass bottles, not plastic and things like that. But then people want to buy the big bottles. But in Vienna, when I was in Vienna, it's they have machines and it goes clunk, clunk. And out comes a bottle of Coca-Cola. And it's really nice. I prefer it in a bottle. It seems a bit more sophisticated. Not to be seen as chav all the time. Your favourite Australian is 53 today. My favourite Australian? Can't be Barry Humphries, can it? Who would be my favourite Australian? Kylie? Kylie? Is she 53 today? Is that 53 inches tall? She can't be an age. She's 53, is she today? Good Lord. I should be so lucky. Lucky. I should be so lucky in love. I've got a meeting today with my what do they call them? I can't remember now. Doctors. But he's a specialist. He's a specialist. Doctors specialise in everything. He's a specialist in one particular part of your anatomy. And I get the results of my CT scan at 9 o'clock this morning. What a time. Which is actually good. I think it's a good time to have it, get it over and done with. So it's either going to be brilliant news and I shall bounce around like Tigger for the rest of the day, or I'm going to be very fed up and bored and phoning up friends going, you won't believe this. This is because after I had the CT scan the other day, this is where it tells you what's going on inside. It's like just having a stairway to the stars, as they open up your stomach. Gorgeous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Why is it that Kylie Minogue, explain this one to me, is huge on the gay scene? All gay men, well, most gay men, who are slightly left of centre, like Kylie Minogue. She's like, you get people who become gay icons. It's like if you go to a Steps concert, you're hard pushed not to find 3/4 of the audience being gay. Men dancing and putting rouge on and stuff like that. I've never been to a Steps concert, as you can well imagine. But why is it that? I mean, what is it that is about Kylie that makes her camp and not her sister? I mean, it's like, you don't look at Russell Watson and go, huge gay following. You don't. Oh, Danny's a gay icon as well. But I wonder why that is, that people are they sort of become gay icons. Is it? Seriously, it's quite a sensible question, actually. We're never going to get the answer to it. Dale and I went to a gay pub up in Sheffield years and years ago. We were doing different places. We went to Glasgow, we went to Sheffield, we went all these different sorts of places. And it was like stepping back in Sheffield into the 60s and 70s. It really was. It actually, you walked in to sort of this sort of bar and you would have known within 2 seconds that it was a gay bar. Because all the gay guys in there, most of them, were just so camp. It was like stepping back in time. It was really bizarre. Compared to sort of London gay bars, of which we don't really get London gay bars anymore. There's a few, but there's not as many as there used to be. It's like you could go into bars years and years ago and you'd get the drag shows. And we used to love going to the drag shows. I mean, they really were good. In fact, I featured a few drag artistes on my overnight show when I first started at LBC. People who'd been sort of working the circuit for years and years and years, and we thought it was great. Dale and I'd sit there, and you could have the most fun at the Black Cap in Camden Town, than you could have anywhere else, and it didn't cost a penny piece. You just got the cabaret, and there might be 3 or 4 drag artistes. I'm so tempted to say drag queens because that's what everybody called them, drag queens. All with these lovely outfits. All these lovely glitter and everything else. There's a Libyan wedding on YouTube I discovered this morning, and the bride, proper bride and groom, one of each, and her dress is the most sensational dress I've ever seen in my entire life. It was just, even the mother was crying just at the dress. It was beautiful, jewel encrusted, a huge tray. I mean, just really gorgeous, really, really gorgeous. Anyway, there is a hero in an Indian restaurant, which we celebrate today. I knew about the story a couple of days ago, and he's just a waiter in a restaurant. But one of the diners in there choked. Might have been on a lambooner or something. Whatever it was, he got this thing, and the bloke, I think, did the Heimlich manoeuvre, which involves going behind somebody, putting their arms around them and going like that to make sure that they sort of cough it out again. And I got it the other day. I didn't actually have to have the Heimlich manoeuvre, but one of my tablets got stuck in my throat, and it wouldn't disappear. How big is it? You're obsessed this morning, aren't you? You really are. It's like it's a capsule. I mean, I do 9 tablets in the morning. I know, it's ridiculous. Seriously, if I go like that, I like you very much. I can be my own maracas. And so I had this tablet, and out of all the other tablets, the other ones all went down, but they this last one didn't. And so I'm you swallow vigorously, and I was swallowing vigorously, thinking, come on. And then I thought, if I stick my fingers in my mouth, no, that'll make me sick. So there's no point doing it. Eventually I had to get a bottle of water out, and on about the 3rd swig of this water, it finally righted itself and sort of ended up disappearing down into my nether regions, which was good. Is it Planet Cruise, says Short? No, it's 2 blokes. I thought they were gay. But I mean, I don't want to sort of be rude about them because they might be grossly insulted. But they talk about, that's all they do is talk about cruises. Cruise programme on the television, I think we might have to find. Seriously, I don't know what it is. I don't know. It doesn't help, does it? Somebody will know. Come on, pull yourselves together. Keith in Exeter says, all straight men love Kylie too. Yeah, for different reasons, I should imagine. Steve, Kylie is always at the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras, says Shane. Yes, why is that? Why is that? Perhaps I don't know. Steve, Danny Dyer thinks he's a game show host. Terrible. Nobody beats Brucey, says Mark. Yes. And somebody says, I listen to you every day. You keep me going. Oh, well, that's good. And Steve, I'm such a klutz. There was me thinking our favourite Australian was none other than our Shane. No. Apparently Anne Reid does a very good old-fashioned cabaret dinner show, Last of the Old Troopers. Oh, I can well imagine. She can probably sing, tap dance, do all the usual things. But I just love her as an actress. And I was watching, what was I watching the other day? And an actress turned up. I remember thinking, who's that? It was only Honor Blackman from years ago. But luckily you could see it was Honor Blackman. So come on, I'm looking for the name of this television programme. Pull yourselves together, I shall go home. I'm not going to waste any more time with this. It's a programme where they're selling cruises on the television. So they show you, and here's a cruise that you can book in October of this year, and it's calling in 4 places, prices go from whatever. And on the left-hand side of the screen has got the details of the cruise, and then they show you and say that the ship's got 42 bars on it, and 3 swimming pools and all that kind of thing. And you call this number, then you can book these cruises. And obviously, the earlier you get in, the better chance of a decent cabin you get. Nobody wants to be with the rear gunner, do they? And you want to make sure that you're on that. I dreamt about a ship holiday the other day, and I spoke to my friend Danny, and he's sort of he gets better looking all the time. He's in radio as well, but because he's a lot younger than I am, we don't talk that often. And he wants to go back to Vegas, but of course Vegas isn't open at the moment. I mean, there are little bits of it, but you need to get everybody back in there for it to be worthwhile to go. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those sort of places that it goes on the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is loads and loads of people. It is adult Disney, and I love it. I think it's fantastic. I've had quite a few nice holidays, and he was sort of saying it'd be lovely to go back to Vegas. I thought, yeah, I could go back. I could take my friend Jordan as well. I think Vegas reopens on Monday. Are they still full capacity? Well, it is full already. Is it? Here we go. Ridiculous, honestly. Bit early in the programme for that. Steve, is the programme called Below Deck? No, it's not. I wish I knew what it was called. Wish I knew. Steve, the 2 Men on the Cruise Ship show is called... Oh, that's right. Love It, Book It. I don't know why I'm watching it. It just pops up on my television and I sit there stupefied. Watch it. Love It, Book It. Have you found them? Love It, Book It. I don't know what the name of the blokes are, but it is called Love It, Book It. Below Deck, Carol, honestly, I ask you. There they are. Love It, Book It. But who are they? Dan Radner and Sam Bulmer. Are they an item? You have to ask, don't you? You have to ask all these things because it's not such a big deal anymore. Here they are, look, there they are, and sort of out on a beach. But they don't... Oh, wait a minute, one of them's wearing a vest. That's a little bit of a giveaway. That's a little bit. But it's a case of, I wonder how many people book cruises based on what you see on the television, because it's a good idea of doing it. And I don't know if they own the company. They might own the company and get a commission for every person who actually books it, in which case then they'd be making their money. But I do find it interesting to watch. As for why Kylie Steve is a gay icon, after attending a Kylie concert, I had to ask my gay lesbian friend, and wait a minute, I've lost my mouse. And she told me, because the music is camp, says Kevin. They're both co-owners of Love It, Book It, are they? I thought they were. No, at least I guessed that bit right. The rest of it. Business partner, of course, absolutely. It's a good idea, isn't it, really? And I presume that they said for every person we get, you give us 20 quid or whatever it happens to be, I don't know. And it seems to work quite well. Certainly does for them, because they seem to be on the television all the time. Below Deck, I mean, Carol, really. I tell you what I watched, and I tell you where I saw her the other day. That's where I saw Honor Blackman. She was in, oh God, the film about the Titanic. It was a film that we made where they were saying to people, listen, it's going to go down. And I think it's, what's it called? A Night to Remember. Certainly was for all the people on it. Called the Titanic because they never thought it would sink. Unfortunately, they couldn't close the ballast doors. And A Night to Remember, made in 1958, loads of people in it. Kenneth Moore, Honor Blackman. I recognised Honor Blackman immediately. Everybody was in it. And it was a very good film, actually. It was a very, very good film. It was sort of basically showing you that the people who were in third class tried to get up into second class and ultimately first class to get up on the deck because they were below the waterline and the water was coming in so fast and they wouldn't open the doors. They kept these metal gates shut, which looked like, the things you'd get in an old-fashioned lift, and they kept them closed. And they went, you'll have to go down and up the other side. But of course, by this time, the water is lapping at the bottom of the thing. So that's why it was a complete disaster. Complete disaster. And then the ship started going, because once the underneath of the ship had filled up, then that's when, and one of the guys had a cup of tea and all of a sudden it was leaning to one side. And that's when they knew that, and he did say to the captain's assistant, he said, is it bad? And he went, It put it this way, keep the lights on for as long as you can. And they did. They kept the lights ablazing. But then all of a sudden, so you're in the middle of an ocean, you'd hit the iceberg, and then all of a sudden the lights go out, and they're trying to get the women and children into the lifeboats, and some men tried to sneak into the lifeboats, and they had to basically turf them out because there wasn't room in the lifeboat. They didn't have enough lifeboats for all the people who were actually on the boat. But it was a fascinating film. I'd never seen it before. Never seen it before, and that's why I enjoyed it. Carol, honestly, Below Deck. She says, don't knock it, you'd love it. Oh, I hate it already. Hate it already. Not my sort of thing. Not my sort of thing. So what else have we got? The 10 things that you believe in. As I say, one of them being heat escapes from the top of your head. No, it doesn't. Children are affected by sugar in drinks. It's said they're not. And there's quite a few other ones, actually. Oh, goldfish have no memory, so they go round in a bowl. And they go, I've not been here before. Not true. All these things that are not true, which I find a little bit disappointing. Little bit disappointing, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So Jay-Z and Beyonce have bought a car. Well, in fact, they haven't just bought a car. They've had one commissioned, a Rolls-Royce. And it's taken, I think, about 4 years. And it cost 20 million. I mean, to be honest with you, if somebody keyed that, you'd be in a very upset kind of thing. I've got a little scratch on my car. I had it at the back. I did it when I put a key in to open the boot. We don't need to, but on this particular occasion, the battery was running down a bit and pushing the boot didn't make any difference. And so I bought this stuff the other day, and it's taken this scratch out completely. And I've tried loads of things, believe you me. You see it on the television. Oh, you wipe this pen over it, and look, it's vanished. No, but this other stuff worked really well. They said, just don't let it dry. And so I went to get the car washed the other day. That's always, I tell you, it makes such a difference. Such a difference. Because I told you on Saturday, tomorrow, I'm going down to a friend of mine and she's going to, we're going to apply for my pension. I know, it seems ridiculous, doesn't it, really? She said, bring your passport. I thought, oh, good, we're going on holiday. Chris in Brighton said, Maisie Trollet is 88 and Miss Jason still performs at Legends Bar in Brighton. Pop in if you ever get down to Brighton. Maisie Trollet is 88. Really? Now, that's what I call legendary. That's what I call legendary. And somebody wants to know how you and the boys stay caffeinated. How we stay caffeinated? I don't know. I mean, I don't even have a hot drink with me at the moment. We don't. We don't remain caffeinated. In fact, I mean, I've got some water in the studio, some hand lotion, and what have you got? You've got a can of, is that Diet? And he's got a can of Diet Coke, and that's it, isn't it? Really? I wish I could drink Coke, but I can't. I've kind of lost the taste for it. But there you go. That's life.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Freitag. A little bit of the older language there, just to appeal to everybody. I was tempted to actually tell you that everybody's coming back into London in the hotel, but they're not. The hotels are still very quiet. Some of them are still closed. So the sooner we get people back in the hotels, the sooner we get back to normal, the sooner we can, do bits and pieces and go out and celebrate Christmas and New Year and, should old acquaintance be, and then have Christmas dinner sitting down with people. That's what we want, isn't it? We want normality to return. The sooner the better. But with the hotels, I mean, we're all normal here. Well, about as normal as you're going to get. We're all sort of, doing our thing, socially distancing and everything else. And will it all change on the 21st? Maybe not. Boris has said, don't count your chickens because they've now got this Indian variant, which is sort of sweeping through. But if you've had both of your injections, seems such a funny word, injections. If you've had both of them, you should be okay, which is good news. Very, very good news. A night to remember. Had a few of those in the gay bars of Glasgow, Steve, says Kim. A terrific movie, though. Watched it yesterday. I preferred it to the Biggie Titanic. Well, I tell you why. The Biggie Titanic was very good. But you know what spoilt it for me? Before the thing had aired on the television, they showed you how they blue screened everything. And the people, as the ship turned up, it was only pretend, obviously, they had people on ropes. But of course, on the blue screen, you didn't see the rope. You just saw people that it was superimposed. So when you see it ruined the magic for me. When you first see the Titanic, you see people walking about on the deck. Well, that was all CGI'd. The whole thing was blue screen, green screen, and all the. I know you'd never know, would you? I thought they built the Titanic. But in this other one, it was very good. But it must have been very frightening for people being out there, freezing cold, and people that they were saying you need to go up to the main deck and get yourself into a lifeboat. Women and children, 1,500 people died. 700 survived. But they only ever show you the first bit of the ship. You only ever see the first, because it's split in two. As it went up on end, and then the water rushed in, it had already been rushing in, it bent over and cracked, and the two bits came down separately. So in fact, there is a debris trail of about half a mile, I think, which again, you're not supposed to touch the stuff, but they've got all sorts of things in exhibitions. But I think in the second half of it, there must be cars, because a lot of people taking their cars over to New York. So they would have taken those on board. We didn't put them in the cabins, did they? So they'd be down in the garages on the ship. So, but they only ever show you the first bit of the ship. I don't think we've ever seen it. If you look at this superimposing, they will push the two halves together. But that was the trouble. And it's a war grave, technically, or it's a ship. We call them a war grave. The only there was a Renault-type CB Coupe de Ville owned by William Carter of Pennsylvania. That was the only automobile. But where is it? Which part of the ship is it in? It must be in the second half of the ship. Because the second half of the ship was, as I say, they've never showed us that bit. There you go. An automobile in the cargo hold in the ship's maiden voyage. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to have gone on it. I've seen... No, not that night, no. But I've seen memorabilia from it. I went to Vegas and they had an exhibition in one of the hotels there. And they had a piece of the Titanic. And it was called The Big Piece. And it's when they went to lift it up, it got all the way to the surface. The hawser broke and it went all the way back down again. They had to go back down and pick it up. And it's 2.5 miles down. But they had this piece in there. It's got a porthole. If you Google The Big Piece, in brackets Titanic, it will show it to you. And you go, oh my God, that is absolutely a piece from the Titanic. There you go. That is a piece of the Titanic. 15 tons. It's amazing, isn't it? It is, I mean, you just, as I say, you see certain things and you go, oh my goodness me, that really is a piece of the Titanic, of the original ship, with the portholes, which would have been below the waterline in many cases. And that's where a lot of people lost their lives. But 1,500 people died. 1,500 people died. It was quite something. And then, they were sort of... I told you there was the story of the one man who was so drunk in the bar that he didn't feel the cold. Being completely tiddled, he stepped off the ship, because you've got to swim away from the ship because you get a vortex. As it goes down, it goes and it drags you under, sort of like a plug. And so he swam away from the ship quite effortlessly and survived, which is a miracle. A miracle. James O'Brien was very emotional the other day. Did you hear him? It was very good. Here we go again. Here we go. Goodness me, 4 in a programme. It's not good enough. Yes, it was a father's response to the claims from Mr. Cummings. And you can't ever bring people... That's what I said yesterday. Listening to people who lost people during the pandemic, people who weren't able to go and see people in homes, people who weren't allowed to go into hospital to visit with people who were dying. And that's what you want to do. You want to make sure, don't you, that at the end of somebody's life, you're there with them. But when my mother died, I can remember the nurse in the hospice said she can still hear you. Apparently hearing is your last sense that goes, because you stop eating and everything else. And so gradually you just sort of, bits and pieces shut down. She said she can still hear you. But of course, what do you say to somebody who doesn't respond? It was a really difficult conversation. I have to be really honest with you. But, you just sort of wish you could wave the magic wand. When yesterday on the programme, they were saying, in the future, we might live to 150. I'm not sure I want to live to 150. Imagine what this programme is going to be like. Hello? Hello? It's going to be like that, isn't it, really? Titanic Museum is in Belfast. No, they've got a touring exhibition, and this one is in Vegas. And they give you a card when you go in with a passenger's name on it, and when you come out of the exhibition, you check it, and you can discover whether you lived or died. I died. My friend died as well, I think. But they've got everything. They had cutlery and teacups and plates, the big piece. And it was very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Also, they've got in Vegas, they've got all this. I tell you, they've got the Picasso room in this restaurant, all on the walls, original Picassos. They're so rich over there, so rich. So it's opening soon, which is very good news. And then if you go to the Crime Museum, they've got part of the original wall from the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. the original, and you don't know it is. I mean, you know because I've told you, but when they set up the museum, a woman phoned up and said, I've got part of the wall from the St. Valentine's Day massacre. This is where a load of people were hijacked by another gang in town, and they shot them with machine guns. And it was in a wall that faced a public toilet. There you go. You could see the people who'd been shot. And this woman phones up the museum and goes, I've got part of the wall. And they went, you've got the wall? She said, yes. My husband and I owned a restaurant and it was part of it. So they went and they took the wall away. And so in this museum now, the Crime Museum in Old Vegas, you go in and they show you a little film. It's got all sorts of things. It's got like a barber's chair where somebody had their throat slit and all this kind of stuff. It's quite gruesome, as you can imagine, because Vegas was built on fear and intimidation and death. And then they show you the St. Valentine's Day massacre, and then all of a sudden the light comes on and there's the original wall with the bullet holes still in it. It's quite something, So it's now a parking lot, and this businessman bought it, and they went on all sorts of things, but now it's the Mob Museum in Las Vegas. You should go see it. It's worth it just for that. I'm fascinated by anything. It's almost like, when they uncovered Tutankhamun. I felt a bit sorry for him. He had little tiny Willie, bless his heart. He was only 18, and they uncovered him and just left him lying there. Honestly, I don't want to be dug. That's why I'm being cremated. I don't want to be dug up and exhibited. And all they're like, they'll have me propped in the corner here. They do that in Mexico. Do you know they have they have the Day of the Dead in Mexico, and they will recreate people's lives. So in fact, if it was somebody who was a gangster, then they almost look as though they're alive, but they're not. They've been embalmed in a position in their clothes or sitting in a car or whatever else. The Victorians did it all the time. You can look at Victorian death pictures and they'll have the family, and then they'll go, what's unusual? And you go, the girl at the end, she's dead. She's propped up with a pole behind her, and they make them up to make it look as though the Victorians were huge into that sort of thing, whereas we're a bit funny about it, a bit squeamish. I mean, I'm coming back to haunt each and every one of you, I'm telling you now. Don't think you're getting away with it, because you're not. We've got a giant tapestry restored in a 20-year project, 16th century, which is lovely. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? I quite liked it. Oh, the sun being back for just a fortnight. Don't tell me we're going back to cold weather. I couldn't bear it. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, which means tomorrow, if you're lucky enough to have the time off, you've got, basically have Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. So you've got it's nearly a week's holiday you've got. No money, but yeah, we got 4 days, nearly a week's holiday. You can go out to fun fairs. You'll have them in your neck of the woods, I should imagine. Can't work out why Traylin's not at Richmond. They've been there for every year of my born days.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Laura says, why are we talking about the Titanic? Mind your own business. What's it got to do with you? Might talk about cherry Genoa cake in a minute. I'll see how I feel. I can talk about anything. Steve, Gesundheit, thank you. A good friend of mine visited the Titanic Museum in Belfast. That's where it was made, wasn't it? Wasn't it made in Belfast, the Titanic? Can't remember. But totally loved it. But the film I thought was very good. Lewis in Uxbridge says it's fully open now, been open a few weeks. Love the Crime Museum in downtown Vegas. Oh, I love downtown Vegas. That was fantastic. I had a few bevies when I was there. In fact, more than a few. And I just found myself dancing because the whole thing is covered over and the whole ceiling is millions of little photoelectric cells. And so it's like a light show and it's like just watching a giant television, but it runs forever and ever. And it's lovely. It is. It's like stepping back in time. They've got the cowboys smoking the cigarette there, which is enormous. It's great. Steve, there's a blue plaque on a townhouse in Maryport in Cumbria, near where I live, and a gentleman who owned the White Star Line, lived there. I don't know his name, says a Nicky in Workington. Yes, I mean, I should imagine there's all sorts of things. Barbara says the cause of your sneezing could be the aircon. It's highly likely. It's not going to be anything else, is it? Not going to be anything else. But Steve, all this talk of the Titanic has brought back memories of diving in Scotland in 2019 for the centenary of World War One, seeing all the wrecks of warships, says Julie, the bus driver. Do you know there are loads of wrecks of ships all over the place, and people do go down to some in fairly shallow water, and so at low tide you can see bits of them. But some of them they keep discovering. They keep discovering things. Haven't they just found another Viking longboat? Again, it was a bit like the Mary Rose, where half of it was in mud, which was preserved, and half of it was outside of the mud, which wasn't preserved. So you've got half a ship. But it's, again, I recommend going to see it. You should book and see it. I mean, it might be open this weekend. Check. Because it's fantastic to watch it and to see it and to see all the things that they brought up. I mean, it really is good. And I know that you're very like me. We like... Normally, I would hate museums. I'm garbage at museums. I'm terrible. Steve, they stopped women and children first after the Titanic to families first. I mean, to be honest with you, it didn't actually make any difference. Really didn't make any difference. It was a case of, people, wanted to get in the boats and they would lie and push and shove and everything else, because it was a case of, if you don't get off the ship, there's very little chance of you surviving, because the water was ice cold. And if you look at the clothes that everybody was wearing in those days, they were just dragging you under. So but when we saw the other Titanic film, and don't get me wrong, I thought it was lovely done and all the rest of it, but they made a story up about the old woman and the jewel and throwing it into the water and the Leonardo DiCaprio role. That was all made up. I'm king of the world. No, that didn't happen. That was just good, but it was still very well done. It was still a fantastic ship, and the fact that it's down there, and even as we sit here talking about it this morning, that chandelier is still hanging mysteriously in the pitch dark. And only when a submersible goes down and they switch the lights on can you see it. But it's just hanging there. Bits of it's not the complete chandelier. It's still fascinating though, isn't it? Imagine if you were one of those excited people who was sort of going on it first time round, and the cabins. I mean, when you compare to the luxury that you get nowadays in super hotels in London and around the world, it was fairly basic. People had sort of like a little sort of sitting type room, and then there was the bedroom, and it was all lovely actually. It was all very lovely, and my friend Richard says, "Did the Titanic sink?" Thanks for the spoiler alert. No, it must have been quite frightening. The water starts flooding in, and you think we could be trapped down there. They couldn't get out quick enough. Does your love of shoebox nostalgia go back, Steve, as far as early rock films of the 50s? No. I recently watched one called The Golden Disc with Terry Dean, described on Google as the UK's first rock rebel. I've heard of Terry Dean, but I didn't do rock and roll and stuff like that. I really didn't. Nikki says the White Star Line is the people who own the... Hello? I am over 12 years old. I do know these things. And Steve, tourists are not coming here because we are on most countries' red lists, just like they're on ours. We have to quarantine to be allowed into France. Mind you, it depends if you want to go to France, doesn't it? I think you should. It's a good opportunity of going to places in this country. There's loads of places. You can come and walk around London over this weekend. That's quite a nice thing to do. I was talking to one of the boys out there who was reading the news a couple of days ago. It's one of our newsreaders, one of our journalists. And I said, what are you going to do? He said, we're going to go down to Greenwich. And I said, why don't you take the riverboat down to Greenwich, pick it up at the pier at Charing Cross, a clipper, and go down there. I said, you can have a cup of tea on the boat. I said, and you see London from the water. I said, and it's fantastic. It really is. And so he said, oh, I might do that. But I don't think he will. I think he'll actually take... See, if you go on the underground, you don't see anything at all. Go above ground, and you can... And especially if it's a sunny day, you can go on the boat, get a nice cup of tea, or you can get a bevy and have a chocolate bar or a packet of biscuits or something, and you could see all of London spread out before you. It's fantastic. Well worth going. And especially, so tonight, partly cloudy, light winds. Friday, here we go, Friday. 19 degrees, little bit overcast. Tomorrow, 21 degrees, sunshine. Sunday's very good, 22 degrees, very sunny. Monday, very sunny. Tuesday, hugely sunny at 24 degrees. Wednesday's 24. Thursday's 24. Oh dear, I'm just going to burn to pieces, aren't I? Definitely going to burn to pieces. Steve, do you think they'll make Titanic 2, says Pauline Cromer. Yes, where we bring it up. which I quite like. Steve. Why do people's voices go high when they cry? Always makes me wonder. Do they? Oh, I don't know. I never thought about that. But so James O'Brien yesterday had a caller on who lost his daughter. And you do get affected by these things. James said, I shall always remember you and your daughter. And he was moved to tears. And believe you me, he doesn't do tears. He's not one of those sort of people. So I've been doing them for years. But this particular man had watched it. John, he lost his daughter Susan to COVID in March 2020. And he watched Dominic Cummings giving evidence 9 hours. 9 hours. And he kept rewinding it. He said, I wanted to be sure what he said. I wanted to understand what he said. That depends whether you believe him, doesn't it? That depends whether you believe him. But it was very good. It was very good. It was very interesting radio. Very interesting. Take that off. Oh, are you into my email account? No. Should we go into it? Yeah, let's go into it. Go on, let's do it now. Let's do the old holding the fingers up to do the numbers. It's always a good guessing game, isn't it? I was complaining earlier on at the beginning of the programme about all the new quiz shows on television. It's like the new sort of, trash television is got quiz shows on, presented by people who shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a quiz show studio. It just doesn't work. Some of them can't do quizzes at all. Here we go. So the verification code is add. Yeah, so that makes it... Okay, well done. And the next one is... Okay, the next one is... Well done. The next one is... And the last one is... Yeah. We have to play this game because otherwise you could access my emails. Actually, no, you probably couldn't. I don't think you could you? You need to... No, there's nothing in there. It's the most boring emails you ever get here, but, they always go, oh, God, I'd love to read what sort of people send to you. Really, seriously, it doesn't make any difference. There's nothing. I could open them up to the entire universe. You could have a good old look. Temperature set to soar. Pubs get ready to pull the pints. 25 degrees on the bank holiday. So slap on the sun cream. Say cheers and get yourself a mivvy or an ice cream. Kids love it. They, get them a little bucket and spade. I said if I was in the business of buckets and spades, I'd be ordering loads for this weekend. And a beach ball that you can play, beach ball games with, and a bucket and spade for the kids, or a kite. Get little kites, can't you, down on the thing, and a stick of rock with your name running all the way through the middle of it, which takes your teeth out, which is fantastic. So all I should be doing is going off to the hospital to talk to my consultant, which will probably be about sort of 20 minutes or something like that. And then I shall head off home. Then I'm going to start humping my big sacks of earth and filling up the pots, which is because they're all empty at the moment. So I've got to fill them all up. And then we've got the plants. And I went up to the garden centre the other day and bought some more. They do them all ready made for you now. So you've got all the pink plants or all the orange plants all in a little tray for $9.99, and you get about 6-8 plants or whatever it is, and then you just put them in, so you get a colour theme, because otherwise it just looks messy and very indecisive. Steve, did you know the fourth funnel on the Titanic was just for decoration? It was just stuck on. Oh, right. Why would that be the case? I didn't even know it had 4 funnels, to be honest with you. That's like that house down off... where is it? It's in between Shepherd's Bush and and it looks like a big townhouse, but it's not. It's just a front. Behind it is the air conditioning unit running the underground. So the house is fake. It's just painted to make it look as though it's a townhouse. Have you never seen that one? That's a very well-known one in London. You can drive around the square and go, oh, look, there it is. I wouldn't recommend it if you loads of other people. Steve, in Titanic. Steve, you're totally wrong. The only thing that actually happened was, in fact, the old lady with the jewels. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Fake news. Fake news. Always makes it more entertaining, doesn't it? Wind somebody up at this time of the morning.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. The house with the false facade is on Leinster Square Gardens. So Leinster Gardens in Bayswater, Scott. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I've seen it loads of times, which is bizarre, isn't it, really? It's Lidl do a barbecue coleslaw, delicious on toast. Yes, actually, they've all started doing that. I won the other day from Marks and Spencer's. Yeah, look at it. You'd never know that was that was just a false facade. That's the back of it. You'd never know, would you? I mean, it'd just if you lived next door to it, you'd never have any trouble with the neighbours. Because there aren't any neighbours. And it's just a false front. Leinster Gardens, 35 to 39. So somebody was very rich in the early days. It's called the dummy house, the fake house. And in fact, if you peeped over the top of the wall, you would see the railway lines behind it. And it's to take away all the air and things like that. It's very clever, isn't it? There must be other places like that in London which are a bit fake. You think of anything off the top of your head? Probably not, actually. We'll think of something later. I've got a poem for you. It's we don't know who it's written by, actually. This one has no author. So I'll just tell you, it's called A Time of Freedom. Morning's soft air, touching everything with such care, caresses a young face in a quiet, secluded place. Smile planted, strong, heart beating on. Only one thing is on her mind, and that's summertime. A joy reckless and wild that's been in the heart of every child, now set within her, for there is no cure. Her spirit set free soars higher than the trees, the books that weighed her down now thrown on the ground. The rivers cleansed from winter are now heated for splendour. The happiness of knowing no bedtimes are set, no schedules to be met. The sun now beating within her veins washes away all her pains. Then, without a sound, the sun starts to sink down, so she heads inside, satisfied, until the next time. But her spirit is just too wild and decides to wait a while, so it stays outside and watches the sun, waiting for what is to come. The birds fall asleep, the peepers start to peep, and slowly the sunbeams caressing the mountains, turning them into splendiferous fountains. Beautifully read, do you not think so? I think so. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, he just gets better and better. How is it possible at 5:05 in the morning we can be educational on this programme? But we can. We're just like that, actually. It is 5:05. You don't need to worry about it. And Steve, Shane says the Titanic steam boilers had me interested when I was working because I worked on steam boilers. Oh, right. Martin says, do you make your own shepherd's pie? No, I don't have shepherd's pie. I don't have it because I've explained before, Martin, obviously a bit deaf in one ear, that I can't do lamb. Okay? So cottage pie is beef, shepherd's pie is lamb mince. It makes me ill. Makes me ill. Like quite a lot of things. Peter in Dartford says, if Katie Price owes $3 million and can't pay it, how come she's doing up her mucky mansion? Probably getting it freebie. Probably getting freebie. That's what she does. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit embarrassing to watch her on the television now because she's looking old. She's looking as if she's sort of a bit ravaged. So, you know, this might be the last if you believe the garbage she comes up with, then this is the one she's been looking for all her life. It's a shame, really, isn't it? Because it was only like, you know, a couple of months ago she couldn't walk. Now she's walking quite well. And Peter Andre was the love of her life. So he's obviously gone on the back burner. Marilyn says, I know you've been sneezing. I don't have hay fever, but I always sneeze at this time of year. It seems it's lilac. Oh. Marilyn's got an LBC watch, which is still working. I've still got LBC radios. Little FM radios, which we gave away to me. And I've got loads of LBC things like that, which is odd, isn't it, really? Also, going on a long drive up to Lincolnshire this morning, says Emma. Very cheap there, isn't it? Lincolnshire. Property price is very cheap compared to London. They did one of those escape to the country the other day, and it was a couple who went to Scotland. And they saw this beautiful house, which was a new build, but it came with 45 acres of land. And the price, just under £450,000. That's a flat round my way, if you're lucky. If you're very lucky. But Donny says, any news from Anne Widdicombe? Well, not at this time of the morning. I mean, good Lord, it's a bit early even for Anne, I should imagine. And Michael says, never any trouble with neighbours living next door to a cemetery. Yes, I mean, there's loads of property, especially around our way, that's come up. You know, the people who looked after the cemeteries would have a cottage or a house, and people lived there. They sort of did. You're right. I mean, to be honest with you, you should never worry about things like that. The dead can't harm you. It's the living you've got to worry about. Steve, the fourth tunnel of the Titanic was used for ventilation for the boiler rooms, but erected as the competitors' ships Mauretania and Lusitania had 4 working funnels. Titanic's sister Britannic lies in 400 feet in Greece and is the last of the three sisters. Wow. I'd love to have gone. The only way that you can ever see what it looks like, the Titanic, is when you go to see a film about it and they sort of superimpose the film that they had before of people on the decks and stuff like that before they made the film. Eco Warrior Swampy, and that's Daniel Hooper. He comes from Wales. He camped 30 foot up a tree. 6 other activists as well walked free from court after charges of aggravated trespass over an HS2 protest were dropped. So the Crown ordered the court ordered the Crown Prosecution Service to pay 250 quid for the defendant's travel expenses. Honestly, makes me laugh, actually, the court system in this country. Plus, England striker, this is Marcus Rashford, he was targeted after his cup final loss. One of the people who sent him racist abuse, and you can't believe it, is a teacher. They don't name the teacher. They just say here, he's a teacher. He says he teaches children. He's got an open profile, and he knows he can freely racially abuse without consequence. I think not. I bet you anything, by tomorrow morning, Marcus, they'll have had this teacher on the front pages of the papers. He'll be named and shamed. You can't send racist abuse to somebody in this day and age. Are these people stupid? Other sports stars offering their support, Tyson Fury, Lewis Hamilton, people like that. Twitter says we removed a number of tweets and permanently suspended accounts for violating policies. I mean, don't you just want to know what sort of person is teaching your children? Absolutely. That's why the papers will be very interested. I mean, he's had 70 racial slurs on his account, so he's got over 4 million people following him. And then he gets something from a teacher. He says one of the abusers that left a mountain of monkey emojis is a maths teacher. I mean, he's got to be really thick, hasn't he? It can't be normal. Not normal behaviour, but as I say, the papers will be going, right, and the police can find him within seconds. If he's got an open profile on there, that'll be the last thing he'll ever be doing, I should imagine. Steve, I've got a famous poem from Dylan Thomas, which was used and read by Michael Caine in the film Interstellar. Do not go gentle into that good night. Lovely. Also, Steve, I enjoyed the Titanic, Leonardo DiCaprio film, and ever since, I've been fascinated. I've read so many books and articles about it. It's amazing. I remember asking one of my elderly relatives when I was younger about it, as they were in their teens when it happened, had a newspaper clipping of it. It was mind-blowing. Yes, I mean, well, it was called the Titanic because they didn't think it was going to sink. Little did they realise. If they'd closed the bow doors and all the other bits and pieces that they had inside, it would have been a lot easier. Yes, you're quite right, actually. They are building Titanic 2. I think it's over in, is it Australia? There's some businessman who's building Titanic. He's building Titanic. Did you know about this? Yeah, I'm pretty certain he's building a replica of the Titanic. For what reason, I've got no idea. But he is. There you go. The brainchild of billionaire Australian businessman and politician Clive Palmer was announced in 2012 and aimed to recreate an authentic replica of the original Titanic cruise liner. Can you imagine? I mean, they say here, if the Titanic 2 replicates the original ship's ticket prices, fares will be very costly. The most expensive first-class cabin on Titanic was £870, or in today's dollars, about $100,000. Still seems cheap. Still $100,000 for the Titanic. That seems immensely cheap. Immensely cheap. In today's money. That's what I thought, but that's just me. Not that I'd ever pay that much to go on it, but I wouldn't mind seeing a replica. People do replicas, don't they? Which is quite nice. Steve says, Roger, I once went to the aircraft graveyard in Mojave in America. Great hulks of old passenger jets that you can go into. Yes, I've seen them as well. They're in the middle of the desert, aren't they? And they've got all these planes. There's like loads of them. Loads and loads. The aeroplane graveyard. And some of them are sold. They sell bits. Somebody goes in and says, oh, I need some seating or whatever. And people will sort of come up with things like that. They like that sort of thing. My friend Paul had a cinema in his house with original cinema seats in there. You know, the ones that sort of, you stand up and the thing flips up at the back, which is quite nice. Here we go. This is the airplane graveyard. There's loads. There's so many planes. I don't know what you're supposed to do with them. They've got the largest number of US military fighters in the desert. Bangkok Airplane Graveyard becomes very popular as well. And so, especially if they can go on board them, people like to see what it is about them. Now, they look quite big, these planes, don't they? Taking their wheels away, so they definitely... It is a bit freaky, isn't it? But I still like that. Steve, talking about presenters being upset. I thought Tom Swarbrick was choked on Wednesday. His last caller lost her dad in a care home. She was allowed to be with him at the end. Just before his death, his dog, whom his daughter was looking after, was making such a terrible noise, screeching and barking. The neighbours thought there was a burglar, so called the police. The dog was inconsolable. When the man died, the dog fell silent. Tom was so upset he could hardly speak. You hear stories like that, don't you? You hear stories, and it affects you quite... People don't realise you get affected by things. Always. So Tom Swarbrick and then James O'Brien. Mind you, I cry at the drop of a hat. Me, I'm terrible. Yeah, you get me crying yet, because it's Friday.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, Clive Palmer, the millionaire who's building the Titanic, is a bit mad, apparently. The things he comes out with when they interview him on television, says Shane, in Sydney. I'd never heard of him. My dad, Steve, says Rosie, has a newspaper from the day after the Titanic sank, and the headline is, Titanic sinks, all survive. Yes. Wrong again. I've saved a newspaper. It's a copy of the Daily Star, surprisingly. It is the Daily Star. And it was a review of a show that was playing at the Savoy Theatre with Mickey Rooney, now not with us, and somebody else. And they'd written the review of the end of the show, and the newspaper was on the streets, and the show was still running in the theatre. They'd made it up, completely made it up. They said, at the end, the two stars didn't speak to each other, and, and you think, no, the show's still on. And I knew that because we got the newspapers at 9 o'clock in the studio, and the show didn't come down till 10:30. They do tell such fibsies. They go, I'm going now, it'll be the same, won't it, at the end? Yes. And, Steve, I don't believe what they say, because they did know it was going to sink. It was an insurance scam. Can you imagine? Yes, we've decided to deliberately hit an iceberg. I think not. Steve, you asked for fake London landmarks, Houses of Parliament and everybody in it. Have you ever been, actually? Have you been? It's an interesting tour. China is making an exact replica of the Titanic, which will be used as a hotel in the theme park. Which is the one that's just gone bankrupt? One of our old ships, isn't it? Is it the Queen Mary or something like that? Or the QE2 or QM2 or something? And one of them's gone bust in America, I think. I'm pretty certain. One of Cunard's ships. I had it in the newspapers the other day because I did it on the programme. And I think it's gone... They were looking for sort of an injection of cash. No? Somebody will know. You're very good at things like this. I've decided, actually, it'd be a lot easier if we just invited you into the studio, everybody, and you all crammed in here, and we started asking you questions. What else? On the run, pedo faked his death, they say. And this is a paedophile imam who fled the UK after being convicted of abusing two girls, may have faked his death to sneak back in again. Hafiz Rahman flew to Bangladesh 2 hours after he was convicted. In his absence, he was handed an 11-year jail sentence, found guilty of abusing the girls in Dudley in the West Midlands. One of his victims, who is now 45, said his family claim he's died. She said, I think he's faked his death to come back to the UK because he's stupid enough to do it. The West Midlands police say, we've received information the offender died in Bangladesh. But now, due to this, we're now making inquiries. People have done that before, haven't they? They've actually claimed to have died. And then they turn up years later. A former MP for the constituency, once held by NHS founder Aneurin Bevan and ex-Labour leader Michael Foot, has died after a cancer battle. Tributes paid to ex-Blaenau Gwent MP Lew Smith, who's also an MEP for 10 years. It's not very old, is it, really? 77. Very young. Although, you do read about people dying younger and younger nowadays. Donny says the Titanic Museum in Belfast is amazing. Have you been? I've never been to Belfast. Never been to Belfast. I'd love to go to Belfast. Probably one of these days I'll get round to doing it. Fraud Horde. Britons are being fleeced out of £700,000 a day in bank transfer scams. 491 quid a minute it works out at. Led to calls for more protection to account holders. Research by Which magazine, so you know it's good. Found that while crooks stole almost 413 million over 19 months, less than half has been reimbursed under a voluntary industry code. It's obviously that easy to convince people to transfer money. They do it all the time, don't they? And when you read what the scam is, they just say, listen, somebody's tried to access, so you need to transfer your money into another account. We've got the account set up for you. And people say, OK, do it. So they transfer their money over, and that's the last you ever see of it. Technically, the bank shouldn't have to give you anything because they say, you are responsible as well. The bank will never phone you and say anything like that. Never. So now you know. Steve, it was proved that even if the Titanic had enough lifeboats for everybody, the Titanic couldn't stay afloat long enough to launch them all, as they had to be manually cranked down, filled and then lowered. Yes, I know, it was based on handles, wasn't it? They did that, so shame, really. Great shame. What else we got here? 3 men arrested over a deadly cable car crash. Kept it operating despite knowing of technical problems. 40. You remember this one? This was the one in northern Italy, Lake Maggiore. 14 people killed. The cabin plunged to the ground. It's claimed the cable car owner and 2 staff had clamped the emergency brakes to stop them constantly kicking in. There was only one survivor, a 5-year-old Israeli lad. He's the only person responding to treatment. The first funerals of the victims took place yesterday. Amazing, isn't it? I've always been a bit frightened by cable cars, and this one had sort of nearly got to the top, and it was, and then it just the cable snapped and it just fell, which is not so good, is it? What else we got in the papers for today? Friends, the reunion. Do you know, I must be the only person in the entire universe who's bored by this story about Friends and their reuniting, and I couldn't care less. I really don't care. I never found the programme interesting. Never found it, the sort of thing I think, I must rush home and buy Friends or watch Friends or then go and buy the box sets. I don't want to miss anything. I wasn't interested. I couldn't care less. That pokey little flat, I'm surprised that they all bothered to chip in and rent it. They should have got married and settled down years and years ago. Anyway, a police officer's been arrested for allegedly groping a junior colleague on a night out. Do you know, every day there's another story about police officers in the newspapers, and I can't help feeling that they're not training them properly. I don't think they're doing it properly at all. Jen says, we felt more than just friends. Ross and Rachel were nearly a couple in real life, as the stars admit a mutual secret crush. Well, I should think so too, Ross, because she's certainly far richer than you will ever be. She made a small fortune out of it, which is good. Vincent says, get yourself over to Belfast. We over here are the most friendly in the UK and Ireland. Lots to see and do in Northern Ireland. Thank you. Gary from Woolwich says, in Titanic, the film, the fourth funnel had smoke coming out, which is obviously a mistake. Well, there could be somebody having a cigarette inside, couldn't there? It could be that, or sort of, somebody had set fire to something down below. And then, the rest, as they say, is history. Records have been set for the fastest wheelie bin, barrow and bar stool. Trevor Duckworth took his motorised stool on a speed of 22.465 miles per hour. And a D-Day veteran has died before he could marry his fiancée, the woman he first proposed to 75 years ago. Oh, that's sad, isn't it? That's sad, bless his heart. This is Roy Vickerman, who passed away in his sleep at the age of 95. He got engaged to Nora Jackson for the second time when they were reunited 5 years ago. He'd gone to her home to apologise for breaking off the first engagement. His son Howie, who's 63, says after he got back together with Nora, he was happier than I'd seen him in years. He had a glow in his face. I bet he had. And then he passed away. So it's probably the overexcitement. What else have we got? It's trying to find sort of something different. They're still talking about Eurovision cheating. They think there was cheating, and this is claims of a betting scandal involving the Malta entry. Concerns have surfaced that alleged taxpayers' money was used to try and manipulate betting odds in favour of Je me casse, sung by Destiny Chukwuniere. It's probably not pronounced like that, but it's about as good as you're going to get. And And a Tory MP who campaigned for tougher speed restrictions is facing a road ban after being caught speeding twice. Paul Bristow said it would be hypocritical to contest a ban. He's the MP for Peterborough. And he says, I've had a serious choice. There was an option that might have avoided consequences but would have made me a hypocrite. Do you know, how do these people ever get to be MPs? I wonder about these sort of things. I mean, are these sort of people who sort of just don't have a brain cell? I mean, have I had tickets for speeding? Yes. I've had points for speeding. In fact, I went up the road one side. They put in a temporary speed camera when they used to pop up all over the place, and it flashed me twice, and I got a ticket in the post. I got so depressed, I turned the car round, came down the other side of the road, got caught by another speed camera. And there was 3 months between the first ticket arriving and the second one. But that was donkey's years ago. Even though, you only have to touch the accelerator on my car and we're sort of off like on a jet rocket. You have to be so careful. It's so easy. Sometimes I look down at the speedo on the car, the speedometer, and it's sort of it's way in excess of what it should be. So I immediately have to take my foot off the accelerator. And sometimes it is a nightmare. It's very difficult. It's very easy in my car to do 90 miles an hour. So I try not to. Much better. So other myths, old wives' fails, they're called. You'll know all of these. Chameleons change colour to blend in with their surroundings. No, they don't. Okay? You just have to accept the fact that they don't. I'm just telling you that now. If they get stung by a jellyfish, you should urinate on somebody. Hopefully they're known to you. You can't just go up to perfect strangers. A penny dropped from the top of the Empire State Building could kill somebody. Have you heard that? You've heard that one before. Yeah, I thought so. What was the other one? We use only 10% of our brains. Have you heard of that? Yeah, heard of that one. Contact lenses could get lost behind your eye. That's rubbish. If you touch a baby bird with your bare hands, its mother will reject it. See, I used to think that. Going out in the cold will give you a cold. Well, obviously not, because I've been out in the cold loads of times. All deserts are hot. Is it deserts? Yes. All deserts are... No, I thought it was desserts. I thought, no, that's ridiculous. No, deserts, because I've seen pictures of a desert covered with snow. Yeah, quite rare. Lightning never strikes twice. Certainly does. Babies are born with a full-size adult head and their body grows into it. They like that one. That'd be not only painful, but sort of quite... I think you've got a... I may... Drinking alcohol raises your body temperature. If you go swimming right after you eat, you'll get cramps. Dogs only see in black and white. And I bet this one affects the boys next door. It's safe to eat food that's been on the floor for 5 seconds or less. 5 seconds. You've heard of that? I've never heard of that one before. The other one was shaving your hair makes it grow back. No, I'm not sure about that one. Adding salt to water makes it boil faster. Nope, nothing on that one. And it takes 7 years for your body to digest gum. Are they talking about chewing gum, do you think? Who swallows chewing gum? That's why the pavements are full of it round here, because people spit it out. They have to bring in the people with the jet washers to get rid of it. I didn't know what it was to start with. It was only a few years ago I discovered it. Kevin the expat, he says the Trevi Fountain in Rome looks like a magnificent building from the front, but if you look from the side, you'll see it's a facade attached to the fountain. Admittedly, a beautiful facade. Yes, we had a dreadful meal next to the Trevi Fountain. Dreadful, because it's a tourist trap. All the restaurants treat you like complete and utter idiots. Seriously, I mean, it was just, all we had was pizza, because we're British and we don't do anything else, We didn't understand, so we just said, and they couldn't get us in and out quick enough. And there was 11 of us. Well, no, it's not 11. It would, wait a minute, it would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of us. Well, only one out. 10 of us. What else? What else we got? So the Great Wall of China one I was using up until a few years ago. The only thing they can say, man-made object visible from space, which is not true. It's not true. I don't know. They don't seem to have an answer for these things, but they're just telling you they're not true. Bats are blind. I've never heard of that one before. I know that they work by sonar, don't they? That's why people say, oh, bats are going to sort of attack me and everything else. No, they'll always avoid you. Dogs only see in black and white. Cracking your knuckles too much will cause arthritis. You heard of that one? You like this one. Shaving your hair makes it grow back thicker. You've heard of that one? I'd be trying that one as well, actually. Bulls get angry when they see the colour red. But bulls don't see in colour. I thought bulls only see in black and white. You could wave a pair of pants at them and you get the same effect. The matador thing, yeah. I mean, it's the matador. He's waving something, but it's not the colour red. It just happens to be red that they use it. You wouldn't get me standing in front of I've watched bullfights before. It's very one-sided. Odds are stacked against the bulls. Not a good idea. I'd like to have a crowd of bulls in there chasing the matador and the picadors around. Make it marginally more entertaining.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift in will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
If it's going to rain, how do you know it's going to rain? We learnt this one years ago, but apparently this isn't true either. No, the cows sit down in a field. They lie down. Cows sit down. Well, not sit down, but they sort of go down. You know what I mean. And that was the indication it was going to rain. Somebody says bats are blind, Steve. That's where the saying blind as a bat comes from, says Dexter. Yeah, but it's not true. Also, the other one, you get 7 years bad luck if you smash a mirror. Not true. It's not true. You get no more bad luck than somebody who's never smashed a mirror. Steve, do you know other countries don't have the tooth fairy? They have the tooth mouse. The tooth mouse. We used to, the tooth fairy was very good. You'd put the sort of your tooth under the pillow, and then in the morning, the tooth fairy had been taken the tooth away and left you money. Threepence and sixpence in my day. Shilling. I wish. We weren't that rich. And making somebody jump gets rid of hiccups. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't. Well, next time oh, right. I wonder if it works for sneezing as well. Probably. Who knows? Lots of men, Steve, go through their lives feeling good in themselves for having always been confident and certain that anything they should ever find them. So anything, they find themselves in conversation about any event, it'd be just an opportunity similar to the Titanic disaster. Oh, right. I have to go back through that one again, actually. I don't think I followed that one at all, which doesn't matter. And so jumping gets rid of hiccups. I don't know. I did hiccup today in the car. I don't know why. Watched a documentary on Sky Arts about Ava Gardner. Yes, at one point she was... she either married Sinatra or Sinatra went out with her. She lived in Hans Square, Knightsbridge, just behind Harrods. I know that because my father used to see her quite a lot. Also, Steve, I love the show, says Anthony. He says, but really had enough of people wanting to jet off on holidays. Stay in the UK, explore. Surely it's the best thing, given the virus variants. Well, yes. You're probably right. But it is one of the... People want to go on... Don't ask me why. I've got no idea why people want to go on holiday. I mean, I've got friends of mine who are desperate to go on holiday. Gardner's third and last marriage was, too, Frank Sinatra. 1951 to 1957. Frank Sinatra had a unique attribute, didn't he? People used to say. That's what they used to say about Frank Sinatra. He was well blessed in the downstairs department. Mind you, the good news was he could always sing to you. It's my kind of town, Chicago. Strangers doobie-doobie-doo. We went to see him. We saw him live at his last appearance in London. I thought he was rubbish. He came on, so he was old by that time. He came on surrounded by bouncers, and they put a stage in the middle of the O2 Arena, and he was on it. And all the way around the stage were television screens with all the words to all the songs on, so you could sing along to it. I think mainly it was for him because he forgot the words to Strangers in the Night, and it was his cousin, I think, who was Frank Jr., was conducting the orchestra. It must be great to be Frank Sinatra. You know, I thought so. His house came up for sale a few years back after the wife died. And you could have bought it quite reasonably priced, There was always rumour, wasn't there, that he was a member of the mafia. That's how he actually managed to get, to be that successful. The performance, Frank Sinatra in concert at the Royal Festival Hall, was a 50-minute TV special capturing old blue eyes. Do you think he was wearing coloured lenses? Something like that. But it was still Frank Sinatra. He always used to do all his stuff in one take. That was how it was. And he'd sit there with a cigarette and a glass of whiskey. And he'd always record at night. Never recorded daytime. Always recorded at night. And people would get invited to the sessions. It was like Fred Astaire used to learn all the dance moves and the routines. And he would record them late. And people would go along and watch. Because he was doing it in one. I'd love to have gone. I'd love to have interviewed him. Steve, 7 years bad luck came from when a servant broke an ornament or mirror whilst cleaning. It would take 7 years to pay for the damage from their wages. Which is a good idea. Talking of the tooth fairy, Steve, my brother fell asleep with his head under the pillow and woke up with a £10 note and no teeth. Old ones are the best. And Steve, I went to Belfast for a week 20 years ago. It was fantastic back then. Partying and social side fantastic. The people are great. I remember walking down the street and there were white marks all over the pavement. I thought it must be down to the pigeons around Nelson's Column, but it was chewing gum, says Mickey. People spit it out. Then other people walk in it and it flattens it, and then gradually it takes on part of the floor. It's such a pain, isn't it, really? So, bull goldfish, cracking. Adding salt to water makes it boil faster. I don't think so. We swallow 8 spiders a year in our sleep. Oh no, what a horrible thought. Horrible thought. It's like earwigs crawling in your ear when you're asleep. No, it's not true. No. It's another one of those apocryphal stories. But people worry about these sort of things, don't they? I would always worry about something like that. Somebody says, the way you sang Sinatra, do you have the coronavirus? Coronavirus. Very good. Right, you're barred, definitely. When I was little, Steve, my granddad, who had no teeth, told me it was because one night he slept with his head under the pillow and had a visit from the tooth fairy, says Wayne. The things we believe. Wasn't there was some father I heard on the radio some years ago, I'm quite sure it was part of a podcast or whatever, I can't remember what it was, but he, if his son misbehaved, he would phone up and pretend to be a police officer who was going to come round and sort him out. And it apparently worked. Do you have the coronavirus? Very funny. Nobody else would have thought of it. There'd be other people listening to the programme at the moment going, do you know, that's worth using later. Steve Allen used it, didn't quite get the reaction that he wanted. 7 years... Oh, the 7 years bad luck, thank you. Who has 7 years bad luck now? Who has 7 years bad luck? Is there anything we could have... I mean, what is... It's like, they always say, oh, the other one, which is very popular, don't worry, because deaths only occur in threes. In threes, so they go, oh no, but I'm really, really ill. No, you'll be all right because you've already had the 3 deaths. You've had all the other people. You've got Philips. There's a big... I should have bought it actually the other day. It's a big colour brochure that Country Life have done about Prince Philip. Because I still look at him and think, I'm sure he could have gone on a little bit longer, but it's after he came out of hospital that he looked really ill. And I remember thinking, oh... He doesn't look good, actually. Steve, there is as much chance of the combination 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 being drawn on the lottery as any other combinations. I know. But in all the years it's been running, nobody's ever... I mean, loads of people have got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then they made it more impossible. What is it? 106 million on the Euro Millions tonight? 106 million... I mean, I'd give it back. Pfft, insulting me with that. 106 million. I don't know what you'd buy first. A 99. I'd go and treat myself to a 99. Yeah, I'd go and recreate the Titanic. Actually, if you won 106 million, you could do quite a lot with that, couldn't you? That'd be a nice little house. Oh, no, tonight, 67... Well, why? It was an old poster probably on somebody's window. 67 million. Oh, I'm not complaining. I'd have a go. Do you buy tickets on the lottery? No? Kieran, do you buy tickets on the lottery? No. You're not a gambling person. No. You've been inside a betting shop. Yeah. Grim places, aren't they? They're grim. Dingy. Yeah, and people used to go there to smoke. That's right, I remember. Now they don't. Mind you, can't smoke anywhere, can you? Is there anywhere you can smoke? I still see people outside hospitals And there's a hospital up at the end of Tottenham Court Road here. And I've seen people standing outside with a drip. They've got their drip on a little thing with a tall thing that looks like a broomstick with a cigarette on. Yeah. I had that. I told you when I had my stents put in hospital, there were people there going, I remember the bloke in the next bed, he said, I'm dying for a fag. I thought, you're in here because of that. Why on earth you'd want to sort of waste your time and go and sort of risk it again? But they do. They say, I'm just going outside for a cigarette. And I don't think the nurses can stop them, which is a shame. But they take their trolley thing out, which has got the drip on it. I ask you. You do laugh. And Shane says, you had me scared when you said how many spiders you swallow in a year. Have you seen the size of the spiders down here in Australia? I have. You don't want to swallow those. I mean, there is actually a bird-eating spider. I know, yeah, it eats birds. It catches birds and eats them. And what it does, it wraps them up, I think, in its web. Oh, I don't like that at all. But I tell you, the fun thing I always have in wintertime is when you go outside into the garden and there's a spider's web and it's all got dew on it, but get a little bit of grass, throw it onto the web, the spider will immediately rush down, discover it's not something to eat, and will take it off the web and throw it to the ground. You can knacker a spider out in a matter of seconds. Just keep throwing a little bit. Yeah, you do that. It's very entertaining. It knows whether it's food or whether it isn't. And it's because this thing vibrates that it sends a little, alarm bells ringing to the spider that food might have arrived. Because what they tend to do is wrap it. They don't eat it there and then. Because if you've just eaten a kebab, you don't want another kebab, do you? So you wrap it up and save it for later. And that's what they do. They sort of wrap them up. You can see these poor little midgets and things peering out from all this web. They're going, help, help. It's very frightening for them.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, we were just watching a minute ago a bird-eating spider, and it's capturing a lizard and eating a lizard. And I think what it does is, we were quite freaked out by it. It injects it in its head, which obviously paralyses it, because otherwise, if it's wriggling about, it obviously makes it a bit more difficult to swallow. My brother says there are 40,000 species of spiders, but only 30 are poisonous. I think that's enough, isn't it? It's always the ones where you are. He's coming up to Twickenham on Sunday. What for? It's not rugby, is it, on Sunday at Twickenham or something like that? Can't remember if I'm in on Sunday or if I'm out on Sunday. I don't know. It's planting today. Well, no, sorry. It's specialists today to find out the results of the CT scan. Then planting and putting everything, in the terracotta pots. And then tomorrow down to see a friend of mine. We're going to sort out the pension. Sunday exhaustion. And there's no rugby. What are you coming up to Twickenham for then? A bit bizarre, isn't it? And then on Monday, I'm seeing a friend of mine who's up in town because it's the bank holiday, isn't it? The bank holiday. So there you go. So what are you coming up to Twickenham for? I have to check all these things. I don't like when people just turn up. Very odd. Steve, have you and Joanne fell out? Not one thanks, Steve, this morning. Has she not said thanks, Steve? I think she says thanks, Steve, every single one. Every single one. I don't think she's missed at all. Otherwise, she gets money deducted if she doesn't say thank you, Steve. So you've only got to miss that on about 3 or 4 times. Ian says the nurses don't stop you smoking because they're outside with you having a cigarette. Odd superstition, not willing to try. Sweep a table with a broom, see a coffin in the room. Oh. And Roger says, I hope the lucky winner of 67 million doesn't bring out the old drivel, it won't change my life. Oh, no, the whole idea is you want it to change your life. And somebody says, Steve, if I won the lottery, it would be wife-changing. That's awful. So does she know? And also, my family get quite cross if you don't touch wood when anyone says touch wood to prevent bad luck. I don't know where that came from. Probably your household, I should imagine. And Steve, you had me scared talking about I've now forbidden all these pictures of spiders. It's far too depressing to see pictures of spiders everywhere. I don't like it, actually. So where does the expression touch wood come from? Where does that come from? We don't know where that comes from. It's a pagan belief that malevolent spirits inhabited wood. And if you expressed a hope for the future, you should touch or knock on wood, to to prevent the spirits from hearing and presumably preventing your hopes from coming true. So that's where the expression comes from. But you touch your head, don't you? Touch wood. Sometimes I've done touch wood, and I look around the studio, and there's no wood in here at all. It's all whatever they call it. It's not wood. Cardboard. It's not cardboard. What are these studios made of? Plastic or something like that. My brother says he's coming up to Twickenham just for a walk. To Twickenham? What, you're going to come 70 miles for a walk? Why don't you just leave the car at home and walk up and down the road outside your house? Make it a lot easier. What's the point of travelling 70 miles? Somewhere different to go, as it's nice, and thought we'd see you if you were free. I'm not sure about that. That sounds like stalking, doesn't it? Yes. We thought we'd just pop up 70 miles. Oh, no, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that. Steve, will you be gracing us with your show this Sunday at 4? I will. I shall be giving of my Sunday show. Of my Sunday show, which I like, actually. I like a Sunday show because I like going through the Sunday papers to see who's doing what with whom, which is good. Sidcup Julie says, finally, Steve, I can plant my flower pots. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And somebody looked at a camel spider. It's the size of a dinner plate, says Yvonne, and it can jump. A camel. So we're now going to depress ourselves by looking at a picture of a camel spider. I've never even heard of one. Is it big? Is it? Oh, that's a camel spider, is it? Oh, right. God, they're big. They're big. They're quite... Oh, don't like those at all. It's like in Australia, what have they got? Mice. Millions and millions of mice, and they've got something else as well. It's a beetle that only comes out every 17 years. It's like a flying beetle. Millions of them, and you can hear the noise they make when they rub their legs together, apparently. My Aunt Enid was the same. And these things come out of the ground after 17 years, and they've got billions of them everywhere. And then they mate, and then all the new little babies go back underground again and stay there for 17 years. You ever heard of this before? I'd never heard of it either. I had to check the television to see whether it was April Fool's Day. But the mice that they've got in Australia, they've got millions of the blooming things because the conditions have been just right. And each female mouse can have about, what did we say? 500 babies in the course of a year. You'd imagine if you've got 1,000, this is a lot of mice. Mickey says, if I win that 65 million tonight, I'm going to add £2,000 to it and pay off all my debts. Can you imagine paying off all your debts, actually? This one says, morning, Steve, love the show. If I won the lottery, I would buy you lots of those Hawaiian shirts that you love. I reckon I could buy an entire... Oh, it's gone. An entire wardrobe of them for a tenner. This is from my friend, Mr. Moyles. Honestly, seriously, friends like this, who needs enemies? He says that you can buy an entire wardrobe of them for a tenner. Why do people... Yeah, you're barred immediately. This isn't a Hawaiian shirt, but this is a shirt I bought this week. It's sort of quite nice. I like the material because it hangs well. And I've often said to Chris, actually, I've said it to Chris before, if it hangs well, I'm in there. I don't want anything... I don't do linen shirts because they... Is it velvet? No, it's just a light... It doesn't crease. So in other words, you can travel in a car, or in my brother's case, 70 miles for a walk. Seems totally pointless, but anyway. And when you get out the car the other end, normally you go, oh, I feel all screwed up and crunchy and all that. And this one doesn't. You get out of the car and it looks exactly the same as it did before. Ill-fitting. And it's nice because it hangs well, so I'm quite pleased with it. I bought a few of them, all different designs. I was going around feeling the material, and I said to the man in Marks and Spencer's, because somebody's got to talk to them, and I said, your shop's going to close? And I was only joking. And he said, stocking up for the summer? I said, no, just buying some shirts. They did that last time. I bought loads of socks. And he went, oh, stocking up? I went, no, just buying socks. Yeah, just for the weekend. Just got a few, get through a pair of socks every day. And so I bought the shirts, and I said, I don't like linen shirts. I said, strange enough, I don't like linen shirts either, because you put them on, they look lovely, and then within a matter of hours, they're all creased and they look horrible. And I've got a body that looks like that anyway, so I'm not about to sort of start worrying about a blooming shirt. It's terrible. Happy birthday to Anne Reid and David Baddiel for today, and if you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns of the day. And Steve, what a great life. 1 day's work every 17 years. Yeah, they actually come out and then they buzz around and they have babies. Did you know Mr. Moyles will have a clip of you on his show now after you said I'm touching wood, says Lee in Coventry. I've filled his programme for many, many years. Many, many years now. And I've never charged him. And Steve, still loving the show. Could you tell our driver, Ty, to stop taking the wrong turns, please? The driver. It's another world, isn't it? Seriously, it's another world. The world of radio, ladies and gentlemen. But no, I'm quite used to being repeated on other programmes. It's never on the right one, is it? I mean, at least he didn't drive off, I suppose, like my one yesterday. My one yesterday, Chris, drove off. You know, because I said, he said, it's not booked till 1. And I said, OK, I'll go back inside then. So I went back inside, stood there, just waited around the corner. Next thing, he drives off. So I had to call another taxi out. Foolish man. Foolish man. Steve, and did he say socking up or stocking up? Stocking up. Stocking up. And Peter, North Oxfordshire. Now, that's just being pedantic. North Oxfordshire. You're either in Oxfordshire or you're not in Oxfordshire. East Twickenham. He says, if I won the lottery, I'd spend it on wine, women and song. That would be one hell of a weekend. Yes. Somebody said, what about the begging letters? And the other person said, well, we'll still keep sending them. Don't give up because you win the lottery. Tony from the substation says, we'll have our first... This is out here in Leicester Square, middle of the square. And he says, we've got our first new transformer ready to switch on in a matter of weeks. He says, if you'd be interested, we'd love to invite you to switch it on. Let me know and I'll make the arrangements. Switch on the electricity. Yeah, like Christmas lights, but you're underground. It's not quite the same, is it? I think you need somebody a little bit better than poor old Steve Allen, Tony. But thank you for the thought. It's very sweet. Very sweet. Perhaps my brother, when he drives up here 70 miles to go for a walk. I mean, honestly, it's not like he lives down, near the water. He could go for a walk down there. I don't think I'm free anyway. I think I'm busy. Well, I am now. I shall be hibernating. Yes. Steve... People keep sending me texts. Now, they've all gone mad with texts, haven't they? Which I don't mind. I like you doing things. Steve, so many puzzling things in the natural world. For example, if moths are so attracted to light, why don't they come out in the daytime? Yeah, exactly. And also, why do they always have to film this So Haunted programme in the pitch dark? Do it in the daylight so we can see these ghosts, which turn out to be the producer of the programme, dropping things, and go, oh, I wonder what that was. Oh, that was a ghost. Sorry, are you friendly? Have you killed somebody? Oh, it's really ridiculous. These programmes, they go on and on and on.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Imagine driving 70 miles just to go for a walk. I mean, seriously, go and walk round your garden or something like that 50 times. So much easier. Steve, I'm going to West Bay for the bank holiday. Packed essentials, swim, cosy, ever hopeful, and your podcast, say Sarah. Yes, I mean, you should really get out this weekend. The mouse plague, says Shane in Sydney, is in the bush. I've seen them on television. A house burnt down. The mice chewed the electrical wires. They do. We had a hamster that did exactly the same. We used to let it out in the kitchen and it would run around and it went behind the washing machine and it chewed the wires. I don't know why they're strangely attracted to wires, our hamster. Anyway, we then said it came out and we didn't know what it had done. We didn't know it chewed the wires till my mother came to use the washing machine. There was a bang and it blew up. Steve, I've just listened to Farming Today. Farm shops in the countryside are doing very well, says Alex. Yes, I mean, a lot of people go to farm shops, don't they? Steve, if you won 65 million on the lottery, would you still come into work at 4 a.m, says Duncan. Of course. Of course, I'd be telling everybody about it on a daily basis. Today I spent £1 million. Today I spent £2 million on a car. There is a car in the newspapers today. I could buy it if I really wanted to, but to be honest with you, it looks a bit vulgar. It's a Rolls-Royce that's been adapted for Jay-Z and his other half. And how much is this? They apparently like picnics. So the back of the car, the boot, took them 4 years to do this car, splits in half and it's all automatic and it opens up. On one side you can have hot food, the other side you can have cold food, and a parasol pops up. £20 million. 20 million. What a waste of money. There's nothing worse than sort of somebody wasting that much money. I don't mind somebody spending, £100,000 on a car or £300,000 on a car. Not 20 million. 20 million, blimey, you can almost sort of solve third world poverty, can't you? That just seems an extravagance that you just don't need. Bella says, just to say I'll be thinking of you later with the scan results. I know. 9 o'clock, so it's early enough. So I'm not particularly bothered by it. I just want to wait and see what it is, just in case. You know, you never know, do you really? Steve, I've just listened to the James O'Brien call-in yesterday on the Most Dimensional. Yes, I mean, he was quite affected by that. But then I think quite a number of people get affected by stories that we hear on the radio. That's the whole idea, isn't it? You tell somebody a story, and for that brief moment, you forget about the fact that you're on the radio. You forget about the fact that there are, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people listening. You just tend to be in that particular moment. You're zoned in on that moment. And I think James said it one, but listen to it. It's very interesting. And it's about a man who lost his daughter to coronavirus, but listen back to the Cummings piece, which went for 7 hours or something like that. And he listened back to it all. He said, I just wanted to make sure I had it all straight in my mind, because he wanted answers, as indeed do all the people who lost people during the pandemic and are still losing people. We're still losing people. The numbers are rising for the Indian variant. Somebody says, surely your brother's visiting you on Sunday because he's got a massive surprise for you, probably a lovely gift, car, aftershave or bedding plants. No, he's coming for a walk. I hope he doesn't come up, honestly, I can't believe it. Why would you want to come all the way? There must be better places to go to than Twickenham. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I love the idea that people think that if you win, I suppose it determines what you do for a living, doesn't it? That if you won 65 million and you would then give up your job, why would you give up your job? If you like doing what you do for a living, winning money wouldn't make any difference to me. I'd just probably buy, another car, probably buy a house a bit nearer town, so I've got somewhere to go, and that would be it. You can't do anything else. You can't, I'd love to go and sit in restaurants, but we're not managing that at the moment. But it wouldn't change me, which is a ghastly thing to say, isn't it? Because obviously it would change me because I'd have a bigger property. I'd like to have somebody in who would interior design it, but tell them to do it quick. You've got 2 months to fill the house with furniture. And that would then be it. But I'd buy things that I wouldn't have before. Like I'd like to buy one of those soft ice cream machines, where you pull the handle down in front, so you could actually sort of have your friends round, and then you could do 99s for people, which I think would be very good. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I love the idea that people think that my brother's visiting because he's got a surprise for me. No. We don't do things like that in our family. We're not that sort of, I mean, normally the surprise would be me emptying the boot of my car when I go down to see him. But that won't be happening, I don't think. Even though there are loads of things in the car. Which reminds me, actually, I've got to pay a bill. I knew there was something I had to do. It's always, have you noticed? Just when you think, I haven't got anything to do, all of a sudden bills start arriving in. And you go, oh, look, I've cleared out. Oh, another blooming bill in. There used to be a thing years ago, didn't there? And it was in the Reader's Digest. You'd sit in your doctor's surgery, and there was always old copies of the Reader's Digest, which everybody would read. And this used to have little stories in there. And one of them was of a lady. And she kept getting pestered by all these companies she owed money to. So she wrote to them and she said, listen, I have a system. Every month, I put all the bills in a cardboard box, shake the box, take one out and pay it. And if you're not careful, next month you're not going in the box. And I thought that would be a good one. And Steve, talking of lottery wins, if you won it, what would you replace the beast with? Just another one, I think. Car. Just another one. Slightly bigger. I'd probably go for a ghost or a wraith or something like that. Yeah, Jay said, no, you see, I said earlier on, I think £20 million is just obscene on a car. I mean, I don't know. Anybody will tell you who knows me, I don't know anything about cars at all. I know nothing about them. I just know you put petrol in one end and the rest of it comes down to Nigel and Steve in the garage. I can't do anything at all. I don't know what it is. If you remember at one time, oh, you don't remember, but I was looking at it thinking, I'm sure the temperature's going up. And I kept looking at it thinking, oh, my God, fellas, the car engine's going to blow up. So I took it into the garage and I said, I think there's something the matter with it. He said, no, it's showing you the outside temperature. I said, oh, is it? And then I had another thing with, it was tyre pressure. and it shows you a picture of the car, and it shows you what each pressure is on each one. And I took it in there. I said, it says I've got all flat tyres. He said, yeah, you pushed the wrong button. He pushed the button, and it all went back to normal. I mean, I don't know anything about cars. Seriously. You have to sort of, drive them on a regular basis to keep the batteries charged up, because I've got 2 batteries. I think I've learnt that much. But when they were explaining to me how the air cooling system works, it went in one ear and popped out the other. I don't know anything about these things. That's why we have people like Nigel. Jay-Z tops the list of expensive celebrity cars with his black... Is it a Maybach? A Maybach Accelero. Maybach is known for being a high-end car, but there are many reasons this car is more expensive than your typical car. First, it's one of a kind, designed specifically to showcase a German tyre company's tyres. My God. The rapper Birdman... Oh, my goodness. The rapper Birdman bought the car. Jay-Z eventually bought the car from him for $8 million. And now it's featured on some of his videos. It's increased the value. They've got a golden Bugatti. Have you seen people have cars wrapped? Have you heard about this? Where you go in there and they put like a film over the entire car. They call it wrapping them. And I think to myself, it's like the people who like these dull colours on cars, matte blacks and stuff. Horrible. They just look dirty. Not my kind of thing. Steve, you could buy your brother a treadmill. That way he doesn't have to leave the house. He's driving 70 miles for a walk. I thought if he said he's coming up to Twickenham, I thought he's going to rugby, but I don't think he's ever been to the rugby before. You could take the brother to the Strawberry Hill Gardens, have a picnic, says James in Canterbury. You're barred. Not putting up with this much longer. And Gary says, will your brother tell you off for hoarding? No, because it all goes to him eventually. So I'm only hoarding for him, really. It's not for anybody else. Steve, where can one get bacon, egg, beans, chips, sausages, tomato, hash brown, 2 slices of brown toast and a mug of warm tea at the time of the morning in the Waterloo area? God, I've got no idea. It sounds quite nice though, doesn't it? I'm definitely going big time on cooked breakfasts. Because you remember the last time I went to have the CT scan, I was fasting. And I was so desperate to have something to eat. Steve, if you won the lottery, you could have a cinema and show all your DVDs on the big screen, says Shane. Yes, I absolutely could. I quite like the idea of having a house. But actually, if I had a house, if it won the 65 million, it would be a house with a cinema in it and a swimming pool. Not a big swimming pool, but just enough to... indoor pool. Oh, don't do outdoor pools. No, thank you very much indeed. No chance. But no, definitely have an indoor... you go down into the basement and there would be a nice pool. So I quite like the idea of... I don't know what we're joking about. It's never going to happen, is it? But I mean, it's nice to fantasise. And it's filled 15 minutes on this programme, let's face it, talking about what you do with the money. Because everybody does the same thing. There is a limit to what you can do with the money that you win on the lottery. Most people are going to change their house, but if you've got really good neighbours, friends, and, why would you want to leave them? Because they're going to hate you anyway now. And you change the car, OK, that's fine. I mean, I did know one person, I can't tell you how I know them, but they bought a complete little close of all new houses for all their relatives and everybody else. And everybody knows it down in Essex, as that's where that lottery winner lives. And they've got their own private little close of, I think, 6 houses. It's good, isn't it? I wouldn't do that because I can't stand my neighbours and relatives and everything else. But I mean, that's what you do. You'd all do the same thing. You'd go on holiday. You'd take some friends on holiday. You'd buy some clothes. Then what do you do? You're actually sort of sitting at home twiddling your thumbs. Everybody else is going off to work. So of course I'd carry on working. That would be ridiculous. I'd definitely carry just to annoy people. Steve, if I won the lottery tonight, says Conrad, I'd buy a sea view house on a Greek island after having a 99 ice cream first. God, you'd be the last of the big spenders, wouldn't you? The whole idea is if you won 63 million, I'd be spending 20 million on a house. Because you'd have to say that I lived in a nice house. You're not going to buy a prefab, are you? 20 million on a house. Alan Towers. Well, having seen what Mr. Hammond's car looks like from Top Gear, his house is beautiful. It's a castle. It's really good. I don't know. See, it'd be a bit ridiculous me living in a castle because I'd be frightened. I'd hear noises in the night. I'd have to double lock the bedroom door. I'd be too frightened about things like that. I mean, it's not that I get frightened about dark places, but if all of a sudden the lights went off, that would completely do me in, I think.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, forget the lottery, invest in cryptocurrencies. No, thank you. I'm always worried about things like that. Julie, the bus driver, says, if I win the lottery tonight, Steve, I would travel the world diving. Dive? Oh, right. Oh, you do dive? Oh, right, okay. Steve, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't forget you. I'd send you a postcard. Thank you. Yes, that's the old gag, isn't it, really? Somebody says, why don't you pay your bills by direct debit? Saves time and always paid on time. Well, because if I take the car in and I have things done, I don't have a direct debit on the car company. Thank you very much indeed. They just send me a bill, which they have done, and I shall pay that today, which is good. Good. We like things like that. Also in the papers for today, it's these blooming Friends stories. I can't get into the Friends story. And also Jesse Lingard. Now, I don't know who he's a footballer. I can tell you that, and I think he plays for West Ham, because I recognise it's about the only team I can recognise, that and Chelsea. But apparently somebody's nicked his watch from a dressing room. And a source said nobody can believe it. It's completely unheard of. Security and CCTV. And he leaves his obviously very expensive watch in the dressing room and somebody's pinched it. Well, yes, perhaps it's an LBC watch. Charlotte Church hoping for a full house at a Pontins bingo weekend. Apparently she's sold millions of records, has she? I don't know if she'd sold millions of records. And she used to sell out concerts. Playing to a load of bingo lovers and bluecoats is a nosedive. Well, she's not done anything for 2 years. She was a household name at 11 when she did the Pia Jesu, that one. And she's mum of 3. And she sold 10 million records. She married and divorced Gavin Henson. Do you remember he was the rugby bloke? He was so dull. Seriously, I remember seeing him on a television programme once, and I remember thinking, oh, come on, lighten up a little bit, life is not bad. So here is this man with these watches. He obviously has a collection of different watches. I mean, whether they're real or not, I've got no idea. He might be wearing fakes, but if he's a footballer, the chance is probably not. But they haven't told you, wait a minute, Andy Carroll's been targeted for his £22,000 watch. Man City winger Riyad Mahrez has a £230,000 watch, also a £40,000 Rolex Daytona and a £35,000 Rolex Day Date nicked from his Manchester penthouse. A £230,000. It's not the most expensive, because the most expensive watches we've heard, we had them running into millions. They were literally running into millions. They were sort of, I mean, seriously, it tells the time. Why don't you just ask somebody on the street? Save yourself £230,000. Excuse me, what's the time? It's 6:25 in the morning. But don't worry, because I've got a £230,000 watch here, which will tell me the time. I know, but also somebody might pinch it. Here it is, a Graf Diamonds hallucination watch. Yours today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's very pretty if you like this kind of bling, but nobody's going to believe it's real. $55 million. $55 million. That is absolutely It's what? It looks like Quality Street. It does, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. There's another one. The Fascination, $40 million. 40 million, good heavens above. I mean, I appreciate the fact. Oh, this is a nice one. This is the Marie Antoinette watch. I don't know whether she actually had it or whether it was just named after her. 30 million. Seems positively cheap compared to the other one. 26, my goodness, honestly. All these footballers are very much cheapskates, aren't they? They don't have the right watches. I couldn't wear a watch on my wrist that was, I mean, I do have a watch, which I bought years and years ago, and it's a Raymond Weil watch. And this one, I forget what it is actually, 800. But I bought it, I mean, like 20 or 30 years ago, when I had money, and I bought it, and I haven't worn it for ages and ages. I was wearing something else the other week, and then I looked at it and I thought, I think I'll start wearing it again. So I've started wearing it again. They still sell it exactly the same watch. It hasn't gone out of fashion. Although people say to me, what is it? And I say, it's a Weil. You know, and they go, oh, I only asked. You know what people are like, very funny nowadays. But it is, I mean, but I couldn't spend 230,000 on a watch. That would be just obscene. Obscene. And it's only footballers who get very bored. Food. Nostalgia. Dinner party favourites. How many of these do you remember? French onion soup. You've had French onion soup, okay. Devilled eggs. No, devilled eggs are eggs. It's hard-boiled eggs, seasoned with sauces. And in the 19th century, mayonnaise was used to bind ground egg yolks, which leads to today's classic recipe with mustard and paprika. Beef stroganoff. See, that's lovely, isn't it? Poached salmon. Poached salmon? No? It's been a staple diet for, goodness knows, ages and ages. And it's the Queen's go-to staple. So if it's good enough for the Queen, it's good enough for us. Poached salmon. And in fact, salmon, I tell you what I like to do. Sometimes, I haven't done it for ages, actually. They do a sauce in Marks and Spencer's, which obviously goes with poached salmon. And I get a packet of 2, put in some vegetables, pour the sauce over the top, stick the lid on and steam it. It's delicious. Falls apart. Absolutely. Prawn cocktails. Love prawn cocktails. Arctic roll. Oh, you see, Kieran, the Arctic roll, Steve. That is on the money. Baked Alaska as well, actually. The ultimate rock and roll dessert. I tell you what I do like: Coronation chicken, but it doesn't like me. It sends my diabetes through the roof because of the sauces and everything else. I mean, who'd have thought that mayo, mango chutney, and raisins could make leftover chicken so appealing? It's nice. And finally, and do you know what it's called? Piece of beef, okay, which you seal in a frying pan, and then you wrap it in pastry and put it in the oven. Come on. Beef Wellington, absolutely. See, I like that as well. That's your surname. How lovely. What's he telling us that for? Why does he think we need to know? Be like me telling everybody my surname. I'm Kieran Wellington. Well, bully for you. So if that's going to change my life, why do people tell you these things? I've had producers before, I've never known their surnames. Now we've got them that can't wait to tell you. You know, getting to the final hour of the programme and, oh, my surname's Wellington. You know, I suppose the next thing is I'm supposed to say, are you related? But I'm not going to fall for that trap, because I frankly don't care. 2 sisters. You can tell it's not going to be a good story when you start with 2 sisters. These ones flew Polish people into the UK to make bogus benefit claims worth nearly £300,000. Monika Gorska brought in 49 compatriots to scam 300,000 quid. Edta Gorska helped launder the cash and created fake ID cards. We've sent them to prison. That'll be exciting. I'm sure the family will be thrilled to know that you're residing at the pleasure of Her Majesty's. Ali Ross talking about Eurovision hates us. Still no excuse for Italy's Duff Leopard. And on episode 2 of Channel 5's Big Weekends Away, the show's slightly unsettling host, Greg Wallace, was in Istanbul unlocking the mysteries of the crossroads of the world and saying, wow, a lot. A straightforward enough process, you'd think, but one which Greg manages to make look deceptively hard. First stop, an eatery filled with charcoal grills, skewers, cubes of meat, menus and stacks of pita bread. So our host wanted to know, what sort of restaurant is this? The local tour guide said it's a kebab shop. We love stuff like that, don't we? We really do, honestly. I like Friday. I'm very happy about Friday. And I remember, actually, Jonathan, you know, I omitted to mention you, Jonathan, on this particular one, because Jonathan used to manage Charlotte Church. He saw her on television, and she had 2 double platinum records in America. He said, I discovered her, made her a global superstar. She sold out the Hollywood Bowl, the Sydney Opera House, met the Pope, President Clinton and the Queen, had her own global TV show and was nominated for an Emmy. For 2 years, life was private jets, 5-star hotel suites and some of the greatest venues in the world. And what was wonderful was she remained a gorgeous child, had a lovely family, kept all her friends who often travelled with her, instead of going off the rails like many young stars do. But there you go. So, you see, I knew that story anyway. I knew all of that, Jonathan. I knew. Steve, can you wish my fiancé Ronnie good luck as he's undergoing emergency open heart surgery tomorrow, says Deborah at Harefield Hospital. Ronnie, good luck. Good luck. Listen, it'll be fine. I say that to everybody. I say that to everybody, because they do these things all day long. That's what they do. It's like people have cataracts done. People say to me, what's it like? They go, it's fantastic. I was speaking to Mr. Wellington a moment ago, and never going to let him forget that one, are we? 70 miles he's driving. 70 miles, my brother. Just come for a walk around Twickenham. It'll only take you about 5 minutes. Hardly worth bothering. I sent him a route map. A lot easier.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, I remember you having a debate for a week last year or the year before about a watch you saw in the window and really liked it. I didn't buy it. I phoned up my bank. Well, I phoned up the lady who looks after my account. I'd seen a watch in a jewellery shop in Kingston. And they have lots of different expensive watches and things like that. And as I walked past, I looked at it, I thought, it had a bit of bling to it. And it was... How much was it? It was something like 2,500, which, and I looked at it and I thought, perhaps I could treat myself. Perhaps I could, a stupid thing to say, and I thought that'd be quite nice. And the only thing I worried about was somebody seeing it, knowing it was a £2,500 watch and trying to take it from me. In which case, I'd have been winning on that one. But anyway, and I looked at it, and I didn't go inside the shop. I didn't try it on. I didn't go that far at all. I just kept looking at it, and then I would look away, and I'd look back at it again and see if it was the same one that still attracted me. And I phoned up the lady what looks after my accounts, and I said, "Can I afford to buy this? I've seen this watch." I said, "I was going to buy it as a treat for myself because I haven't treated myself to something for ages and ages." She said, "Yes, you can afford to buy that if you want to." But then the moment I knew I could afford to buy it, I didn't want it. It's odd, isn't it? I went back and I looked at it now I don't even bother looking in the window. There's no point. It's still there. It's still sitting there. Nobody else has bought it either. But it's the fact that you could buy it. If I couldn't afford it, well, then I would have gone, I really want it now. And yet then you buy it and you think, what if I spent that much money? That's a lot of money on a watch. A lot of money on a watch. Well, I thought so anyway. So Eurovision. Why don't we just give up Eurovision? There's no point in embarrassing ourselves any further. It's just not very good at all. Also, I watched a little bit of that Celebrity Juice the other day. Oh, dear me. I can't cope with the rudeness. I must be really prudish now, and I'm not a prudy sort of person, but I've obviously become like that. TV Lies and Delusions. According to Ali Ross today, last of the series, Vernon Kay will see you all very soon for more Game of Talents. So cruel, so cruel. There are so many of these quiz shows on the television. Steph's Packed Lunch. Julie, I can't never pronounce her surname, Hesmond Haig. Anyway, the pack gets better and better as it... Sorry? Hesmond Howe. Yeah, so on Steph's Packed Lunch, Julie Hesmond Howe. The pack gets better and better as it goes along. Eurovision, Graham Norton, Spain. Blas Canto is his name, and this features the largest prop ever in Eurovision history. See Malta. So it goes on. It's odd, isn't it? And 3 hours, 50 minutes and 41 seconds into BBC One's Welsh murder mystery, The Pact, a doctor appears and says, "I'm afraid the brainstem test has confirmed Arwell will not regain consciousness." Lucky sod. And I've never seen it. There's so many, but quiz shows are everywhere on the television. Everybody's got one. Anita Rani's got one. I said the other day, there's two people sitting on it. I don't know what they're doing. There's two people sitting on Anita Rani's show, and I wasn't sure are they there as some joke? Are they there as a fill-in? I didn't quite, mainly because I haven't watched the whole show. I just I catch little bits of it. It's called Trap, and to be honest with you, she looks like she has been trapped on it. The Answer Trap. But they've got these other two people, and I don't know who they are. There are two. I'm going to sneeze again. I can't believe it. How many times do we need to sneeze on this programme? And this is pathetic. But anyway, so she's got this quiz show. She's not a quiz show presenter. And I don't say that in any sort of derogatory term. It's some people present quizzes and they do them very well, and other people don't present quizzes very well. They sort of get away with it because they've got, that status for a short time, and it just doesn't work. And the other one is Mel Gidroich. She's perfectly pleasant. She's not a quiz show host. The trouble is she's too mumsy. And the only person who could be mumsy was Brucey. Brucey, he was very good at being mumsy. He'd put his arm around people's head. Now, give it a good spin round. It's got to go all the way round. And I used to sit there thinking, because I did a quiz show on Channel 5. It was average. We did 5 a day. 5 of these little. It was a little in the early days of Channel 5. It was a little. It ran about 3 minutes or something. It's very quick. And we had all these people in, and I hosted this thing. And and people who turn up for these quiz shows, they've done loads of quizzes. They bring a change of clothes because they know some clothes will strobe, some colours don't work well. They've always got a complete change of outfits. And I was always amazed, and they all chat to each other. Oh, I saw you. Did you do that? Oh, it was good. I like that one. Did you win on that? No. They've all done. That's all they do is quiz shows. It's very funny, very good. Steve, read the What You Like, the classic example of the anticipation being better than the acquisition. Oh, you're quite right. The Beast from the Chase was on Millionaire once. Yes. I mean, I quite like that. I quite like that programme because Bradley doesn't... He just asks the questions and we get on with it. I'm not interested in sort of people going, oh, I'm going to try and demonstrate I've got a personality, because you detract from the quiz. The idea is, as Dale said, when he first did Supermarket Sweep, it was a case of, hi, how much is a tin of beans? And he'd hold up a tin of beans. By the second one, he'd become an awful lot camper. And by the third one, he'd completely gone over the top. In fact, so much so, he didn't bother wearing any of the suits. He just wore jeans and a leather jacket, or leather jeans. He started sort of basically dressing down. So all the suits became redundant. Now you've got Supermarket Sweep on Challenge every morning at 11 with Dale. Yeah. He'd had a few other shows on the television, but Supermarket Sweep, he'd sort of watch it, and he knew what he wanted to do with it. And it was the most requested show for students to be on. So there was no audience as such. The audience, who you never saw, were in fact the contestants for the programme. But you've got to sort of. There is an art to doing quizzes. Bob Monkhouse was very, very good. Steve, you've got a Rolex Submariner in solid yellow gold worth 30,000. No, I haven't. Might think I have, but I promise you I haven't. Steve, I've got the correct time on my mobile phone. Why does anybody need a watch? I don't. People like them, and then people go, because they go up in value. Yeah, they do when somebody nicks them. These people. I mean, the amount of people who get them wrestled. There was some builder once. He had a Rolex, and he was followed into a pub by 2 blokes who wrestled him to the ground and were prepared basically to take his arm off to get this Rolex. If it gets to that kind of stage, you don't want it. Steve, start of half-term break for us tired and weary teachers. Oh, bring on the sun. The Prosecco is chilling, which is nice. Yeah, we feel sorry for teachers. At least you get a bit of a break. There's a break. Apparently, Steve, singing... no, mobile laddie on the train, this one. I consider it a no-no. Any thought? No, I don't like anybody who plays anything I can hear on a bus or a train. And we've had a few people, and you think, I'm sorry, you want to turn around to them and go, oi! Turn it down. There was somebody on the bus the other day. Not only did they not have a mask on, but they were playing their phone loudly. And you feel like turning around and going, off the bus. You, off. They were watching the other day. We had another one of these great programmes on the television, which was shoplifters who know how to play the game. They know how to play the game. OK, you've pinched all this stuff. They accosted some woman in a car park. She was shoplifting with her kids. And she kept saying, don't touch me, don't touch me. Why you touch me? Why you touch me? And they're going, because you've stolen. She was also barred from the shopping centre. It was quite interesting. Quite interesting. Steve, why don't they ask Dominic Cummings to run a task force into finding the winning formula for Eurovision, said Richard in Staines. Yes. You're not just Richard in Staines, you're Richard in... it's upon Staines, isn't it now? Isn't it cool? Staines upon Thames. Hilarious. Hilarious. Have you been to the Treaty Centre? Oh, no, that's Hounslow. What's the one that they've got in? The Elmsley. The Elmsley Centre. Have you been there? It's the holding pen, or used to be, for the Jeremy Kyle show. Now I'm suspecting it's also the holding pen for Steph's Packed Lunch, which is the programme that goes forever and over. You turn over the television because there's another boring bit with another unfunny comedian or somebody cooking. And then an hour later you turn it back and they're still there. Awful.
This is the story of that quiet night in with Daisy May Cooper literally judging books by their covers. Or the story of that lazy morning lying to the FBI about who you really work for. Or the story of that walk home after some beers followed by spirits hell-bent on their dreadful revenge. From Educating Daisy to Mother, Neighbour, Russian Spy and Ghost Stories, Stephen Fry's definitive collection. For the story you need right now, listen on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, my bosses, says Jill in Molesey, bought me a Cartier for 10-year service, 33 years ago, still working. I would expect it to be still working. Definitely. Steve, I always laugh that people who live in Hounslow or Witton try to convince me they're Twickenham. Well, I think not. Although, actually, Witton does have the football stadium. Sorry, the rugby stadium. Oh, blimey, that was a bit of a faux pas. The rugby stadium. But you're right. People go, oh, the rugby in Twickenham. No, it's in Witton. It's next to the Tesco's. It's not quite the same, isn't it? And Steve, listening to your show whilst trying to pick a winner on horses when I saw Mr. Allen running in the 2 o'clock at Yarmouth. I might have a shilling each way. Julian Brentwood, we know Brentwood so well. I used to live in Warescott Road. And says, I met Bob Monkhouse and went on Bob's Full House. He was a wonderful man who did loads for charity. Do you know the one thing I remember about Bob, Julie? Short. Short. He was not a tall man. Bradley Walsh. Short. You know, they just look... Television makes people look so tall. And yet you see Angus Dayton. Short. And you think, where's the rest of them? And all these people, you see them on television and you tend to forget. That people, television makes you look tall, it also makes you look fatter. So you can imagine, if somebody looks normal on television, chances are they're actually sort of, very thin. I don't know how they manage it. Seriously, it must be a gift, I suppose. But you're right, Bob did loads for charity. I loved him. I interviewed him once. He enjoyed a bevy. He definitely enjoyed a bevy. But, I mean, so many people in show business did. I mean, Bob Monkhouse came in to be interviewed by me years ago when we were in Fleet Street. And... he had an old coat on, an old Mac. When people used to wear Mac, nobody wears Macs anymore. And he had a little brown bag with him. And I remember thinking, I wonder what that is. And he did an interview with the other person. Then he came next door to do an extended interview with me. And he put the bag down, opened it up, and inside was a bottle of whiskey and a glass. And he poured the whiskey into the glass and he drank it. He had more than one glass, but we had a fantastic interview. It was great. He was one of those sort of one of those sort of people who did it. Steve, I saw Dale once back in 94. He was waiting to go on a ride at Florida's Universal Studios theme park. Really, Omar? Well, I find that difficult to believe because he hated things like that. He used to go to the fun fair, but to play, because he lived in Florida. He had a house over there. In fact, he'd had a couple of houses in Florida, one in Sarasota, and one not in Sarasota, because the houses over there, if you buy property in America, it doesn't go up in price. You buy it for, say, 80,000 quid. 2 years later, it's still 80,000 quid. It just does it. It's not like over here in London where prices go through the roof. And but you get a lot more for your money in Florida, because I went over there once and he picked me up at Tampa. And you go over this long bridge and there was a pelican flying next to the car. It was very weird. And we get back to the house and there were 2 sitting rooms, the kitchen, big double garage, dressing room on the master bedroom, swimming pool outside, but only not a very deep swimming pool, but they all had them. And the heat, the heat was the worst thing. So over this bank holiday weekend, you're going to be getting heat, I think up to about 25 degrees. But do check out your local area. There must be things going on. My brother's driving 70 miles. Can you believe it, that? Geraldine in Ilford says, they say telly makes you £10 heavier. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is definitely something that makes you put on weight. Hotter here than in Florida this weekend, which is good news, isn't it? Which is definitely good news. Somebody here thinks I'm a comedian. Oh, how sweet. I notice you've only got 14 followers. In other words, not popular at all, are you really? That's always a little bit of a worry. A Leinster fan, whatever that is. What's that mean? I've got no idea. But 14 followers. Rugby, is it? Oh dear. A follower, which very wisely doesn't put a picture up. I love the way you think I'm a comedian. I shall apply for more money now. Lawrence says, I've missed this morning's food discussion. We didn't do it this morning. We didn't mention food because we've seen the size of you, Lawrence, and to be honest with you, you can do with eating more at the salad bar. Steve, there is love and support for you. Oh, right. I know. That's a nice thing about radio, isn't it? Somebody says, if you don't want to sneeze, simply close your nose with your thumb and index finger for 3 seconds. It works. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We have actually tried all of these things. Daphne, the lady in Eggheads, apparently went on everything. Going for gold, bullseye, winner takes it all, sale of the century. Yeah, but she knew everything. They would ask a question on Eggheads. You know, they'd say, OK, so who do you want to answer this question? Daphne. OK, what was the fourth single from Mott the Hoople that they performed live in 1875? And she would know the answer to all these things. I mean, they do. Now they've got some new people on Eggheads. But they just seem to know everything. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's a nice picture here of Blackpool Pleasure Beach. It's at night, so you can't see very much. And it's of this enormous pink moon, a super flower moon. They're enormous, aren't they? Absolutely, very, very nice. They've got it in Poole, in Lytham St Anne's, Athens and Blackpool. Wait a minute, isn't Lytham St Anne's next to Blackpool? I think it is, isn't it? That's where all the posh people used to live. All the posh people used to live there, which was lovely. 5 to 7. 5 to 7. What else we got? Cillian Murphy, talking to The Guardian today, from Peaky to the Apocalypse. And Go With The Flow, Enya's top 10 songs. I remember Orinoco Flow. I know I bought her albums. I couldn't tell you any of the songs and the titles, which is a shame. The Times this morning, talking about Anthony Hopkins' wife, who stopped him going to the Oscars, I'm in charge. And how green is your postcode? Never even thought about it. I suppose we must be fairly green on our one because we've got Richmond down the road and that's got the parks. That's fairly good, isn't it, really? And Ian says, I think the answer to the Mott the Hoople question was probably roll away the stone. Don't you roll away the stone. I loved Mott the Hoople. All the Way to Memphis was one of my favourites. A couple relaxing amongst the daisies in St James's Park in central London. Government set to cancel free parking for NHS staff when lockdown restrictions are lifted. There's lots of NHS staff or people who work in chemists are using these stickers you put in your car, and it means that the traffic wardens don't give you a ticket. It says, you know, working for the NHS. So when lockdown finishes, they're going to take all this away. Doesn't sound very good, does it? But I mean, so the NHS staff have they all been getting free parking? They're going to take that away from them, so they're going to have to park to go and work in the hospital. Seems a bit mean, doesn't it? A little bit churlish. And it's the tidy up. There's lovely pictures of celebrities tidying up, and they do it very well. I shall be tidying up later on today, I hope so. And another one here. Somebody says it's low 30s this weekend in Florida. We haven't got to this weekend yet, have we? Honestly, there's always somebody, isn't there? Ian says, you know, Ian Hunter from Mott the Hoople is 80. It's not possible, is it? Rock and roll people, you know, they don't go that long, but he does. He does. Thank you for your company this morning.